As you can see, that's fallen down. Look at that. Used to be right up there. This is fallen. TV moved. We did have some other things in here. Mark's radio fell down. Not much, nothing happened in Mike's room. Too much in Mom's room. The worst is the CA office. One of those pictures fell later, but we picked it up. Nothing happened in there, which is a surprise. Not too much here. Dog is freaked out. Look at this water. See, the water before the earthquake was all the way there. All this came out. All that water to here. Let's look around, see what happened out here. Not too much probably out here. Yeah, some wood maybe fell. We should have put it in the sun. Lucky I had a shot. Let's see what else had happened.
Did you see any other cracks?
No. That moved up there, but we put it back.
Lucky nothing fell out of it.
And there's a crack here. See that crack?
We'll go to the CA room.
I will. Nothing happened there. And now look, there's a crack there. Used to not be there. See, I got this on, so if it starts to earthquake again, I got it on film. Yes, I do. CA room. As you can see. And then we got this back up.
Yeah, I've got to get it right. It's still
That fell. Was a little bit worse, just a tad. Too much. It was, you can't see. This broke. Oops.
Yeah, it's ready to go.
Well, it's ready to go.
Okay, let's go upstairs and clean up there.
Oh, there is a crack in the TV. The TV fell flat down on its face right here. And we'll examine. See that crack right there? Right there. Yep.
And this, we're lucky didn't fall, although it did mess up my wall.
Yeah, I messed up the wall.
That didn't crack.
No, that crack. Uh-oh. Oh, something there. And the living closet fell. Mark's guitar fell flat down. This used to be up there. Right here. We came in. See, it was right there. Came in, it was just like that. Just like that. Up there. To there. Fort's still standing. See the pool from here. Anything else happening here? This is falling over. Some things down there fell. That's all for now. Oh, the date. What's the date? The date is the 17th of October, 1989. The time, about 20 minutes ago, I'd say. The time right now, Heidi? 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 You okay? You okay, Heidi? There's Heidi. You okay, Heidi? She's scared. Right now. I don't know where Liko is. It was just scratching on the door. And we're gonna have to go now.
Tonight. We are getting reports every minute of the extent, increasing reports of damage being shattered. We've got evidence here that there was a major quake. Back to Cheryl.
We can't call
You
out.
mentioned that you were out on the street in the downtown area and you witnessed some pretty frightening scenes. Anna, you still there? Okay, when Anna was in the...
Cheryl, I'm sorry, the audio's a little bit cluttered right now, but yes, I was walking.
San Francisco's Tenderloin District. Now, it looks as though there is some sort of smoke. I'm not quite sure what that means. In that area, these are
So, all the way down
on
Los
streets,
Angeles.
Right after that earthquake hit, the earthquake hit at 5 after 5.
What a time.
The epicenter, I'm being told now, was in Hollister.
When what happened at the
Major damage was in the San
World
Benito
Series
area.
game.
South of San Jose. We still do not have a Richter reading on that. We
So
don't know.
Ann got it worse than we
We do know that
did.
there are several injuries. We don't know the extent of those injuries. I have reports of cuts, scratches, some heart attacks in the San Mateo area, reported to Chope Hospital. Heavy damage, I'm being told now, also in the Santa Clara area. San Benito, of course, we told you that is where the major damage. Now, this earthquake was felt from Oakland, Sacramento, and down as far as Los Angeles. There is no BART service right
Where the
now.
San
I'm
Andreas
assuming
fall?
that we don't have any Muni service. Our
Some
tower
people are
here
not
at
gonna get
KGO
home.
is certainly disrupted. If you were watching us, you know that we went off the air. And right now, I think we're still running on battery power, backup generator power. Chavez is standing by right now with more. Anna?
Cheryl, we just have a note in on BART and BART service. As you
Okay, he's going
mentioned,
to
BART
everybody's
service
house.
was
Did he give them
interrupted.
gas?
We know that all of the people
No,
who
'cause
were
they already
in
sent me out there.
on the system have been evacuated, but the people at BART tell us that they cannot tell us whether there were any injuries because they are still assessing the situation. They're putting all kinds of inquiries on information on hold. PG&E says they are completely swamped. They won't even say if they're implementing an emergency plan. This word just in. Of course, as Cheryl recommended,
We want to show you? Yes, let's go to the tape right now. Okay, we do not have the tape. We do have the tape. Okay, here we go. This is Pier 23. I don't know if we can see it. We can see, cracks in the street. You see evidence of major cracks in the street outside the restaurant on Pier 23 restaurant. These folks seem to be taking this in stride. They don't look too upset about it, but I tell you, if they were inside a building like this with lights and TVs falling on them, I think they would have been as shaken as we are. Okay, we have an update right now from Laura Marquez. All right, Laura.
Well, Cheryl, we were just over at Pier 39, and there is a tremendous damage over there. Most of the stores there have been completely damaged. They have had one crystal shop, everything had fallen off the shelves. People that were in the stores, they went out. They had to turn the gas leak off. You could smell the gas real heavily within the Pier 39. They were evacuating people.
A lot of aftershocks.
Because almost all of them have lost most of their merchandise.
Okay, Laura, thank you very much for that
They
update.
can't be
Of course, you
insured.
know the gas fire, the risk of fire from a gas leak is the most important thing that you have to worry about right now. Anna Chavez has a map right now that she wants to show you. Okay, I'm sorry, we're wrong. Let's go to Anna. Stand by for just 1 second. We're going to go to Leslie Brinkley first. Okay, let's take Leslie. Go ahead, Leslie.
We're out here on the Bay Bridge. In fact, we were driving over the Bay Bridge when the earthquake struck. We understand from the Caltrans folks that the top portion, that 50-foot portion you saw before, did collapse onto the bottom of the Bay Bridge.
Did you check
we
the
understand
attic?
that 2 cars
Yeah.
that were driving on the top also
No.
fell with that piece, but the people escaped their cars uninjured. We are not certain right now as to the fate of the folks that portion fell onto. Some folks on the bottom level driving towards Oakland told us that they saw in their rearview mirror what looked like a garage door coming down, and that they did see that portion of the bridge collapse onto several cars. We have no reports of injuries at this point. We have seen no ambulances go onto the bridge, but we are still waiting for final word on that from Caltrans. All the folks we talked to, as well as ourselves, described this as an incredible rolling motion. It felt as though was a major flat tire. We saw crumblings from the bridge falling down all around us as we just barely got to this Oakland end of it. It was very, very frightening. Some folks said they stopped their cars and felt like jumping in the water. It was a very harrowing, very frightening experience. We also understand that at 8:80, some cars fell off the freeway there, and that road is also closed right now. It's really a disastrous situation here. There are huge cracks, sometimes with 2- and 3-inch gaps in the roadway and the freeway going onto the Bay Bridge.
I wonder what happened at the World Series.
Side. In the distance,
What everybody
smoke
do?
From a fire in Berkeley. We don't know any details on that right now, but across the horizon we have seen several streams of smoke in different directions. There is the water main that goes from Oakland to San Francisco that we are told broke. There is water on one side of the freeway as you come over the bridge, and we don't know the extent to which that is going to cause problems on both sides of the bay. Again, we do know that the bridge collapsed. There were 2 cars on top. Those folks escaped without injury, and we do not know what happened to those cars on the bottom level of the bridge when it did collapse a short while ago. Back to you folks.
Leslie, I had a lot of information coming to me as you were speaking, so I did not get to ask you about the black smoke that was in the sky behind you during the camera's pan around. Do you know whether or not that's related to this?
No, we don't right now. Details are sketchy. We're getting so many reports of so much damage in every direction that we're giving you what we have as we get it.
Okay, did you feel the quake yourself?
Yes, we did. As we drove in the car, as I said, at first it all felt like a very bad blowout, a flat tire. And then all 3 of us in the vehicle noticed that there were pieces, crumblings, coming from the top of the bridge. And one man described it as being in the twilight zone and just not having any sense of reality. It was all so bizarre, all so frightening and scary. We had many different descriptions from people as they drove over. We were just about several hundred feet in front of the cars that were trapped in that portion behind us, and we came very close to being in the middle of it there. Again, the road is closed, the bridge is closed, there's fear of an aftershock, and they're keeping cars off this entire stretch of roadway.
Okay, Leslie, thank you very much. Anna Chavez, you've been standing by.
That wasn't an aftershock, then what was that?
Pinpoint this. Go ahead, Anna.
Well, Cheryl, for those people who are just tuning in now, we have preliminary Richter scale readings of 6.5, an earthquake epicentered in San Benito. If you look at the Bay Area, you can see what a tremendous shake that has been. It was felt actually all the way in the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles, and as far north as you can imagine, probably Sacramento, or maybe even further up than that. A 6.5 earthquake is considered an earthquake that can cause major destruction. We've had shakers in the recent past around 5 or 5.5. Those are considered serious. The 6.5 is considered capable of causing catastrophe. A little bit earlier, we started to mention some of the sites where we know there were major damage. In addition to the various routes that Cheryl mentioned, we have reports that a building at Turk and Fillmore collapsed, and evidence of buildings suffering a lot of destruction, people injured.
Maybe that Deanza Hotel fell.
We also have a new report on traffic. The north and southbound lanes near Candlestick, from the Candlestick area on 101, are moving okay at this time. Again, for those of you not familiar with all of the various geography involved, San Benito County, straight south from here, of that earthquake. Of course, the World Series game that we were going to broadcast to you on Channel 7 has apparently been put on hold right now. We have a short interview with the Commissioner of Baseball, Faye Vincent. Let's go to the tape.
Postponing the game because there is no power in the stadium. We would like you to leave in an orderly way. I don't believe there's any great danger, but we have no idea when the power is going to be on, and we have to get people out of here before it gets dark. So if you'll leave in an orderly way while there's still light, I think everybody can leave in a graceful fashion. Please leave. The game has been postponed. There'll be no baseball tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we were just looking at the Commissioner of Baseball asking that fans apparently leave Candlestick Park in an orderly way. The game has been suspended. We don't know when. I don't have any information on when that game will resume. Earlier we told you there may have been reports of cracks at Candlestick. Apparently, right now, there are no reports of any structural damage, so that is good news. 62,000 fans out there to watch the A's and the Giants go at it tonight. So it's going to be a mess getting all of those people out of there. Once again, the Bay Bridge is closed. A major section of the Bay Bridge has fallen.
That's gonna stink if you have to go over to Oakland or something.
All
Huh?
right, and we now have the San Francisco Chief of Police, Frank Jordan, standing by. Hello, Chief.
To get an estimate around the city of any kind of damage, and then we'll make a determination there.
We seem to be having trouble with that. We were trying to bring you a live shot of apparently the Chief of Police involved in some type of emergency services activity. We will try to bring you that shot. We've got our crews running everywhere, of course, right now to bring you all of this information. I have a late report in right now that BART is not running. They are trying to see if there is a train stuck in the tube. Certainly if there is a train stuck in the tube, those people are extremely frightened right now. We don't know if there is any
A lot of
damage.
people. You know what they said
We
for the
haven't
World
heard of any
Series?
damage to that.
Take
We had
BART.
a report earlier, as I was
Yeah.
mentioning, the Bay Bridge had a 50-foot section of it broke off. Leslie Brinkley was telling you that there may have been 2 people on that section. They apparently escaped without injury. Fortunately, if you're heading anywhere near the Bay Bridge, please do not do that. We also have a report that the Cypress section of 880 is gone. We have live pictures of that for you a little bit earlier. A
Ooh.
major chunk of it just dropped right down. We don't know if anybody there was injured. We are still trying to get information coming in right now. KGO was knocked off the air at 5:05 completely. Our television monitors, everything went down. People were grabbing onto walls thinking, well, it's just another shaker. But then the shaking started in earnest and went on for at least 60 seconds, maybe more. And when we saw the ceiling tiles and the lights fall and smelled the burning,
Your office is a mess.
then
You're on.
and we knew we were in trouble. Okay, now we have a live shot of Corte Madera in Marin County, the big village shopping center there. Looks as though the shops there were evacuated. We've had reports of evacuations at Pier 39. George Lang, our cameraman, is out there. George, can you hear me? Can you give us an eyewitness view of what's going on there right now?
Yeah, Cheryl, things seem to be quieting down here. Most of the shopping center was evacuated just after the quake. Things in Marin County do not seem to be as severe as other parts of the Bay Area. Numerous fire hydrants seem to be flooding the streets over here. Obviously, all the traffic lights are out. 911 in most of Marin County has been a problem. They're working on that. The CHP is awfully busy checking out all the overpasses. 3rd Street in San Rafael, the overpass that crosses 101, seems to have
Check over
quite a
here.
bit of damage. The fire trucks that you see here had a little problem getting here due to the fact that the firehouse door seemed to be affected by the quake, and they had a problem getting out of there. Things in Marin seem to be a little better off than other places, Cheryl.
Okay, George, you've certainly been through this before. Have you noticed an attitude change in people because this quake was so severe?
Our line's still
Well, on a lighter side, a gentleman from Macy's seems to have it pretty much under control. They have a gentleman with a loudspeaker out here who's been telling folks what to do and where to go. The fire department's just coming out. There was smoke in the building. Folks are kind of, well, they're taking it kind of easy. Nobody seems to be really upset. And the man on the bullhorn came out and said, the Giants game has been canceled, and there was a loud cheer.
Okay, George, I think that you dropped out there. I'm getting instructions, some directions here. Apparently, we do have a picture now of our police chief, the police chief of San Francisco, Frank Jordan, attempting to coordinate emergency services. Do we have that tape right now? Okay.
Chief Jordan! Chief Jordan! Chief Jordan! Few words? Do you know the extent of what's happened so far?
No, not all I have at this point is I talked to our operations center. They say that there is a building with partial damage at 6th and Brandon. There's also a building with partial collapse around Turk and Fillmore, and that there is some structural damage to the Hall of Justice. I'm going to be leaving the ballpark now to go down to the Hall of Justice while they're continuing to get an estimate around the city of any kind of damage, and then we'll make a determination there.
You're back on.
Okay. Late word right now from the UC Berkeley Seismology Center that quake was 6.5 to 7. 6.5 to 7 on the Richter scale. That's according to the UC Berkeley Seismology Center. And apparently the epicenter is 10 miles north of Santa Cruz. So, you know, our phone service went out just a little while ago during that earthquake, which happened at 5:05. So we have not been able to be in touch with all of you who have been normally so gracious to call in and let us know what is going on in your area. I imagine that if our service is out, yours is probably out too. Once again, I want to remind you that the National Guard is on alert according to the Office of Emergency Services. Certainly the hospitals are on alert, but they're having a heck of a time too because they have the same kind of damage at the hospitals that most of the major buildings which incur damage around the Bay Area are also suffering. The San Mateo Bridge, I've just been told, is closed in both directions. That is being inspected for damage. I don't have any word on the Golden Gate Bridge, but that is coming. So once again, the San Mateo Bridge is closed in both directions. It's being inspected for damage. We had a major portion of the Cypress section of 880 gone, completely collapsed. The Bay Bridge, frightening situation. The pictures we showed you earlier will just take your breath away. They're so scary. 50-foot section of the Bay Bridge broke off. The cantilever section, top of the incline, just fell right into the water. I don't know if we have Leslie Brinkley. We have a shot of a bridge. We do not have a shot of a bridge. Okay, let's go back to the Bay Bridge. Okay, here once again is a picture of the Bay Bridge around. If you've got 880 down, the Bay Bridge is down. San Mateo Bridge is closed. I understand. Willie Monroe is standing by live right now by telephone at UC Berkeley Seismology Center. Willie? Go ahead, Willie.
Yes, I hear you, Cheryl.
Okay, go ahead.
We're here at the UC Berkeley Seismology Station where they reported the strong earthquake at exactly 5:04 p.m. I guess you've already mentioned that. They have determined that the epicenter was exactly 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz, 20 miles south of San Jose. It registered at least 6.5 on the Richter scale. That's at least 6.5. They're having trouble getting exact measurements because their equipment went off the scale. There was at least one report of a minor aftershock. As far as they know here, they don't have any other details at this point. That's what we know at this point. 6.5 at least on the Richter scale. 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz, 20 miles south of San Jose.
Willie, were you in a position where you felt the quake as well?
Yes, absolutely. I was in a residence in El Cerrito on the second floor, and I felt quite a jolt. It was actually not a jolt so much as a rocking, rolling motion, and it lasted for several seconds. I'm not quite sure that I determined when it started, but it was quite noticeable. And there were people all along the streets getting from there to the UC Berkeley Seismology Center who are also feeling the effects of that and in the streets with their children and their dogs and everything else, trying to find out what was going on.
Okay, Willie, thank you very much for that live report. I'm getting my word that you can, if you have to drive, you can get from Fremont to Menlo Park, I understand. Is that correct? Fremont to Menlo Park. The Dumbarton Bridge is apparently open. The San Mateo Bridge is closed. It's being inspected for damage right now. The Bay Bridge, you just saw those frightening pictures of the Bay Bridge, a major 50-foot section of the Bay Bridge completely broken off. We're looking at pictures right now of the San Francisco's Tenderloin District. Frank Jordan, San Francisco's police chief, trying to coordinate the emergency services for the city. He mentioned that buildings were down at 6th and Brannan. We had an unconfirmed report of a building down at California and Front Street. All of this information is coming to us very fast and furious, so please forgive us if we're not entirely accurate. We just want to at least keep you updated on what is going on around the Bay Area. We have shown you a number of fires. I have a report of a Berkeley fire in a garage and a tow lot for cars at 2000 Durant. Apparently that fire is contained and there are no injuries reported. That was, I think we showed you those pictures earlier today. Once again, the earthquake was Seismology Center. The epicenter apparently 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz. And I understand Tony Rusomano is standing by?
Oakland fire.
Okay, here is one of those fires we were telling you about. This one is in Oakland, as you can see.
Joel?
And this is apparently the Nimitz Freeway. Anna Chavez is standing by with more information. Anna?
Cheryl, earlier you mentioned that people should remember to turn off their gas. In fact, that is now an urgent bulletin in Marin County. We're receiving reports of widespread reports in Marin County of people smelling gas. The fire you're looking at may be related to that. We're not sure. But we do know that after every earthquake, that can be the greatest danger to life and safety. So once again, an urgent warning from Marin. It should apply throughout the Bay Area. Please shut off the gas lines on your property or in your building, because if you smell gas, there's a possibility that could be a very dangerous leak for you and your neighbors. And in Marin, apparently, quite a few people are smelling gas. That bulletin comes to us from the people in the utilities companies. Oh, we now are... Okay, we're having some technical problems. We're going to get back out to Candlestick for a report from Pete Wilson just as soon as we can, but now back to Cheryl.
Okay, Anna, you were mentioning about the urgency of shutting off those gas mains. If you're frightened about that, you don't know what to do, Very simple way to deal with this. Go to the front of your phone book. There are some very helpful tips about the earthquake before and during, things that you can do right now to protect yourself and your families. Do we have that live shot from Pete Wilson? No. Okay, we do not. No. All right, we're having a little bit of technical problems with the audio portion. If you have just tuned in, we had a major earthquake, 6.5 to 7 on the Richter scale. Willie Monroe told you from the UC Seismology Center in Berkeley that their equipment went off the scale. We have had at least 2 or 3 aftershocks that we felt here in the Channel 7 newsroom. There again, this appears to be the fire in Oakland that we've been telling you about near on the Nimitz freeway. I don't know what the cause of that fire is, but you can see it certainly stopped everything in that area. We have reports of scratches and cuts, 1 heart attack in the San Mateo area as far as injuries go throughout the Bay Area. And we now have Pete Wilson standing by live at Candlestick. Pete, go ahead.
Cheryl, this is an extraordinary scene out here. I'll tell you first of all that I can hear you clearly if you need to ask any questions. We've had ambulances leaving right now. Our camera's panning over to that. There have been injuries in the stadium. You're hearing cheering in the background. Obviously some people. This stadium was full when this earthquake occurred here. At first it frightened people. Then this kind of calm. Everyone is standing. There are probably 10 to 12,000 people still in the stadium, and police have just asked that the field and the stadium be cleared. Power has just been restored. It is partial power, but it has just come on as I've been talking to you here. They obviously are very concerned about getting the stadium cleared because there were reports earlier now confirmed that there has been structural damage, that is to the lip, the top section of the stadium in various areas. Now we specifically can only see separations. We can't see anything more than that. It doesn't appear that anything has dropped, but merely that there are cracks in the stadium. Of course, there are a lot of officials from San Francisco and the Bay Area that were out here at the time that this all occurred. You've already heard from Chief Jordan. And so they had some sense of how to deal with things at the stadium itself. But they have not, until just the last 5 minutes, decided to empty the stadium and officially canceled the game for the night. So that has been canceled. So I will tell you again, there have been injuries at the stadium. We do not know how severe. We don't know if they're just injuries or people with heart difficulties and so on because of the fright. We know that there is structural damage out here, and we know that there are at least 15 to 20,000 people still in the stadium proper, and probably another 20 in that parking lot who have not been able to leave, and though they don't know it yet, they may be in for a long wait. Cheryl?
We have some conflicting information about the structural damage at Candlestick Park. The word that we get is that there is none, but apparently you have seen some cracks.
Yes, well, this is what we're getting from reports, and the police have told us that they have some structural cracks. Now, the confusion may come in whether or not these are simply old cracks that have separated slightly because of this roll. Again, I will tell you that the police I talked to said that there were structural bits of damage. But
in Colorado. Now, more information is coming in. For those of you who've just tuned in, this is CBS News live coverage from New York with the help of our affiliate in San Francisco, KPIX. If we have the pictures that KPIX has sent in to us earlier, we know the following things.
I'll give you a synopsis of what has been going on during this terrifying past hour. The earthquake, major earthquake, struck San Francisco Bay Area. The quake was felt as far as the San Fernando Valley. Buildings were felt swaying 400 miles away. The quake was also felt in Reno, Oakland, Sacramento, just about anywhere you can see us in this area, the quake was felt. We have a report right now from Lisa Stark, who is standing by live by telephone. Lisa, go ahead.
Cheryl, we are in the mobile truck at this point on Highway 101, just past the airport. The highway is open here in both directions. Traffic, though southbound, is extremely heavy by the airport. We have an unconfirmed report that one runway at San Francisco Airport is closed. Again, I have not been able to confirm that. We also have a report that the San Mateo Bridge is closed. We are heading there now to check on that. All CHP units have been ordered to check all of the overpasses. They have been told to do that. The overpasses on 101 heading south where we are now appear fine. They are all open. Again, traffic is very heavy southbound on 101, not too bad northbound. The freeway is open in both directions, and we are heading at this point towards the San Mateo Bridge, which we understand is closed in both directions, and we will try to confirm that as soon as we get to the bridge.
Okay, Lisa, thank you very much. Lisa telling you that the San Mateo Bridge is closed. You can see that's the Bay Bridge, or what's left of a portion of it, certainly. 50-foot section of the Bay Bridge collapsed. 2 cars near there. The people inside managed to escape without injury, thank goodness. That was the top of the incline. The top of the bridge just fell into the water. The Dumbarton Bridge we're still checking on. I believe that is still open. We don't have any reports yet about the Golden Gate Bridge, San Mateo Bridge closed. If there is any way you can stay off the highways, it would be advisable to do so. The Cypress section of 880 is gone. There is a car in completely gone, okay? And you can see in this live picture, apparently there is a car. We don't know if it was someone who was caught there or if it is an emergency vehicle who was trying to do some kind of work. It is a car. I'm being told it is a car. We'll have to wait and see whether anyone was injured in that. We have reports of various types of injuries throughout the Bay Area. One heart attack, some children injured when television sets fell on them. We want to remind you, please, once again, make sure you do not smell gas. Check your gas mains, check your water mains. If you have any questions about that, you can check the front of your phone book. Please do not try to use the phone if you can do so. The phones are jammed. The operators have more than they can handle. If you pick up the phone, you'll probably get a busy signal. Our phone service was out here at KGO and certainly out throughout much of the Bay Area. BART service down. We're still checking to see whether or not there is a train stuck in the tube. We hope not, but we will bring you information on that. Police chief in San Francisco coordinating emergency services for the city. We are checking throughout the various counties to see what kind of damage and what sort of injuries are going on there. A reminder, this quake happened at 5:04. It is a 6.5, maybe 7 on the Richter scale, according to the UC Seismology Center in Berkeley, according to Willie Monroe. Their equipment went off the scale. This quake was so sharp. Epicenter 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz. And we will keep you updated throughout the evening on Channel 7. Please be careful. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, can we open up our phone line, Fred? Hello?
Dave, the gentleman you're talking
just 1 second, Brian.
In the San Francisco Bay Area, and we are asking people not to use their telephones unless it's absolutely necessary. It's critical that everyone in their homes, in their offices, in their neighborhoods check to see if their friends and family or colleagues are injured, to take care of the injuries if they can, and to check to make sure that there aren't any gas leaks. If you smell gas, turn off the gas at the gas meter. But if you don't smell gas, leave the gas service on to your residence. Check for power, check for gas leaks. Make sure that everyone is home and be calm and wait for information. Listen to the radio, watch television if you have reception, and please do not use the telephones. We're overloaded as it is right now.
All right, thank you very much for that report. Can the control room confirm who that was? That was Richard Eisner. We finally did get through to him. He is the project director of the Bay Area Earthquake Preparedness Project. And now, Brian, just as you sat down, we were interrupted by that phoner from the project director. You have from your seismograph the first picture of what we felt at 5:05 California time.
Keep a seismograph running here around the clock. It's hooked up to the UC Berkeley seismograph. And if we can get a close-up of this, it's quite graphic. You can see that there are lines of seismic activity that are recorded around the clock. These dashes are 1-minute increments. And then at 5:05 approximately, you can see that the seismograph literally went off the scale as we had about a 7.0 earthquake in the area. 7.0 earthquake, what does that mean? It's an exponential scale, essentially. The earthquakes we were having in the South Bay, say a month or two ago, were approximately in the 5 category. When you get to a 6, that means it's 10 times stronger than the 5 was. A 7 would be 10 times stronger than that. So all of a sudden we're talking about something that was 100 times as strong as the earthquakes we were experiencing in the South Bay.
And that's why it makes such a difference whether it's a 6.5, a 6.9, or a 7.
Absolutely.
Because it's much greater than the numbers would indicate.
Absolutely. I had another gentleman on the phone waiting for us, Doug Segar from San Francisco State University.
We have him.
Okay. Doug is a friend of mine. He's an expert in plate tectonics. We may want to go ahead and ask him a few questions.
Well, go ahead. You can't hear him.
I can't hear him.
I'll loan you my earpiece.
Okay.
All right. Hi, I'm Dave McElhatton at KPIX in San Francisco, where we're trying to cover the earthquake today.
Here we go, Dave.
Oh, you got one. All right.
Doug, hello.
Okay, Doug. Yes, Brian. And so perhaps I can just give you a minute's worth of general information. What we're seeing here is an earthquake that's perfectly normal occurrence.
Scattered fires reported, roads cracked, Marine General.
Frequent intervals in geological time along the California coastline. We have two tectonic plates. Those are, if you can imagine dinner plates floating around, they're sections of the Earth's surface floating around on a molten core of the Earth itself. And it just so happens those two plates have edges that run right through the Bay Area down to Los Angeles. One of the plates includes all of North America except the peninsula and the coastal parts of California, and the other plate includes all of the Pacific Ocean. And what the earthquakes that we're seeing are caused by these two plates grinding against each other. If you can imagine the edge of the plates being jagged and rough, they're sliding past each other. In this case, the Pacific plate, the Pacific Ocean, is sliding north relative to the Atlantic plate, which is the continent of the United States, which is sliding south. And as they slide, there are jagged edges of these plates that lock together and hold up the sliding motion for a period of time until those jagged edges break. When the jagged edges break, the two plates slide next to each other, and we get what we know as an earthquake. That is the two sides of the plate.
All right, thank you, Doug Seeger. You couldn't quite hear it, but the transmission was going in and out. We're reporting from the Embarcadero in San Francisco. To recap, for those of you that are just catching up on the earthquake story, all bridges in the Bay Area have been closed until they can be checked out for their safety. The Bay Bridge, one of the main arteries connecting San Francisco and the East Bay, near the cantilever section, an entire section of the roadway fell from the top deck onto the bottom deck. The bridge is completely closed and will be for some time. We have reports of scattered fires and injuries around the Bay Area, and yet at Marina General, north of San Francisco, no injuries are reported there as yet. Scattered fires are reported in San Rafael, that's also north of San Francisco, roads cracked, and that has been the picture everywhere.
Major fire reported now at Divisadero and Jefferson.
At Divisadero and Jefferson in the heart of San Francisco, we have a major fire reported. We have our helicopter up and we're trying to get the pictures for you. As soon as we do, we'll pass them along to you. This is our reporter, Manuel Ramos. You've been out, what did you see?
Well, Dave, we saw a lot of confusion out there. What you have are a lot of very frightened people. They're all trying to get home right now. But more importantly, I have a video that was just shot by an
Let me just interrupt you for 1 second. The reports we had from earlier were that people were very calm and very polite despite all of the stress of this major earthquake. Did you find that to be true also?
It seemed to be that way. Most right now, what people are having are they're very frustrated. They're stuck in traffic. They're trying to get home. They can't get on the phone. I think those nerves are going right now. Let me show you this video that we have. These are the scenes in the financial district shortly after. You can see some bricks down. That is California Street, not far from the stock exchange. You can see some bricks on there, a bicycle, a messenger trying to get through. The traffic is moving fairly calmly right there, as you can see. People are walking along. They seem to be oblivious to it almost, or just, I think almost in shock. You can see some windows being blown out. The damage isn't as bad as you might think out in that area. The windows are out, but I have not yet seen anybody actually hurt. Another window broken out right there along the financial. The people in there, I don't believe were in the office right now. Some people walking in out to see what was going on. Some people actually trying to get some of their belongings out of there. The traffic is stopped. This is actually pretty good compared to the way it is right now in the Embarcadero, people trying to get on the bridge. The emergency vehicles, if you're out there right now, what you'll be hearing is a lot of sirens, a lot of emergency vehicles trying to get back on the road. One thing I can advise people, and police are advising them to pull over, wait a minute. You can't get anywhere anyway at this point.
The strongest shock likely since the earthquake of 1906 in San Francisco, and yet, as we can see, there is damage, but not as much damage as one might imagine.
The first thing that everyone tells you out there is that this is the worst I have ever felt since I've been here.
Well, I've been here all my life. It's the worst I've felt.
Right.
Let's see, all off-duty police and firefighters in San Jose have been asked to report to work immediately. In case any of them happen to be watching right now, get back on the job right away, please. The Commerce building in San Jose, across, what is this, Dennis?
Commerce Bank building in San Jose, across from the courthouse, is said to be in danger of imminent collapse.
All right, the Commerce Bank building, it was Dennis Hart, our 11 o'clock news producer, has been gathering information for us. In case you didn't hear him, he said the Commerce Bank building in San Jose, across from the courthouse, is said to be in danger of collapse. And it'll be a long time before people are back in the high-rises in San Francisco as well. Widespread reports, the epicenter in Hollister, we're told, which is the center of earthquake country in California. And again, if you're just joining us, the intensity is now placed at 7. And not only well, here you can see the freeway system where it's in collapse, and it almost looks like a roller coaster there. That's a double-decker system. So when the top deck collapses, you can imagine what's happening underneath, or maybe you'd rather not. The emergency services people are trying to get to these areas as quickly as they can to see just how bad the situation is. Our reports are fragmentary, but keep coming in.
Okay. This may be coming up. We have a woman, if they tell you in the control room, we can do it.
All right.
Bay. She's a reporter for a local paper. The reporter, she said she was on the Bay Bridge when it hit. We have a phone line set up. I don't know.
All right, we have a phone line set up to Monica Bay, a reporter for the local paper in San Francisco, the Recorder, who was on the Bay Bridge. We're going to try and see if we can get the call through to her. Hello, Monica. Monica Bay?
Hi, I was on the Bay Bridge on the Oakland side, and the bridge just was very violent. The car was bouncing completely out of control. When I pulled off, when I got it back in control, I was in the left-hand lane going towards Berkeley. All the cars were pulled off. We got off the freeway. There was visible debris, visible cracks in the freeway. And as I approached the Berkeley underpass going on towards Emeryville, it was just noticeable debris and a lot of trouble at that point.
That report from Monica Bay, who was on the bridge, and Abby Malmet, you were on the bridge too.
Yeah, I was on my way home, driving towards East Bay. The bridge started to rock.
It's the worst nightmare of people who drive across the bridge.
Right. I thought my car was out of alignment at first, and it went on for quite a while. Everybody sort of stopped. Then everybody started moving again, and very slowly, and I kept thinking, move faster, let's get off the bridge. We passed Treasure Island, and then everything stopped completely. People were getting out of their cars, yelling, get off the bridge, get off the bridge, get off the bridge. So we all ran back to Treasure Island, stayed on Treasure Island for a while. Then,
now, for the people who are watching in the other parts of the country, Treasure Island located in about the center of the bridge.
Exactly.
Where it goes from the gigantic spans that you're more familiar with to the cantilever section that we've been showing, where the roadway actually collapsed onto the lower deck, where you were.
Yes. So then we rushed back to Treasure Island. We waited there for a while. Lines were forming around the payphones. Everybody was saying, is this a dream? Finally, there came announcements, go back to your cars, go back to your cars. We need you to turn around so you can get off the bridge. So slowly but surely, everyone began to turn their cars around. We turned around, drove back on the lower level, and then went around Treasure Island up to the upper level and drove back to the city on the upper level, and it sure looked good.
Well, I'll bet it did. And I can see that you're beginning to breathe again now. That's amazing because at 5:05, that's right in the heart of the commute time, and that lower deck of the bridge would normally be so full of cars that you couldn't possibly turn around and head back the other way if you wanted to.
Very nice. It was like you'd hope they'd be.
All right, Robert Ashley from our Eyewitness News staff is in helicopter, Chopper 5 we call it, our helicopter, now approaching the Bay Bridge, the span section, and to your right is Treasure Island, Yerba Buena Island, and then the cantilever section that collapsed is to the right and off your screen. Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Dave.
All right. Well, you and I both grew up in East Oakland. Neither one of us ever have seen anything like this, have we?
No, I haven't. I was really stunned. You know, I was looking when we were going over the Cypress Street 880 overpass there. I was born right in that area. It was really kind of sad to see that all fall apart. Plus, we could see trucks and cars and ambulances like you wouldn't believe. It was just unbelievable. It was put goosebumps in me.
All right, thank you, Robert. We're going to Jerry Grant now, one of our reporters who's on the scene in Burlingame, out on in front of Restaurant Row there, the Amthac Hotel. Jerry, what's the situation in Burlingame right now?
Mac, every picture tells a story. This is the Amfac Hotel, and just take a look up there. Tony will zoom in right now, and you can see the destruction up there. With me now, Dr. Richard Halliburton. Describe what you saw when this thing went down.
We were entering the Hyatt Hotel, and it started shaking. The bellman started running out, so I ran out and looked up and saw the Amfac, and the whole structure started slowly falling, and then it fell very rapidly after that. It was a huge explosion, or not explosion, but thundering sound when it hit.
Now, a triage clinic has been set up. If the camera will follow me along here, you see people being loaded in these ambulances. Come around right here and you'll see what's happening. There's numerous people here being treated for a variety of injuries. We are on live now. I know you're very busy. Kimberly Kelly agreed to talk to us. What are the nature of the injuries right now?
Right now, mostly chest pain and some shortness of breath, mostly just anxiety, some small cuts and bruises, contusions, head contusions, and some shin, leg.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich. Ma'am, I know this is a tough time for you. Can you tell me what happened when you were inside that hotel?
Well, we were trying to help somebody else that was sick, and all of a sudden we heard the shaking, and then somebody yelled and said to go underneath the table, and that's what we did. We went underneath the table, and then all of a sudden it was smoke, and we couldn't see. And they told us to take our time to walk downstairs, and that's what we did. We took our time and walked downstairs.
Did you see anybody who was seriously hurt?
I was so busy trying to get out myself, I didn't really see anybody that was seriously hurt.
Okay. There's been numerous damage all around. We just came from the airport. We fed back some pictures. I can't see your screens, but we might roll it. Inside that airport, there was plaster falling down everywhere in San Francisco Airport. People were hit by it on their backs, on their necks, on their heads. They evacuated the entire terminal, but there was another problem. As everybody knows, the terminal is built on 2 levels. A man came out and announced to everybody that there was a danger of the 2nd level collapsing. So in a vast herd of people, about, I'd say 500 people, walked down that ramp to get off the top ramp. Right now, SFO is closed, as most people know. They continue to treat people here. Ma'am, were you inside when this happened? What happened in there?
Inside, I'm on disaster call. I'm a nurse. And it starts.
All right, we're going to interrupt Jerry Grant. He'll continue with that interview. We'll have more later. This fire is in the Marina district of San Francisco. You can just begin to understand how big that is if you check that those buildings are about a half a block long. The fire from our helicopter in the Marina area, this is out near the site of the exposition back in 1915, near the Palace of Fine Arts. For those of you that know San Francisco, that would be located for you. Craig Miller, our business reporter, is here. You have a rundown from our utility company, Pacific Gas and Electric.
PG&E says, Dave, that by and large, the power to San Francisco is out. Unless you have some kind of backup system, by and large, that
Which is what we're using right now. We've been using it since 5 minutes past 5 Western time when the earthquake hit.
The bottom line is, if you're at your place of employment now, you may have power. If you're home, you probably don't. So San Francisco substantially out. Scattered outages are also reported in Marin County, and a large number of outages reported around Alameda and Contra Costa County. One thing they wanted us to pass along to you is that if you smell gas and you know where the cutoff valve is for your gas supply system, you should go to it and shut off the system. But they emphasize only if you smell gas. Otherwise, you should leave it alone.
All right, back to those pictures. You can see collapsed buildings and the fire here. This is at Divisadero and Jefferson in the Marina district of San Francisco. It appears to be an apartment building. There are many apartment buildings in that area, and that apparently was a large one. That looks like about a square block in flames. A report that we had earlier, Dan Rather was talking to an expert in the field of geology, who said that this earthquake in intensity is equal to the Armenian earthquake, to give you an idea of how strong it was.
Of course, Dave, we can't emphasize enough that most of the fires following an earthquake are because of broken gas lines. So again, if you smell gas and you know where the cutoff valve is, you should shut it off. Otherwise, PG&E says leave it alone. Now, Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, they say, is okay. The earthquake was felt there. At the time, they had 1 operating unit up, and 1 unit was down for routine maintenance and refueling. They did report a so-called unusual event was declared when the earthquake hit, but that's a routine measure taken when they feel any kind of a tremor at a nuclear power plant. Once again, Diablo Canyon is okay, although the earthquake was felt there. They are checking just to make sure. They have 2 operating units. PG&E does at the Hunters Point power plant. The problem is going to be not the plant, but getting the power to the customers. And they were unable to estimate for us whether that would be a matter of hours or days. They just don't know at this time. Even the headquarters building at PG&E is on emergency power.
Well, you can see this fire. If you go back to 1906, the legendary earthquake of San Francisco, look at the building in front of it, tilted on its side. You can see where it's collapsed to the left of our picture. But it was the fire, really, more than the earthquake that caused the great extensive damage in San Francisco in 1906.
Absolutely. And that will be the case once again in the event of if a magnitude 8 or greater earthquake hit. They estimate that there could be anywhere from $3 to $5 billion damage in San Francisco, again, mostly from fire.
All right, we have some reports. We have been told that all the bridges were closed, but I now have a report that the Golden Gate Bridge has remained open. So that at least the access from San Francisco north into Marin County is still working, up where you live. The Embarcadero Freeway, the Central Freeway are closed here in downtown San Francisco. Highway 17, which is the roadway that goes from San Jose over the mountains to Santa Cruz, the Summit Road, Highway 9 is closed. And we have reports and some pictures coming in from San Francisco International, our airport. And we should have them for you in just a moment. Our first indication is a report that the ceiling of the International Terminal has collapsed. The International Terminal is the oldest building at SFO. The new terminals are built to either side of it. Well, you can see a partial collapse of the ceiling. So it's not as bad as this first cryptic note would indicate. Still, I wouldn't want to be standing underneath that when it gave way. At the airport, we're still trying to establish the situation for the runways, whether or not aircraft are being allowed in and out of the airport. Our runways are built over fill in the bay, and they have to close them occasionally because of the tide going in and out, and the runways becoming too rippled, and they have to straighten them out again. Now, with an earthquake like this, we may be faced with the same situation, and it's ironic because they just finished working on the main departure runways at San Francisco International. We have a report coming up here in just about another, 20 seconds, 15 seconds from now. As you can see, that everything looks okay here, closed down, obviously. I'd close it down and leave, too, if I was going through a shake like we had in San Francisco this afternoon. It happened at 5:05, which is, the good news is that a lot of people were out of the high-rise buildings in downtown San Francisco. The bad news is they were headed home, and some of the freeway systems, as you've seen, have collapsed. We are still waiting for that interview. This is raw tape that has just been brought back to us, and how they got it back here, I don't know, because the freeway system has been effectively closed down over much of the area. As you can see, the entire building has been evacuated, and here comes that report.
I want to get to reading.
Your name first.
I'm Joe Garfus, and I'm from Garfus, G-Y-A-R-F-A-S.
Where are you from?
Spokane, Washington.
From the beginning, what happened? Hold on.
Well, we went in to get a deli sandwich waiting on the flight, and we sat down next to the big windows out there and felt the rumble, and I told my wife that we got to get away from here, and we went under the doorway, but before we could do that, stuff was coming down and hit me in the back a little bit. Didn't hurt.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. You need it. Your name?
Marion Johnson. I'm retired colonel, Air Force.
What happened inside there?
Well, I was sitting there drinking up here, and it just shooking like holy hell. The whole damn floor started shaking, and the table started shaking, and the beer things were on the floor, and the ceiling came down. That's pretty bad. I predicted. Everybody jumped up and got out. I hit the deck and got under the table.
I'll bet they got out. I mentioned a moment ago the Golden Gate Bridge was open, and as you can see, traffic is moving very light, which would be a surprise because this would be one of the few ways to easily get out of San Francisco right now. The freeway system headed down the peninsula. The double-decker structures, some of which have collapsed or partially collapsed, would close them. The Bay Bridge, because of a major collapse of the entire roadway of the upper deck, is completely shut down. But here you are, the Golden Gate Bridge, one of the famous landmarks of the world, still built to, they said when they built it, it would endure, and sure enough, it endured today, better than any of the other bridges from the looks of it. And I'm sure that they wouldn't have allowed those cars across it if they didn't have complete confidence in the fact that it was safe to travel. The Kings City area south of us, the emergency defense people say that Hollister suffered the major damage. That's south of San Jose and is sort of unofficially the earthquake capital of California. They have earthquakes so often there, they oftentimes don't bother unless they're really a shake. But I imagine today it really got their attention. A high school in the Hollister area has been destroyed by fire as a result of that earthquake. Reports coming into us now, PG&E station at Moss Landing, which is on Monterey Bay between San Francisco and Monterey. It's been shut down by the earthquake. 3 over ramps have collapsed on Highway 101 in the Santa Clara area. Lots of traffic at 5 minutes past 5 in the afternoon when this earthquake hit. We'll be trying to bring further details for you. Good Samaritan Hospital in San Jose inundated with patients, we're told. The shake was violent in San Francisco, perhaps more violent as you, well, logically it would be more violent as you get closer to the epicenter, and that San Jose would be much closer to Hollister than we are. In Watsonville, the fire department, you can see smoke across the city, and we have an earthquake tip for you if you're watching now and stunned and wondering what to do. Be sure you check for fire or fire hazard, gas leaks, damaged wiring, down power lines, damaged chimneys. These all seem like very logical things, but when you go through an earthquake, as we did just an hour and a half ago, you know that a lot of people are emotionally shaken as well as physically shaken, and sometimes the obvious doesn't occur to you. But check for the gas leaks especially. Do not check for gas leaks with a match. As silly as that might sound, you know, we've had stories of people doing this. So we remind you, just in case, do not turn on the gas. Wait for the power company, and it'll be a long wait. There are going to be a lot of people needing help. Do not use lighters or any open flame until you check for gas leaks. San Francisco City Hall, this report just in, San Francisco City Hall has been closed. No one is allowed in or out until the building can be inspected. That is right in the heart of San Francisco, and a very large building. Food and water check as we continue our emergency tips for you. Don't eat or drink anything from open containers near broken glass. If the power is off, use foods that will spoil quickly first. We have for you further tips. We're making this up as we go along, as you can imagine. This is all going together piece by piece, section by section, as we get the word. Use barbecues or camp stoves outdoors, checking for gas leaks first. If you have to cook some food, if the water is off, use supplies from the water heater, the toilet tank, melted ice cubes, or canned vegetables. This could be a long time before we get back to what even closely approximates normal. So that's something to keep in mind. Right after the earthquake, I checked the water here in the building at Embarcadero Center, and we still had water as of then, and hopefully most of the area still does. Back out to the fire there. You see the one remaining building from the exposition of 1915, and behind it, that huge fire, the building that collapsed, and the building to its right, if you haven't seen these pictures before, is tilted dramatically on its side from the earthquake, partially collapsed.
We have reports that the water mains are cracked in the area, and that's making it extremely difficult for firefighters to handle.
Water mains have been cracked in that area. That's why they're having such a hard time knocking this one down. However, as a result of the earthquake of 1906, water cisterns are built into key areas around the city. So if the water lines fail, as they did in 1906, they still have a source of water. So at least they have a fighting chance, but obviously the fight is not going well in that picture that you see. Brian Sussman, our meteorologist, has been checking out. You showed us the pictures on your seismograph. And now what?
Well, I've been in touch with friends in the South Bay, trying to make phone contact down there with my own personal family members, friends, trying to get information as to what's happening. Unfortunately, phone lines are down or just hard to get through altogether. I did hear you mention a moment ago that the power plant at Moss Landing, which provides power for much of that area, is shut down. Service at this point. In Santa Clara, I am told that 3 overpasses on 101 have collapsed. That's definitely a problem.
And that's at key. Would that be on the 280 freeway?
That would be on 101.
Down closer to the bay.
Yes. Police in Santa Clara have also been
we can just hold this up and you can kind of show us what you're talking about.
If we get a close shot on this, it may do us well. To put things into perspective, I'll use my pen as a crude pointer. You can see the San Francisco area here. This line would be the San Andreas fault line. On this side, you have the Pacific plate. On this side, the North American plate. And it's along this fault line that the Pacific plate is moving this way, the North American plate moving that way. You have movement, kind of a transverse fault line here that does cause for a lot of seismic activity. The center, the epicenter, would be somewhere off the map, apparently in the Hollister area, extreme South Bay location. We mentioned earlier the earthquake, about a 7.0 on the Richter scale, and that is about 100 times in intensity of what we saw in the last couple of months around the Los Gatos area. A lot of people are talking about what can we expect in the way of aftershocks.
We've already felt several.
We have felt several, and we can continue to expect to feel more over the next 48 to perhaps even 78 hours. Generally speaking, again, this is not an exact science, so you have to use generalities. Generally speaking, the earthquakes that will follow will be less intense than the initial blast. However, maybe 10 or 15% of the time, as you look at earthquake activity around the world, you can get an aftershock that is just as strong or perhaps even stronger than the initial jolt. But most of the time, they decrease in intensity, and it happens rather quickly after the initial jolt.
Even so, the buildings that have been weakened, the freeway structures that have been weakened by the initial earthquake, it wouldn't take something that strong to cause further problems.
We have seen extreme weakening. We have seen extreme damage. And at this point in time, we don't need anything other than what we have received. I was mentioning...
Before you do, a report of a major gas leak at Chestnut and Alhambra, Chestnut and Alhambra in San Francisco. If you're in that area, that might be a good place to leave for the time being. And we're still checking. You haven't got a cause yet on that spectacular Marina fire we showed you a moment ago.
I mentioned that in Santa Clara, because of the problems there on Highway 101 with overpasses down, I have had a report from somebody working at KNTV, the television station in the South Bay, that Santa Clara police have been allowed to commandeer personal vehicles to transport emergency victims. So that tells you the seriousness of the situation.
And the report we had a while ago of the National Guard now being put on alert to move in should that be needed.
We'll continue checking with some of the sources I have around the area, talk with some experts, and as we get more information that the public needs to hear, I'll be back with you.
All right. I hope you come back with some good news. So far, we have not had a lot of good news. Well, we have in a sense that many of the bridges and buildings and commercial buildings have withstood this earthquake rather well. There was a point when they went through and had earthquake rehabilitation of the schools in the Bay Area, and a lot of arguing back and forth about the cost of that and the necessity of that. But I would imagine that today a lot of people are very pleased and comforted by the fact that we took that step. Again, here's what we know about the earthquake. The Seismographic Center at Berkeley is now putting the strength at about 7.0. This is repetitious for you if you've been watching it, but there are many people joining us as we go along. The Office of Emergency Services is putting it officially at 6.9. It hit at 5:04 this afternoon. It was centered near Hollister. The exact epicenter is being placed nearby at Lake Elsman. That's in the Santa Cruz Mountains. The damage, we're told, is severe. A 30-foot portion of the Bay Bridge's upper deck collapsed onto the lower deck at the cantilever section. That's on the Oakland side. There have been Coast Guard boats sighted underneath the bridge, apparently looking for victims that might have been thrown from the bridge in that. All the bridges over the Bay Area are closed right now, with the exception of the Golden Gate Bridge. We showed you a few moments ago, traffic still moving there. The Embarcadero Freeway in San Francisco, right downtown and along the waterfront, is also closed, as well as the Central Freeway, which links up the eastern and western parts of the city through the Central Corridor. San Francisco Airport has been evacuated. Officials are also evacuating thousands of fans from Candlestick Park. The World Series has been canceled for the time being. There's also that major fire we've been showing you in San Francisco's Marina district, reportedly burning in a collapsed apartment building on Divisadero. Apparently, several buildings in that area have collapsed. We saw at least one other very large building partially collapsed in the East Bay. A section of the Nimitz Freeway has also collapsed in the Cypress section of West Oakland. Spokesmen of Peralta Hospital in Oakland say that their hospital has been evacuated. Manuel Ramos, our reporter, checking in again.
We have some more pictures and some sound from the financial district. What you're going to see right now is some actual damage. So they're going to be unbelievable if we haven't seen it yet. The first thing, look at this building right here. It looks like it just blew out right there.
That's one of the old, long-time buildings in downtown San Francisco.
That's what's left of it.
And that's one of the few left from the urban renewal.
It's down there. That street has just been cleared out. It's near Harrington's, the old end. There's more damage on the street. Some of the streets have been roped off. That's what's causing some of the traffic jams down in that area. Windows blown out again. You can see some of that. It's amazing that people weren't hurt in this day, but more anyway. You can see those wires down. That's causing some of our power outages we've seen right there. They are down right there and going along on that thing. Look at this picture right here. This is another part of this building that's going...
That entire corner facade fell. It looks as though the building next to it just hit it and knocked that off.
Now remember, there are people in there right now. Look at these people talking about... Listen to this description from an eyewitness who was in that building at the time.
Standing by the window and saw everything shaking, and then all of a sudden saw a ton of concrete come crashing down into the street, and it exploded as it hit the street. There wasn't anybody standing around, but it almost looked like a war had broken out. All the while, the building was just shaking back and forth pretty violently. I thought it was the big one.
I bet it was a big one, too.
Yeah, I think that's a bet you could safely take. A big one, all right, possibly the largest earthquake since 1906, and as we've been saying, to put it in perspective, equal to the Armenian earthquake, and we remember the damage done there. We have reports of people trapped in the elevators in the Bay Area, in those high rises, and elevator operators are urged to report to work to try and rectify that situation as best they can. The elevator companies are really going to be busy in downtown San Francisco. Coming up, we have some tape just in from 5th and Bluxom, an old warehouse that collapsed south of Market. This is one building. 5 more are believed under rubble. One person, we're told, was injured in all of this. And this is an old area that has become very fashionable for film companies and for lots of boutique shops or areas that need large areas. You see the one injured person being taken to the ambulance. The one good thing, if you had to be hurt, San Francisco General, in the heart of San Francisco, is one of the best trauma centers in the entire world. So if they're off to San Francisco General, they'll be in very good hands. Let's see. You got some more. Highway 280 in San Jose. It's one of the most beautiful freeways in the world. Won an award for that as it goes along the Crystal Springs Reservoir area, which is very close to the San Andreas Fault, which gave way today with resounding effect. Highway 280 in San Jose has now been closed because part of it buckled, not surprising because of its proximity to the fault line. We just got word that no BART trains, Bay Area Rapid Transit trains, are stuck under the bay in the tunnel that takes them under the bay. That's a godsend. All trains are out of the Transbay Tube, and BART, for the time being, is shut down. Red Cross has set up an emergency center at the Marina Middle School. That's number 2 Jefferson at Divisadero. So an emergency center, if someone you know needs help, the Red Cross is on hand, as they always are in emergencies like this. And just that fast, in less than 2 hours, have set up their emergency center.
Specifically for people in the area that fire...
This is for people in the area of that fire that we told you about near the Palace of Fine Arts. And so it goes. The story continues to develop. It's much like peeling back a meteorological artichoke. You keep taking those leaves off, and there's more to be told. And the story continues to be filtering into us here. The Office of Emergency Services is asking people not to light any fires, don't strike any matches because of possibility of gas leaks in their homes or gas leaks in the places where they work. Do not light a fireplace fire. Do not, under any circumstances, for the time being, it may be something you want to do, but we have a home video report. This is becoming very big now, home video cameras on the scene, and we have a report of the Bay Bridge just after it collapsed. This was taken from a boat very near the scene. And there you see it, that huge section, what is it, 30-foot section of the upper deck completely falling to the lower deck. You can imagine what it must have been like to be in a boat watching this happen.
You can see people there now.
Yeah, you can see somebody looking over the edge of the top deck and people on the lower deck. As we heard from Abby Malmed, one of our producers here at Channel 5, the people on the lower deck kept going until the traffic backed up, where it was completely stopped by this collapse, and then were able to turn around and drive back off the bridge. And got off, shaken, but alive and well. We've been reminding people to check their water heaters. If it has not been damaged, it contains good drinking water. If it has fallen over, it may have broken a gas line or an electric line. There's local codes that insist on putting a strap around the water heater to hold it into place just for this kind of an eventuality, and hopefully many more water heaters are intact than would have been had that not been put into effect. Turn off the stove, the washing machine, other appliances that were operating when the earthquake hit, check for damage. Here you can see the map of the South Bay. 280, as it goes down there, intersects with 85. That section down below is buckled in that report we got a moment ago, and so the 280 freeway has been closed. Hollister, you see the arrow pointing off to the right, south and east of San Jose, the earthquake capital, as it has been called, and you'll be hearing many times tonight. 7, that's what they're saying. 7, the epicenter, as you see, just east and north of Santa Cruz on Monterey Bay. And that's where it all started, and we felt it strongly, and it's been felt all the way north to Mendocino County, which is many miles north in California, and as far as south as San Diego, down at the Mexican border. So the shake has really made itself felt over an amazingly widespread area. We report earthquakes not routinely. None of them are what you'd call routine, but we report them often, and never, even the Silmar earthquake, as bad as it was, when we reported that, it was down in Los Angeles, so I guess it didn't seem as bad to us, but if we were in Los Angeles, we would be thinking that it probably was just about as bad as this one. More word coming in, both Stanford and, I'm trying to read upside down, and I'm not doing too well. Both Stanford and Cal?
Stanford and Cal football teams. Cal
football teams.
Told our sports department that they felt the quake. However, they actually both kept practicing for 45 minutes until they realized the enormity of what had happened.
Oh, I see. I don't know if you could hear that or not, but Larry Kroner, who's getting information for me, said our sports department found out that both Cal and Stanford were practicing, getting ready for the weekend game, and they kept practicing for 45 minutes until they realized the enormity of what had happened, and now practice is over right now and out, and they're headed out of the area. Track damage in Oakland. All Amtrak trains have been stopped. The Amtrak trains come into Oakland up to the bay, but they won't be doing that tonight. And we also have tracks that run Caltrain rather, up from San Jose to San Francisco. We don't have any reports on the tracks on the peninsula, but chances are that they may be out too.
Tracks all around the area.
Because tracks all around the area are out of alignment. The Marriott Hotel you saw down in Burlingame, that's about 30 miles south. Jerry Grant was down there and showed that the high portion of the building in the center under the entrance was buckled from the earthquake. So Burlingame, that area felt the earthquake from San Francisco's earthquake of 1906, but the buildings then were wooden and usually 1 or 2 stories, and they didn't have the kind of potential for damage that they have now. Farther south in the San Mateo area, we have an unconfirmed report that the 3rd floor of the Hillsdale Mall, a large shopping mall on the peninsula, had collapsed or partially collapsed. We're still trying to confirm that. Again, telephone service is almost completely out here. Hard to get through to anyone to confirm. And our reporters, in some cases, literally running tape back so that we can get it on the air for you. Again, what we know about the earthquake, the Seismographic Center at Berkeley, putting it at 7.0. The Office of Emergency Services putting it 6.9. Originally, it was 6.5. That was a word from the seismology section, seismology department at the University of California, but then the earthquake so intense, it knocked their equipment offline, so they had only a rough figure, and we're starting to see that change. The earthquake, yes?
We're now told that the firefighters are unable to get control of the fire in the Marina district.
The Marina fire that we've been showing you, they cannot get control of it.
They're telling us that it's already engulfing a 1-block section. They just don't seem to have enough water. The water mains cracked in the area, and they're having a very difficult time fighting it.
I wonder if they'll be able to bring in some of the forest firefighting equipment, the helicopters with the large dishes. They could scoop up water from the bay and quickly take it over there. Perhaps that would help, but I don't know. The fire season being over, I don't know if they have those units online or not. That fire, now a one-block section of the Marina, as you may have heard Larry say, completely out of control in Divisadero, and they can't get the water to put it out. And of course, that is the greatest fear in San Francisco, based on what happened in 1906, when the earthquake was bad enough, but the fire that followed was the real tragedy that leveled the city. And it was interesting to see how fast San Francisco recovered from that earthquake and how long it will take us to recover from this one. The reports that come in have showed us widespread damage, but I remember pictures from the 1906 earthquake of downtown San Francisco, where entire buildings, all that was left were the metal scaffold, or the metal spine of the building itself, and we haven't seen anything nearly approaching that in the downtown San Francisco footage that we've been able to show you.
It's good warning for people.
Lots of electrical wires down. Fire officials are warning, do not touch the wires. In some cases, the power is out, but you have no way of knowing, of course. With all of those wires down, and we've showed you some of that and some of the tape that has come back to the station, do not touch the wires. Do not go near them. And Tomas Roman, one of our reporters in the field, and where is Tomas? Well, why don't we just go to him and I'll find out. Hello, Tomas.
Yes, I hear you now. I'm having a little trouble with the audio out here. We're right on Townsend Street, just on an alley between 6th and 7th Street, just off of Townsend. It's called Bloxham. Here, a portion of a building has fallen down, and it's fallen on some cars. Right now, the reports are that we have 6 people dead. We were told that the earthquake, by an eyewitness, that as he was walking outside, he saw the building start to shudder, and all of a sudden bricks started to come down. He believed that a couple of his friends leaving work are trapped in the cars. Right now, firefighters are here trying to get through the rubble to just get to the bodies. They've recovered 2 bodies, and they're still back in back of us right now in the dark, basically trying to get the other bodies out. We have reports again that there are 6 fatalities here, 6 fatalities, and they were people who were working in the building. The people worked in a mercantile building, working with fabrics of some kind. Reporting live off Townsend in San Francisco, I'm Tomas Roman. Back to you.
Thank you, Tomas. I need to warn you that we are getting tape in here, and we're putting it on the air as soon as we get it. Some of it, I'm told, is gory, and you might want to be prepared for that. We have no way of knowing, because as the tape comes in, we get it on the air. We haven't had a chance to review it or edit it. Report now that the ferries leaving San Francisco for Sausalito and Tiburon and Larkspur are up in Marin County, north of San Francisco, are packed with people trying to get out of town. Ironic that the bridges with the ferries largely out of service over the years and have just started to make a comeback thanks to the Golden Gate Bridge District maintaining that ferry service, and that's one of the ways of possibly getting in or out of San Francisco tonight.
Another travel update. The tunnel that connects the Richmond district with the bridge approach.
Wait a second. I don't need to. You can speak for yourself.
Well, we just have an update for people traveling in San Francisco or trying to get around, and that's that the tunnel that connects Doyle Drive and the Golden Gate Bridge approach with the Richmond district, with Lake Street and Park Presidio in the Richmond, that tunnel is now closed. We have reports of damage to the roadway, as yet unconfirmed as to which side of the tunnel the damage is, but it may be the elevated roadway that's in the Presidio side of the tunnel, and that tunnel is now closed, so anyone who is out there driving should stay away from that area. It's shut down.
Doyle Drive.
No update on Doyle Drive.
No, Doyle Drive is the major access to the Golden Gate Bridge from the Marina along the waterfront, and it's at one point is built on a high metal, well, I'd say scaffolding for want of a better word, but superstructure underpinning, and it will be interesting with what we find out. Apparently, it must be open, or something has got to be open, because we saw those cars traveling across the bridge. However, far fewer cars than one would expect at this hour, and especially following a major earthquake such as this one. Anything new to report? Craig, you want to come in here and tell me what you found out? Craig Miller, our business reporter, who's taking emergency reporting duties now.
Well, what I've been trying to do is reach some of the secondary contacts you might think of after the emergency tier, the people like PG&E and the phone company, even the Pacific Stock Exchange, to find out if they'll be trading tomorrow. Don't know the answer to that, but can't even get through to the phone company at this point to get an update. Now, PG&E did tell me about 20 minutes ago that all of San Francisco, the power to the entire city, virtually the entire city, was out at that time, and that they had scattered outages in Marin County and a large number of outages in Contra Costa and Alameda County. It begins to look like Marin County escaped the worst of this, both from the road reports, the damage reports, and the power outages. They also said that Diablo Canyon power plant is okay as far as they know, that an unusual event, as they call it, was declared there when they felt the tremor, because the earthquake was felt. However, as far as they know, no damage was sustained. They had one unit operating at the time, another one down for maintenance. They're checking further. They'll let us know. But as to these residential and commercial power outages, they were unable to tell me whether it would be hours, days, or what before power is restored. For instance, in San Francisco, the 100-point power plant is up and operating with 2 units, but the problem is getting the power out through the grid. They're not able to do that right now. So there are no time estimates on when power would be restored as of, again, about a half hour ago when we talked to PG&E. They did want us to emphasize that you should not attempt to shut off your gas unless you smell gas, because it would apparently create a bigger problem if everybody shuts off their gas.
Then the whole system would back up.
Right. But if you do smell gas and you know where the cutoff valve is, you should go and take care of that. That's the information they gave us.
All right, and again, our safety check. Check for gas, but don't check with a match. As strange as it seems, you know, it's dark here now, and people, without thinking, might instinctively light a match, and that would be the worst thing to do, and perhaps the last thing you do. Do not turn on gas. Wait for the power company if it's turned off. Do not use lighters or any open flame until you check for gas leaks. And they put a very strong odor into the gas system just for that reason. So if there's a gas leak, it should be very, very noticeable to you.
And it should be pointed out, too, that over the past several years, a lot of money has been put into devices to catch this gas line break just in this event, shut off the line.
We did a report on that. It's, what, an automatic shutoff valve.
You can buy such a thing from various companies that provide them that in the event of any unusual trauma to the gas line will automatically cut off the supply. Those have been available and have been installed. But you know, Dave, as we found out today, I'm sure it's the kind of thing people don't give much thought to until after the event.
Well, you know, we've had specials on earthquake preparedness. Every time there's a major earthquake somewhere, we always follow up and try to tell people or help people understand what they should be prepared for. And yet I know for all of us, it's maybe living on the fault line as close as we do, it's almost the unthinkable, and unfortunately many people don't follow through and take the next step. Well, there are too many
intrusions from our day-to-day lives, too much business at hand to think about something that might happen a year or 50 years from now. One thing we will be doing, of course, you can bet over the next 24 hours, is getting in touch with insurance companies and find out what kind of money is going to be out there to pay for the damage that did occur and when that's going to happen.
Think about all the people you've done reports about earthquake insurance.
And we know that the majority of California homeowners do not have earthquake insurance, partly because it's expensive, partly because it doesn't kick in until you get perhaps 10% of the value of your home in damages. Now, it's possible in an earthquake of this magnitude that some people had that happen, but it's been a very thorny problem and one that neither the insurance companies or the government has been able to tackle.
For something as big as a potential problem as an earthquake, the companies, insurance companies do what they call sharing the risk.
They try to spread the risk around. They try to set aside reserves, but they don't like to set aside too many reserves because they're taxed on the money. And so the insurance industry has been trying to push through a federal pooling program to set up something akin to the, let's say, the banking system's insurance fund, a pool of money that would be available in a catastrophic event. But that has not happened yet. That will not be available in this event, and we have to say that the people we talked to who came through the Whittier quake in Southern California were not happy with either the response from many of the insurance companies, particularly from the government. They say you expect disaster relief to be there. They say in many cases it was not. Looks like you have some other information.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how soon we hear from Washington about that, or from Governor Duke Majan. Of course, we couldn't hear very much right now because you couldn't get a phone line through.
I have not been able to reach the Office of Emergency Services yet.
Now, word just in that MacArthur Tunnel in San Francisco did collapse, and cars were inside. We have no report at this point. We can't confirm any injuries. But MacArthur Tunnel in San Francisco.
That's the tunnel over there.
That is the tunnel that Larry was talking about a few moments ago over by the Presidio.
Also, the CHP is confirming.
All right, one confirmed dead on the Bay Bridge lower deck, where we saw that roadway collapse, from the top roadway collapse onto the lower.
The person was driving underneath.
The car was driving underneath, was hit by that section as it fell. And that bridge, which is the main access from San Francisco to the east, is going to be shut down for a long time.
So updates on BART and the
San Mateo Bridge to the south of the Bay Bridge, which is also a very busy bridgeway because of the development as it's moved south from Oakland and San Francisco down towards San Jose. More and more traffic all the time. San Mateo Bridge is closed. Damage to the concrete supports. This is a fairly new bridge within the last, 15 years or so? I can't recall, but it's a fairly new bridge, and so it probably was designed to the most recent earthquake standards. Word is in, no damage to the Transbay BART tube. They've gone through the tube, they've checked it out, and it's okay. Is that right, Larry? Right. All right. Well, we have some good things to report. Unfortunately, as this night unfolds, we'll have more unpleasant things to report.
An interview with a seismic expert from the network that we can go to now.
This is the interview Dan Rather had with the seismic expert. All right, this was, maybe an hour or so ago. He was able to get some interesting information, very important to you if you're here in the Bay Area tonight.
Kate Hutton from Los Angeles Caltech, the seismologist, is there and is on the telephone with us, I believe. No, we actually have her up. Thank you very much for being with us. What do you know that we should know, please?
Okay, well, we don't know too much at this point. The best magnitude that's going around is from the National Earthquake Information Service, and that's 6.9. I've been told by Berkeley Seismographic Station that the earthquake was on the San Andreas Fault about 10 miles north of Santa Cruz.
Now, you make a life's work of studying earthquakes. With an earthquake of 6.9 on the Richter scale, tell us what you know about the history of such quakes and how much damage, when all is said and done, we can prepare ourselves for.
What's your name? Well, I'm not very surprised at the level of damage that I'm seeing on the television. It's a fairly large earthquake. It's a factor of 10 in ground motion more than the Whittier Narrows earthquake that we had in 1987. It's not as large as the 1906 earthquake in San Francisco, of course, which was magnitude 8.
We mentioned that earlier, but perhaps you can clear it up. First of all, the Richter scale was not around at the time of the San Francisco earthquake in 1906, but as best anybody can judge, it would have measured at least 8.2 or 8.3 on the Richter scale, and possibly as high as 9.1 or 2. Is that correct?
Actually, there are several estimates of the magnitude of the 1906 earthquake, and they range from about 7.9 up to about 8.2 or 8.3. It's not as large as 9, for sure.
That's right. But since we have you, and you're an expert in the field, allow us to pause and say, for those who just joined us, this is CBS News live coverage of the strong major earthquake that hit Northern California this evening. Dan Rather speaking to Miss Hutton of Caltech. Hutton, we're told that an earthquake of 3.5 on the Richter scale can cause slight damage, an earthquake in the area of 6, severe damage, and that, generally speaking, a 7 reading or anything near it is, quote, a major earthquake, quote, capable of widespread heavy damage, unquote. Now, does that match what you've studied and know?
Okay, well, one thing that San Francisco has in its favor with this is the distance. The quake was in the Santa Cruz Mountains, which is a fair distance from San Francisco. On the other hand, however, the soft sediments in the San Francisco Bay Area probably amplified the damage, so it's really too early to make any definite comments on that.
Sutton, in February of 1971, in the San Fernando Valley, there was an earthquake of 6.5 on the Richter scale. Double check me as we go along here with our facts. And according to the Old Farmer's Almanac, there were from that 65 deaths. Does that pretty much match what you remember about that earthquake?
That's about right, yeah. Most of the deaths were within the collapse of one unreinforced masonry hospital wing. So usually the damage, most of the damage is unreinforced masonry in earthquakes in California. So, and I guess the freeway bridges are the ones that seem to be hitting the news on this, but there may be more in terms of older structures in the city.
Right. Important to say, perhaps, and point out that since 1971, we've learned a lot about how to protect ourselves against earthquakes, and as you pointed out, that in that 1971 California earthquake, that was 6 point...
All right, we're back now from Dan Rather's interview, and in a short time we'll be going to Dan Rather live in New York as he continues to cover this story. But in the interim, we're going to Kate Kelly, who's in the weather office right now, who is trying to pick up bits and pieces of this story. Kate, what have you found?
Well, Dave, we set up a camera here in the weather office, and Brian Sussman, who is from the South Bay and who has numerous contacts there, has been on the phone and has been able to get some information that is pertaining to the South Bay. What have you found out?
One thing that's very interesting and that everybody up here can identify with, everybody in the Bay Area, Highway 17, which of course cuts through the Santa Cruz Mountains, has been closed due to numerous landslides in the area. No reports of any injury or any car-related injuries on that, but we do know that it has been closed due to landslides. Wildfires widespread in the Aldecroft Heights area, which is in the southwest corner of the area, and fire departments are doing nothing to contain that because they're spent handling other duties at this time. Also in Santa Clara and Sunnyvale, the HIT teams are out. The hazardous waste teams are out at this time because of chemicals in the Silicon Valley due to work that goes on there on a day-to-day basis. They want to make sure that everything is contained and it is not a dangerous situation for everybody in the area. That's the latest that we've been able to find out right now as we're grabbing bits and pieces of information on this.
All right, Brian, and I know that we still are on the phone and we'll be making some more calls to the South Bay to get that information.
Absolutely.
The earthquake, from what I understand, has been centered in the Santa Cruz Mountains now. At first I heard Hollister, and now I'm hearing 10 miles north of the Santa Cruz Mountains.
Which would be probably around the Lexington Reservoir area. That has been a real hot spot as far as seismic activity goes over the past couple of years recently. And, you know, when you're talking about earthquakes or plate tectonics, essentially, that is always a precursor. Small earthquakes leading up to a big jolt. And in this case, we have two plates, the Pacific Plate, where the Pacific Ocean is, and the North American Plate, smashing into each other. That's the San Andreas Fault, which goes right down the peninsula towards San Jose and towards Lexington, etc. Those plates are kind of rubbing against each other. We've been seeing small little jolts over the past couple of weeks, months, years, and now a big pop. You can see the graphic that we have behind us. It appears, however, from the most recent information that we have that, again, Hollister is probably not the epicenter. It would be somewhere in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Best guesses we're getting would be around the Lexington Reservoir area, which has been, again, a hotbed of seismic activity, Kate.
I know there's been, when we've been talking about earthquakes in the past before this one hit, that there had been a lot of talk that the next earthquake would be on the Hayward Fault, not the San Andreas, because that is one fault that has not seen a lot of activity, and surprising, this one came on the San Andreas.
And we could, although we don't want this to happen, we could be surprised again, because when you have an earthquake of this magnitude, and a 7.0 on the Richter scale would be considered more than just severe. Widespread damage would be experienced with a 7.0. That's what we're seeing right now. You'll see numerous aftershocks, and as you take a look at earthquakes that occur over a period of time throughout the world, those aftershocks can be just as strong or stronger than the initial jolt. It happens in maybe 10 to 20% of the cases, so we can expect more earthquakes over the next 48 to 72 hours.
All right, I think we're going to go back now to Dave McElhenney, who may have more information for us. Dave?
Thank you, Kate. Yes, they're now pumping water out of San Francisco Bay to fight that fire in the Marina, that block that's on fire and out of control. The firefighters, the water lines were cracked there. They couldn't get enough water to put on it. So now they have gone to the bay and are pumping water from the bay to put out that fire. If you've been with us for any time, you've seen that fire on our videotape, and if you've seen it, you'll never forget it. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission reports to us that there has been no damage to California reactors. An important note to add, and San Jose Airport is now open only to emergency landings, no takeoffs, and San Francisco International is closed for all traffic ingoing and outgoing. Highway 17, Highway 9, Highway 152 to Santa Cruz, all those highways have been closed. And on the peninsula, at northbound 101 at Highway 92, that's that major interchange which was rebuilt just a few years ago. It had been a rickety wooden structure that was starting to rot out. Finally, it had been rebuilt. Now we have a report of major damage. No word on what it is or if it's the interchange itself that is involved over the freeway. But northbound 101 at 92, major damage reported. Well, what a time, Warren.
It really is. Dave, I got a couple of things to add at this point. One, on the Bay Bridge, as we've been reporting throughout the afternoon and showing pictures, a portion of the Bay Bridge is down. We now have 1 death confirmed from that. Also, over in the Marina District, where damage appears to be heavy and there is that fire burning out of control. In addition to the fact that they're now pumping water out of the bay, they believe something has happened called liquefaction. The Marina area is built on landfill, and it's akin to taking some sand with water in it and pounding it like this. It eventually liquefies, and they believe that some of the ground under the Marina area has in fact done that, and they've always predicted that damage under the Marina area would be worse.
And of course, this whole area, the water used to come up to Montgomery Street, so everything from Montgomery Street down to the bay is on fill. We're going to Hank Plant now, who's on the scene of the fire in the Marina. Hank? Well, Hank can't hear me.
Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Check your earpiece there, right there. Just plug it in. He's putting it on now. Can you hear rather? Move out so this guy can get in. Take the mic. All right. Can you hear, Dan? Wait a minute. Hold on. Hey.
We're going to go to Dan Rather now, as soon as we get the line straightened out with Dan in New York. They're in the middle of an interview right now, and they're standing by to plug in to Channel 5 so that they can get direct response from us on what's happening.
In the meantime, now.
In the meantime, 2 confirmed dead now on the Bay Bridge at the scene of the cantilever that collapsed. Hello, Dan. Yes, I am. It's interesting.
Well, clearly we're having a feedback problem there, and Dave, if you're listening, hang with us because we'll try to get that cleared up. This, of course, is live television, and we're stringing together live television coverage in circumstances such as these. A lot of strange things happen, and that was one of them. Now, according to Associated Press, and we're following up now on an AP report that we passed along to you a moment ago, 6 people were crushed to death in the cars. It wasn't just one automobile, but in cars, when part of a very old 4-story brick building toppled onto the vehicles, and Lieutenant Jerry Kilroy of the San Francisco Police Department is the basic source on this story. Now, you're seeing earlier scenes videotaped of damage in the general area of San Francisco where that happened, emphasizing again that thus far nearly all of the photographs and much of the information have come only from the San Francisco area itself. Now, according to the California Office of Emergency Preparedness, these pictures that you were seeing just there were from San Francisco, but according to the California Office of Emergency Preparedness, there are buildings reported down in San Benito and Santa Clara counties. That's been confirmed. How many buildings, we don't know. How tall the buildings were, we don't know. Repeating for emphasis, the tallest building that we know of reported to have collapsed was in the San Francisco area, and it was 4 stories high. Some of the tall skyscrapers and big apartment buildings swayed 7 or 8 feet, but we have no, repeat for emphasis, no reports of any of them collapsing or giving way. Now,
we have Dick Terry with us, photographer from Channel 10 in Sacramento. You were on the bridge when the earthquake hit.
Yes. All of a sudden...
Upper deck, lower deck?
Lower deck. All of a sudden the traffic stopped. People started running at me, and they were saying, get back, get back. head back the other direction.
And so what? You instinctively picked up a camera?
I basically went to the back of my truck, got my camera, and headed the other direction. It wasn't clear immediately what it was. There had been an earthquake, people were saying. And
well, what did you feel on the bridge?
Didn't feel anything. Didn't feel a thing. However, people were saying there's been an accident up there. Other people were saying part of the bridge fell. They said it was a third of a mile to three-quarters of a mile down that.
Excuse me a minute, Dick. Do we have the video?
I think we do. I think it's queued up. You brought video.
Yes.
You brought the tape back to us.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Do we have that ready yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. It'll be ready in a moment. Excuse me for interrupting, Dick, but we want to get that on as soon as we could.
We can come back to it. It's Hank.
All right, let's, can we go to Hank now? Hank Plant in the Marina. You can see the fire burning behind him. Hank?
Mac, it's an incredible scene down here. I'm on the Marina Green. Behind me, you see a fire that is devastating blocks in the Marina. Of course, this is always the danger in an earthquake, not just the quake itself, but what happens afterwards. Also, what's happening down here is a gas leak. Gas spewing liquid gas straight into the air so that a lot of this area has been evacuated. You can smell gas from the Marina here all the way down to Fisherman's Wharf. Cops are trying to get people out of their homes and trying to block off the area with police barricades right now. Cracks in the sidewalk underneath. We understand that when you get close to the fire, there are a lot of houses that are actually tipped sideways, kind of like the Leaning Tower of Pisa here in the Marina. The traffic below is traffic that is trying to get onto the Golden Gate Bridge. There is a 1-hour wait to get onto the bridge, so if you're trying to get onto the bridge from the East Bay, that's what you're faced with. There are some residents we've been talking to down here. One of them is Kelly Linton, who has got no place to go except the Marina Green, right?
That's right. I think we'll be spending the night on Marina Green.
They kicked you out of there, right?
Well, there was gas spewing on our street corner, and yeah, people said you need to leave.
Gas spewing. Now most of us think of gas, we can smell it, but you actually saw it?
Yeah, it was liquid. I mean, I thought it was a water main, but it smelled like gas.
Now, you're out here barefoot. You're here with your child and 2 children, and they're barefoot. You don't have any clothes or any food. What's happening with you?
Well, I mean, we were wishing there was some food on Marina Green at all.
All right, trouble with our signal there. It held up long enough for you to get a pretty graphic idea of what's happening over there in the Marina. Now, we have confirmed now that 6 people are dead in San Francisco at the collapsed warehouse that we told you about at 6th and Bluxom. A platoon of soldiers from Fort Ord is being shipped out, being brought into San Francisco, and as we told you earlier, the National Guard has been put on alert. Margaret King of the San Francisco Unified School District has announced that all San Francisco public schools, K through 12, will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday. They will update for us as we go along after they check out the buildings and make sure they're safe. And after we regain our composure, we'll find out when the schools will be reopened. Now, Dick, Terry, Sacramento Channel 10 cinematographer, who is much more comfortable taking pictures than being in front of the lens.
To say the least.
Do we have the tape up yet? Here it is. This is the tape that you shot just a while ago.
Okay. As you can see, water main was broken going across the bridge. You can see fire in the distance there. This is the section that fell. There were 2 cars going eastbound there as the deck fell. Apparently the people that were in those cars got out safely, and they just ran like heck towards San Francisco.
Can you, well, no, you can't imagine. You can only think you can imagine what it would be like to come that close.
Boy, those people were extremely lucky. As you can see, one of them was eastbound and one of them was westbound.
And that's the car that was crushed down below, or is that one that fell from above?
That fell from above. The one facing to the left came from above, and then the one from the right was eastbound. This was a group of paramedics that were also stopping the traffic, and the victims had already gotten out of there.
Yeah, I this car here, I was on the
What happened here, first of all?
Well, I was on the bus and thought we blew a tire. Turns out, I guess there was a huge earthquake. The bus was swerving. The bus stopped. I looked outside. This is what I saw. I jumped off the bus, ran over and pulled these people out of their cars. There was no injuries. Pretty scary. I only came out with a cut lip, but
how many people in the car?
There was 4 people, 2 people in each car. Everybody came out okay, no problems.
So they just came out, got out and left, huh?
Yeah, yeah, especially the people came from the top side. They hauled real quick once we got them out of the car.
He was in one of the cars?
They hugged each other and just took off.
Just behind, oh, this is the bus that stopped right behind those cars.
Traffic stop, there was a guy riding a bike against traffic. What is wrong with this guy driving against traffic?
People seem to be calm.
I think that they felt that the worst was over at that point, and
I hope they're right.
Just basically the curious.
All right, so now that these are the few people left behind, most of the cars by this time had turned around and had gone back.
They had not turned around. They were told to leave their cars there when the people left.
Oh, they walked off the bridge.
They walked off the bridge, yes.
Yeah.
I see. And how about you? Did you have to walk everything back to us?
Yeah, well, what I did is I took the pictures in the lower level of the bridge. Then I headed back, and I saw a bridge worker coming down from the upper level. I walked up to the upper level. And got some more video from the upper level. And in the meantime, someone from back at Yobo Bueno Island had told the people to head east towards Oakland. And they told those people to head right towards the part of the bridge that...
toward the collapse.
Collapsed. And there was another car later on that headed into that area and basically tried to make it across the bridge and didn't. And I've got some video later on of them attempting a rescue of the person in that car.
Now the car, they went over the side?
Yes, not the side, but went into the area.
Went down into this crevasse.
This is from the upper level.
You know, we've heard reports of the Coast Guard circling around this area trying to see if anyone had been thrown off the bridge. Do you have anything to report on that?
Apparently, I saw a Coast Guard helicopter and rescue boats rescuing one person down below. Now, I don't know, whether that person was alive or not, but there was a person down there, and
somebody was retrieved from the bay. All right, now in a moment, here we are on the upper deck now.
Yeah. Okay, and that is the car that attempted to make it across the span of the bridge.
It's the luck of the draw, just where you happen to be at the moment the earthquake hits. And there's the helicopter you said is searching for people in the bay.
There appears to be somebody down there.
Down just forward of the boats?
Yes. Now, at the time, I didn't pay any attention to that because I was told that everybody was okay. Everybody had left. Okay, this is a Coast Guard helicopter attempting to aid the person in the car that fell into the
that's right beneath the car that we're seeing on the screen.
Right.
And so they came in and were able to lift that person out?
No, eventually you'll see that...
there's not enough open area for him to get in there, apparently.
Apparently he did.
He did?
Apparently he did, yeah. He got in there, and there were some Caltrans people that also pulled up, as you can see.
Oh, now that's tricky flying because you can see those light stanchions every so many feet, and if the rotor were to hit that would be the end of it all right there. So now the rescue crews are out.
So I'm shooting across the span. I'm on the other side of the span.
So you're on the San Francisco side, and you're looking now at the Oakland side.
Yes, facing Oakland.
Now what?
Now the helicopter will take off because it'll get out of the way of the rescue vehicles from Caltrans. It was basically the rescue.
All right, Dick, we're going to leave you briefly to go to Candlestick Park. Barbara Rogers is on the scene there, has been there, was inside Candlestick. when the earthquake hit at 5:04 this afternoon. Barbara?
Yes, Dave, I certainly was and felt the shaking. Immediately, people began to cheer when it hit because they, I don't think, realized how serious it was. And it's amazing right now how calm everybody has been, even though it's been 2.5 hours since that happened. And the traffic, as you can see, if our cameraman will pan off, is just backed up bumper to bumper here trying to get out of Candlestick. On any normal day coming out of the park, if the traffic were this bad, people would be honking their horns and perhaps being a little ill-tempered, but not today. People are in very good spirits, been very calm throughout this whole affair. It was incredible to me that in a stadium with 62,000 people inside at the time, when you had a major earthquake like that and everything started shaking, that even though people were nervous, some of them, there was no panic. People did not crowd for the exits. They sat down in their seats, and most of them did not leave until the officials had called off the game and told them that they had to go. People that we talked to in the parking lot afterwards said, gee, we were hoping to see a game. A lot of people were, of course, making jokes about how this was a good omen for the Giants and that the Giants didn't want to have to play this one today, other kinds of jokes like that. But it's amazing how calm everyone is, even though they're stuck here in traffic. Of course, a lot of these people don't know what's ahead for them. Some of them are, as they pass by, asking us, is there any way to get to the East Bay? Do you know what's going on in the East Bay? Because they have heard reports that the bridge is out and that there are fires going on and that there is damage. So a lot of them don't know what's ahead yet, and perhaps that's why it hasn't set in that it's so serious at this point.
Stand by.
All right, thank you, Barbara. We have an update on the MacArthur Tunnel and the Presidio. The Golden Gate. Larry, why don't you explain this? We're getting conflicting reports from the Bridge District and the Highway Patrol.
Yeah, as you can imagine, we're getting a lot of conflicting reports on some of this information, but the CHP told us earlier that there was a collapse in the tunnel, that there were cars inside, and they were checking to see about getting those cars out and to find out if anyone was hurt. However, we've got new word from the Golden Gate Bridge District, which is that there is no tunnel collapse, that both lanes are open, that traffic is able to move through the tunnel. Still no word on whether anyone's hurt at that scene, and still no word as to what exactly the damage is to the roadway out there near the Presidio, the tunnel that connects the Presidio with the Richmond District over near Lake Street. And that's the latest on that.
All right, as soon as we can get it sorted out, we'll have an update for you. Thank you, Larry. Is Sherry Who ready?
Oh, absolutely.
She is. She's at Highland Hospital, and Doug Murphy is over there. How did you two get there from here?
Mac, we were on this side of the bay, of course, for the World Series tonight. We're here at Highland now, as you said, and Sherry was actually on the bridge when the quake hit. We, Rick Lee, my photographer, and I had just gotten over. We were in the plaza, Jack London Square. Everybody was watching the big screen TV when it hit. And it was a heck of a shake. A big shake for you, too, on the bridge?
Well, actually, we were just minutes off the bridge. We were on 580, and all of a sudden, the van started shaking. We thought, oh, my gosh, do we have a flat tire or something? And everyone's looking around at everyone else, and we see people pulling off the side of the road. And we checked, and then suddenly we hear on the two-way that there's been an earthquake instead, and that was a big surprise for us.
As we said, we were at Jack London Square, so we left there immediately, and we got down to by the 880, the Cypress superstructure there, which has completely collapsed. We have some pictures that we fed back, if we can roll those now. As you can see, it's down for about, and this is an estimate that came from some of the paramedics and some of the Oakland police, 1.5 miles of the superstructure. The upper structure, that would be the structure that heads to the south, has completely collapsed. There were, and there is no firm number right now, there were a number of cars that were on there. The people are trapped inside. A couple of the paramedics said that there are, and they don't again have a number, but there are fatalities on the bridge.
These smashed completely. They got a lot of, I believe they got a lot of dead bodies up there, you know. Because trucks, yeah, there's a lot of people alive. There's a lot of confusion up there. There's a lot of people in there just trapped cars. They can't move and nothing like that. We done pulled out a few people out of here, and what they're doing is they're trying to load, I guess try to open up the cars with those things and get them out.
They're not going to get them out without mega heavy equipment. I don't know.
It's going to be probably a while.
It's going to be a long time. Well, again, those were, that was one of the witnesses there. Also, his name is Larry Gilbert. He was one of the people. And really, everybody in that neighborhood just sprung to action as soon as it happened. A lot of the folks that lived there climbed up the re-rod as they could up the sides of the freeway and getting the people that they could that were trapped in the cars, getting them out and getting them down the side. It was an incredible scene. People just grabbing ropes, anything that was around to lower the people. This before the paramedics could even respond to this situation. Again, there are fatalities there. We don't know the number. We don't know the number of cars, but it was 4 minutes after 5, so it really was during the rush hour. We'd gone through that area 5 minutes before. Traffic wasn't extremely heavy, but there was considerable traffic there. Sherry's with us. She went over to Berkeley where there was a fire and covered some of that area. What'd you see that way?
Well, that seemed to be the major problem in the city of Berkeley. It was Husted's Towing, which is actually an auto and body repair shop. Now, I talked to someone who was not inside, but he said about 5 o'clock is when everyone leaves, but there was apparently one man inside when the quake hit. He tried to start moving some of the cars out of there. No one knows how the fire started yet, but it was major. You could see smoke for miles drifting throughout the city. You could see it from Oakland, probably from the Oakland Hills. We also did a quick tour through Oakland to assess the damage in the city. We saw a lot of broken glass. There was one church at the corner of 40th and Martin Luther King, and it's in danger of collapsing at this point. The police have cordoned off the area, and they're not even letting people walk in front of it for fear if the wall comes down, it'll come down on the sidewalk and anyone who's walking by. Downtown does look like it's a mess. People are calm, we should add right now. People are calm. We've just seen, though, dozens of people trying to get on buses to get home, lined up at payphones, trying to contact people to tell them that they're okay and how to get them because BART has shut down. AC Transit's obviously taxed at this point. Power's out around the lake in many businesses, so people are just basically milling around the streets right now. And when you were up on the Cypress, there are people still there, as we understand. It's been 2.5 hours, and maybe David Kears can fill us in on what they're getting in terms of emergencies here at Highland Hospital.
David Kears is with us from Highland. They've been told, I understand, 30 critical cases expected from there, but that's real preliminary, right?
Yeah, because see, we don't have any direct communication with the command center, so we get our information through Eden Hospital. Eden Hospital is coordinating all the ambulance traffic now, and they will send them to the appropriate hospitals. We think there's about 30 critical care cases we expect. We're getting them now 2 at a time in the ambulance.
What's the situation at the hospital? The hospital's in the East Bay. Are you up? Are you operating? Can you take people what?
We can take them, but there's a limited capacity in most of the Oakland hospitals. Our CAT scanners are down because of the electrical problems, as you can see behind you here. So we have some limited capacity in who we can take. But Eden will redirect all the patients based on what the services are available in the hospital. We believe if they're 30, we'll be able to absorb that 30. We're doing everything we can. We've discharged about 20 people from this hospital so far today. All the staff are just coming in, and all the physicians, all the nurses are coming in droves to prepare up for the emergency.
Once again, having been at the scene of the Cypress superstructure, it is going to be some time before they can get in there because the entire upper deck has collapsed on the lower deck, so it'll be some time before they can get in and get people out, even if they are injured in there. They're going to need some heavy equipment somehow, and they were calling that in. They had set up a triage center at West Grand and at Cypress to determine the severity of the injuries and send them off, and of course some of them will be coming here. And Sherry, as you were saying, when we drove through downtown Oakland, coming from the Cypress area back over here, we saw new structures and old structures, and you just couldn't say why, but randomly walls would be down and spotty damage all over the place. We understand downtown Oakland's about the same.
Absolutely. We've only touched on Berkeley and Oakland right now. We have Supervisor Don Parada of Alameda County. Maybe he can give us a better assessment of what's going on countywide.
Well, apparently we haven't sustained the kind of damage that they're reporting out of San Francisco right now, but our emergency systems are operating. When one system goes down, another one is opening up. The main thing is we've got to get power back on here so we can service the hospital. And police radios are relatively quiet right now, but I think it's really important for people just to stay home and not go out. There's no spectator value here. There's a lot of injured people coming from the Cypress alone, and we need to be able to facilitate the transport to the people who are injured. But so far, it seems like even though it really rocked and rolled here, that we're not sustaining the kind of damage that they have in the city.
There is a situation there, too, that we did see. There are some down power lines in that area. There's a lot of big chunks of concrete, so for anybody that would want to go, don't. It's a dangerous situation for you to go in and around that area by the Cypress superstructure. That's a story here, Matt, now from Highland Hospital.
All right, Sherry and Doug, thank you very much. And as soon as you have something new, call us back up and we'll get you right on the air.
Okay, Matt.
Right now, we're going to Lieutenant Jim Molinari of the San Francisco Fire Department. He's on the phone at the Hall of Justice Command Center. Jim? Well, once again, we are having problems with our phone system. It comes and it goes throughout the evening. Doug was mentioning the collapse of the roadway at the cantilever on the Bay Bridge. We've been showing you pictures of that. We now have some amateur video of a car falling into the collapsed part of the bridge right after it happened. The witness says the cars were sent through by Caltrans after the quake. We can't confirm that, of course, but that's what we were told by someone who was on the scene. You can see they didn't have a clue. The surprise is that they couldn't see what had happened. Now that must be the car that we saw from Dick Terry, the Channel 10 photographer that we saw up close just a little while ago. This is what happened leading up to that. The thought was that they had been trapped when the collapse occurred, that they had driven in, but now it looks like they had just driven on much after the collapse. Back here, Craig Miller is with us, and
one possible explanation for our difficulties we're having with our phone links tonight. We were able to reach Pacific Bell, and the news is mostly good, but the one thing they specifically asked us to pass on to you is perhaps the most difficult thing to ask of you right now, and that is, please don't use the telephone unless it's an urgent, essential, I would almost say emergency phone call. Here's the reason. The phone company itself has lost electrical power and is running the phone system right now with emergency generator power. It is sufficient to keep the phone system going in a minimal sort of way, but not if everybody is using the phone to try to let their loved ones around the country know that they are okay, which of course is among your first thoughts. The phone company did incur some building and facility damage itself. No estimate on that, but they say the switching network is largely intact, and phone system, phone service will be maintained as long as everybody doesn't try to use the phone at once.
So it's the best possible scenario of a worst case situation.
They came through it, and another bit of good news, this one from PG&E. We updated that situation a few minutes ago. PG&E says now that the gas line distribution system, and this is critical, in the aftermath of an earthquake came through largely unscathed. That most of the problem will be with the electrical distribution system. They have over 100,000 miles of electrical lines around Northern California, many miles of those in the Bay Area, and they as yet have no estimate of when power will be restored.
Well, that note just came in, so you might want to read that.
This says that from PG&E again that we should not expect gas, electric, or water service to be restored for at least 72 hours. Well, this is the figure that is usually bandied about by experts when they're trying to predict the aftermath of a major earthquake. When they say major day, they usually base their estimates on history and an 8 magnitude earthquake, which of course we should point out this was not. This was, what, a 6.9?
Well, possibly a 7, but certainly not nearly as strong as an 8.
Much smaller than an 8. And I'm not certain if that information handed me was an estimate based on those previous kind of thumbnail, sketches that they've done on the aftermath of an earthquake, or if that's an actual estimate, but 72 hours is the rule of thumb in a situation like that.
And with any luck, at least some of the service will be restored before that, but you better be prepared for that to be the case.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Craig.
We understand that we do want to take a look briefly at what happened on Wall Street today, in
the other big story.
Shifted to another market, the currency market. After picking up in value over the past few weeks, the American dollar dropped today.
Everyone's a little worried. It's a skittish market in general.
Worried by more bad economic news. The U.S. trade deficit rose in August to $10.75 billion, up a surprising 31%, the biggest gap this year, as Americans kept buying more from abroad, primarily foreign cars and machinery, and selling less to other nations. That means more orders for foreign factories, fewer orders for U.S. factories.
Well, the American worker is going to be the loser because they're going to outright lose jobs.
Early today, the figure sent stock prices down sharply, off more than 60 points, though the Dow Jones Industrial Average came back later in the day, ending it off by just over 18 points. The administration tried to put a bright face on the trade figures.
Well, it's just a one-month figure, so I don't worry about it a great deal.
Private economists had a different view.
First, it's going to hurt the economy. Second, it could hurt the dollar. And as the dollar falls, we could end up with more inflation.
So, back in the money pits, there was worry about the trade deficit and the stock market.
I would phrase the action in the dollar as nervous dealings. People are unwilling to take large positions with the stock market being as volatile as it is.
Among the many things that seemed important before this event tonight, Dave, but it's something we need to start thinking about because we don't know at this point to what extent the financial system in the Bay Area has been affected by this. We don't know if the Pacific Stock Exchange will be trading tomorrow, to what extent the banks will be open and their computer systems will be up and available for you even to get money if you need it. With power out in the city, it's anybody's guess what the status of automatic teller machines and so forth is. We'll try to get that information to you.
All right, Craig, thank you very much. We have a report now that Sam San Mateo Bridge will be closed throughout the night. We had tentatively told you that. Now we have confirmed that because of damage to the cement pilings. San Mateo Bridge closed overnight. To go again through the hits, runs, and errors of what has happened in the past few hours since 5:04 when the earthquake hit. The Seismographic Center at Berkeley is now putting the strength of the earthquake at 7.0. The Offices of Emergency Services places it at 6.9. And because of the progression, it gets much stronger, even by a small difference of 6.9 and 7. But we'll be getting more on that later. Hit at 5:04 this afternoon, as I said, centered, at first we were told near Hollister, now we're saying that it's centered near Lexington Reservoir. And there you see the San Andreas Fault as it heads down toward Hollister. Lexington Reservoir about 10 miles south of San Jose, not quite as far as Hollister itself. The exact epicenter being in the Santa Cruz Mountains, a 30-foot section of the bridge's upper deck collapsed. We've shown you that. The cantilever section on the Oakland side, 2 are confirmed dead now on the Bay Bridge. We have 6 confirmed dead in San Francisco at the collapse of a warehouse at 6th and Bluxom. The Cypress section of the Nimitz, well, you perhaps just saw the report from Sherry Hu and Doug Murphy. The upper deck collapsed, and they are taking wounded people out of there. The Office of Emergency Services says San Benito County, Santa Clara County, the reports are major damage there. San Jose Airport open only to emergency landings. San Francisco International is closed as of right now to all air traffic. Highway 17, 9, and 152 to Santa Cruz, all those roadways are closed. And northbound 101 at 92 at the big interchange there, we have a report of major damage, but still no specifics as to what has happened. Highway 280 in San Jose has been closed because of the highway buckling in that area. We have received word that no BART trains are stuck under the bay, and they've all gotten out, and the tube itself under the bay seems to be intact. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission says no damage to California's reactors, and so that is where we leave it at this point as we move on to Lauren Nancaro, who slides in as I slide out for a few minutes, and you have a report of a sinkhole developing?
That's right, Dave. We've just received word that on northbound 101 around 3rd Street, north of 3rd Street, that's near Candlestick Park, there is a sinkhole that is developing at this point. It is bad, but it is not so bad so far that they've had to close the freeway. Once again, that's on northbound 101, north of 3rd Street, near Candlestick Park. We've also gotten word in just the last little while from Santa Cruz County, and it is not good news. The news is that the damage there is very bad and that there are fatalities. So far, we have no word on how many there are. Some closures to report tomorrow. San Francisco schools will be closed, is the late word. Also, Cal State Hayward. Good news is there's no damage on the campus, but it will be closed tomorrow. And there's somewhat of a warning from the fire department tonight. That is that with electricity out in much of the, at least the San Francisco area and perhaps the Bay Area, there is the temptation to use candles, to use your fireplace for light. They ask that you please don't do that. Don't light any candles. Don't light any sources of fire whatsoever. There are gas breaks everywhere, and there is obviously with that the potential of fire. I'm joined now by Dave Bryant, who has been out and about in the city. Dave, what do you have to report?
Lauren, we just got back from the fire in the Marina district of San Francisco. The fire is burning out of control. We brought some tape back, and this, you're now seeing pictures of the fire. This is at the corner of Divisadero and Beach. It is an incredible scene. The fire is just burning wildly out of control. Now, what you're looking at now is unedited footage. We just brought this back to the station. Several large buildings have already been engulfed in the flames, and the fire is just spreading at random. There's very little firefighters can do. It's like a scene out of the 1800s where firefighters don't have enough water, there's not enough pressure, there aren't enough personnel available, and this fire is just running rampant.
Give us an idea of size at this point. From the aerial pictures we got before dark, it looked like roughly a square block. How big now?
Well, it's a little bit hard to tell because we were on the ground, so you probably have a better view really from the air of the entire area that is engulfed in flames. Let me tell you this now, people are pouring water on themselves. The heat is so intense that you can't stand for more than a minute or so in the vicinity of the fire because the waves of heat are just rolling over people, including firefighters. So what they're doing is drenching themselves with the water periodically. I mean, it's literally enough to singe your hair or eyebrows.
Obviously, with a fire of this size, that a lot of people have been displaced. Where are they going?
I'm really not sure. They had, there was a lot of emergency relief. Red Cross people were there and available. We were on the scene. Now, we did get word, and this is not confirmed, but we did have word from an eyewitness, a doctor, who was on the scene and said that at least one woman did perish in this fire. He and several other people went into one of the homes and tried to rescue her, and they were not able to get her out.
As we added a little while ago, they are supposedly drawing water from San Francisco Bay.
That's right.
The pressure that they have so that they can pump it.
There's a terrible water pressure problem there, and I did hear one of the battalion chiefs, I overheard him saying, we're trying to draw water out of the bay. Now, I don't know how successful they've been. Quite frankly, when we were there, it was a pitiful effort, and that's no reflection on the fire department. These people are risking life and limb, but water mains are cracked in the area. The damage is really almost beyond belief to some of these buildings. There are literally 3-story buildings that have been just reduced to rubble. In some cases, there's just 1 story left standing on the ground.
And there is room for it to spread?
Well, it is spreading. In fact, just in the brief period that we were there, it spread to several other buildings adjoining those involved in the fire. And by the time I left, firefighters were basically reduced to backing up and trying to douse buildings in the neighborhood to prevent them from also becoming engulfed in this fire. They were even at one point spraying cars in the area because, again, the heat is so intense that I think they just fear the spontaneous combustion with the gasoline. Now, there's also word that gas mains are broken in the area, and of course that is a terrible fear because if the heat gets to a certain point and the gas mains erupt, who knows what kind of explosion could result from that. Now, on this tape, and I hope we're able to find it, we do have some descriptions from eyewitnesses. There was one gentleman, in fact, a doctor, who tried to go into one of these houses, as I described it, rescue people. There were several people rescued. This one fellow, the doctor, said he was driving down to Visadero, and suddenly, he said the buildings just started collapsing like matchbooks, like matchbox homes into the street.
Earlier that this area, the Marina area, as well as where we sit over on Embarcadero, or on Battery near the Embarcadero, these areas are all built on landfill, and there's a process called liquefaction, which takes place during an earthquake, and there's landfill, and the water actually comes to the surface, and the ground turns to liquid, and there's a fear.
Okay, let me get your full name first of all.
Selena Goldberg. S-E-L-E-N-A-G-O-L-D-B-E-R-G.
What happened? What did you see?
Well, you can start out. She was...
You were here?
Yeah.
Okay, come on in here. I'm sorry.
Go.
Name?
Let me get your name.
My name's Catherine Bogle. I was at the Palace of Fine Arts and standing in front of the doors of the Explorer building, and they kind of like, just as I moved forward after the ground started shaking, they just blew open, and we saw rock fall from the dome of the palace. There's a big hole about 3 to 5 feet in width, huge boulders that just fell from the dome right onto. Nobody was underneath.
So everyone was okay there, and we were Turk America, the tour guide, and our tour guide and some people went around the corner, saw all the buildings collapse. There's no radio, nothing. Communication, we tried on the CB, so we drove down to the fire station to tell them, got theirs, came back, and all you saw was you just smelled the smell of gas. You didn't see it, only buildings like this, but I mean, it wasn't even smoldering at first, and then after it became smoldering, and then a fire started, and then it collapsed, and 4 people were saved. 4 people are okay. Yeah, 4 people are okay. I don't know how they are. They're taken to the hospital. We know one of the man's wife was still in there, so we don't know if they got her out.
Let me get this from you.
Catherine, C-A-T-H-E-R-I-N-E, Bogle, B-O-G-L-E.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me get your name.
Michael Dake.
Spell it for me, Michael.
D-A-K-E.
What happened?
I was driving down to Visadero to the water, and all of a sudden their houses were just collapsed into the middle of the streets like sticks. And got out, and we heard that a woman woman was trapped, an elderly woman on the 3rd floor. I'm a doctor, and they wanted someone to go up there. We went up and then made, out of her blankets, her whole house just collapsed around her, and she had fractured her left hip. We took her out. There were 4 other people that came out, but one woman we know perished in the blaze. We took her husband out, and actually the husband made it out by himself. The fireman had gotten away from the building, and the heat was just too intense. He dragged himself out in complete shock, and he knew his wife was dead, and that was it. And she was in this building right at the corner.
Right on the corner.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, some dramatic eyewitness accounts of this tragedy, really, in the Marina district, and this fire is still burning uncontrolled and unfortunately spreading to nearby homes.
Okay, and we still have crews on the scene, and
yes,
we'll bring updates from that along. We're going to go to Kate Kelly in just a moment, but we do have some extremely sad news to report at this point. CBS has reported that the Lieutenant Governor of California has confirmed 40 people are dead in the Oakland area alone. Again, that's 40 people in the Oakland area. That comes from CBS News. The Lieutenant Governor has confirmed that. We'll go now to Kate Kelly, who has some earthquake experts with her to talk about the situation. Hello.
Lauren, we have an earthquake engineer, Dr. Victor Zayas, who is president of a company, Earthquake Protection System. Your job to go out, check buildings, and make them earthquake-proof, or at least consult them in that way?
Yes, as engineers, we specialize in helping building owners and other engineers design the buildings to be able to resist the earthquakes.
Now, you walked out after this particular earthquake in downtown San Francisco with your expert eye. What does it look like?
Yeah, well, one of the first things we did was get out to take a look at the buildings that we're familiar with and familiar with the design, and we were pleased to see that most of the newer buildings, especially the taller buildings, performed as we would have expected. There was glass breakage and glass falling down in the streets, but most of those buildings didn't seem to have any real building damage or structural damage.
Well, you hear earthquake-proof, and no building can be earthquake-proof, but they're designed to withstand what degree?
Well, the building code now approximately requires the buildings to be designed to resist about a magnitude 6 earthquake, and we expect buildings to be able to resist those earthquakes without much damage. Now, we're a distance of about 50 miles from the earthquake fault, so because we're so far from the fault, we would not have felt the earthquake anywhere near as strong. So we would expect most of the modern buildings to be able to resist a magnitude 6 earthquake at a distance of 50 miles.
So damage is greater down near the epicenter of the earthquake.
Yes.
Now, what about for people in their homes watching right now, and they want to assess the damage in their homes? What can they do?
Well, fortunately, most homes in California are built out of wood, and they're usually 1- or 2-story buildings, and that's about the safest type of structure you can be in during an earthquake. So it's much better to be in your home than, for instance, in a larger building such as an office building downtown.
But what can you look for if you're in your house? Should you check something, your foundations? Or
yes, the most critical part of a wood house is not the house structure itself, but actually the foundation. So if you notice bad cracks in your foundation, it may mean that the soil under your building is unstable, and that may be a good reason for you to not be in that building.
Oh, well, let's talk about aftershocks, because we're all being warned that within the next 5 days there could be an aftershock. You know about earthquakes. How big would this aftershock be, or could be?
The probability of, for instance, having the big one happen after a relatively major event goes up dramatically compared to what we would normally expect.
So it could be greater than what we've had?
Yes. Usually the biggest shock comes first, but a large percentage of the time, the bigger shock follows a smaller, what we call it, a pre-shock. So there is a possibility that a larger shock follows. And usually that occurs within either hours or even minutes of the first shock. So the chance of it happening is getting less and less as each hour passes.
As the hours pass. A lot of homes are built on hills around here. Should they be checking maybe the safety or the integrity of their hillside as well?
Well, San Francisco, the city itself, is fairly fortunate in that most of the hills in San Francisco are rock, and a fairly stable rock. But many of the hills in the East Bay or in the South Bay are basically a much more fractured rock, which is much weaker. And those hills are much more susceptible to landslides.
So if people see cracks, for instance, in their hillside, who do they call, or what's the next step tomorrow when people are out there assessing?
Well, basically the next step is that if a building seems to have structural damage, is to evacuate the building until it really can be checked. Usually an engineer would visit the building and assess if the building was in risk of collapse. And primarily what we're looking for is to see if the building would be able to withstand even a moderate aftershock. And if the building were not able to withstand that, basically the buildings would be condemned by the city or closed.
And you were saying in Whittier, the city was the agency that went out and did all of this checking?
The city engineers and the police department and the fire department immediately after the earthquake inspected many of the buildings and closed them until a better assessment could be made of how dangerous each individual building was.
How does this earthquake, just to put it in some kind of perspective, they say it may be 7 on the Richter scale. Is that around the same magnitude as Armenia?
Yes, the Armenia earthquake was about a magnitude 7 earthquake also, and that was centered very close to some cities. From the reports I've heard, this was more or less up in the hills out of Santa Cruz, and there was no immediate city right in the vicinity. And the other thing about Armenia was that many of those buildings are older, and their construction is similar to the older buildings we have in San Francisco that were built in the early part of this century. And those are the buildings we consider to be at most risk. And Armenia was unfortunate because the earthquake was right close to
those buildings,
to those cities that had those older buildings.
Dr. Victor Zaya, thank you very much for joining us and helping explain some of the engineering aspects to the earthquake. We're going to go back now to Lauren Nancaro in the newsroom. Lauren.
Okay, thank you very much. Please understand that about 3 hours after this disaster, we are still getting in a tremendous amount of information from all around the Bay Area. We're trying to get it to you just as quickly as we can, as soon as we can reasonably confirm the accuracy of the reports we get. Just a moment ago, we reported that the Lieutenant Governor's office was reporting about 40 deaths in Oakland alone. Remember, the damage in Oakland is not as bad as in some places. But we now have an update on that, and from the Lieutenant Governor's office, again, we have confirmed it through there, they are now saying that 45 people have perished on Highway 880 in the Cypress Interchange area. That, of course, is in West Oakland. We have Marilyn Davin on the phone right now. She is with PG&E. Marilyn, can you hear me?
I can.
Tell me right now, how bad is the damage to the electrical system around the Bay Area?
Well, the hardest hit is the South Bay area, and we've had trouble finding out exactly how extensive the damage is down there. But San Francisco as well has widespread outages, as do parts of San Mateo and other parts south of the city going down the coast.
Any idea, obviously it's very early, but any idea at this point when you can start to return areas to service?
Well, we've called every available troubleman, serviceman, some of whom are having to take very long and circuitous routes to get here because of bridge problems. And they're now arriving, so we have extra people working, and we're doing it as fast as we can. Would like to ask people in San Francisco particularly to turn off all unnecessary electrical...
Marilyn, let me interrupt you for just one moment. If you have a TV set on in your room, could you turn it down just a little bit? We're getting quite a bit of feedback. Okay, the problem, obviously, we do have quite a bit of problems getting sources to you at this point. Marilyn, how about water? We're wondering if people in the area should worry about water.
She's going to stay up there. Necessary appliances so that we can bring the load back up in San Francisco.
Once again, we're having a little trouble hearing you. I think you said turn off all unnecessary appliances so that they can bring things back up to speed.
Stay on for us, please.
Marilyn, if you would stay on the line, we'll try to improve communications with you and get back to you in just a moment because you've got some very important information that we would like to pass along to the folks. Right now, though, I am joined by Wendy Takuda, who at the time of the earthquake was at Candlestick Park. It must have been quite a trip back.
It really was. You know, it was interesting when we were at the park watching all of these people leave, and they were still sort of excited about the game and very, very confused. And some of their actions were almost inappropriate. They're holding up signs, "Go Giants," and then we realized that they didn't know yet what had happened. They had no way of knowing it because the power was out and the AP system was out, and they were unable to make announcements to the people who were there watching the game except to tell them to leave. So as they were leaving the game, just a great deal of confusion, a lot of people sort of milling around, and the traffic getting back here to the station. Well, we left there, see if I can remember what time it was, about 6:40. And we just got back now. So that took us, almost an hour and a half to get back to the station here at Battery Street from Candlestick. The traffic is just, it's at a total stop out on the, particularly on the freeways and the bigger streets. That's one thing that struck me. The other thing is it is pitch black out there because there is no power. So it's just the eeriest situation out there.
We've heard so much about the age of the stadium recently with Proposition P in the news so much. How does a 30-year-old structure stand up to that?
Well, apparently they have structural engineers going through it well, not right now probably, but they're going to have them going through it, and they did have them earlier in the day going through it after the earthquake to check for damage. Now, I know there were some cracks because fans were coming out holding big chunks of concrete. In fact, we got an interview with one, and maybe later we'll be able to bring you some of the pictures. They were actually carrying large, and here you can see some of the pictures. You can see there a crack in what appears to be a steel girder. No, this is cement here. Again, we talked with a lot of the fans as they were leaving the ballpark. Some of them were carrying chunks of concrete. There you see one right there.
Well, we looked up the top and it was shaking. It was almost like a foot crack in the top up there. Oh, yeah? Really? Where the brakes are at. You can see the fans were just cracked. Tell me that again. There's the brakes there on the wall. You see, there's like a foot difference where they're shaking right there. Oh, yeah? A foot difference. It was shaking that bad.
I think the thing that was strange out there was you had this crowd that was so excited about the game that it took them a long time to figure out what had happened. I mean, when the shaking first started, they were actually cheering and saying, well, this is going to help the Giants. And then after a little while, it started to sink in what had happened. And again, many of them, as they were leaving the park, I don't think had any idea of what had happened to the Bay Bridge or to the Cypress stretch of A80, and that we have a very serious, serious quake here and a lot of deaths on our hands at this point.
With 40 or 50,000 people around you, you must sort of feel like you are...
Well, they're still in game mode. You know, they're still very much in game mode. But the mood out in the city as you drive out now is, it's dark, it's very eerie, and it is a gridlock. So if you can avoid getting out onto the streets, I think that is definitely advisable.
And the latest figures, the figures that I might add keep coming in, would show why there is such a serious mood around the city. Right now, CBS says there are 53 people dead in the Bay Area as a result of the earthquake so far. That includes the 45 people in Oakland on Highway 880 that we told you about, as well as 6 in San Francisco so far confirmed dead, and 2 people on the Bay Bridge. Once again, the total is 53, and unfortunately that is likely to rise as the evening.
I think the other thing, as I was listening to the radio coming in here, that is of concern, and I know you've been talking to experts here, is that, you know, in the 1906 quake, the big damage did not come from the earthquake itself. The big damage came from fires that came after. So experts are really warning you to turn off the gas and to be very, very careful for down power lines, and if you're lighting candles, to be very, very careful of that. If you've got flashlights, it's definitely a safer alternative because the fires are a concern.
If you're sitting in a dark house right now, obviously the temptation is to try and get light somehow, either a fireplace or candles, and as close as we can tell, that is the last thing that they would like you to do. We also mentioned just a little while ago that there is a sinkhole that's begun to develop on northbound 101 north of 3rd, near Candlestick. Did you see that as you were coming?
No, because the way that we got back here as fast as we did in an hour and a half was we were going in little side streets. Do those lights mean anything like we're getting power back or anything? No, huh? We were taking little side streets, and so we were staying away from the main arterials because the traffic is absolutely packed. And of course, people were getting on the road from Candlestick not knowing until they got into their cars and started going that the Bay Bridge was closed. So there are a lot of people out there who don't know what's going on.
101 is now closed by that sinkhole.
Okay, we might add a little while earlier ago, we told you about that sinkhole and told you that Highway 101 was still open. We are now receiving information that it is closed, as are many, many streets and highways throughout the Bay Area, and we might go ahead and update you on some of those right now because they are important. Highway 280, the extension in San Francisco, closed from 101 to 6th Street due to major damage there. Major damage at Highway 101 and Highway 92 in San Mateo. It's the big interchange there. Major damage. Highway 92 is closed. University Avenue, the overpass collapsed onto Highway 101 in Palo Alto. We wish we could tell you more from the South Bay right now, but we don't have any information there other than that there is serious damage in Santa Cruz County and that there are fatalities. Also, major damage to the 3rd Avenue overpass on 101 in San Mateo. And major damage to Highway 280 at Mora. That's in the Los Altos Hills in the South Bay.
I think I have one more to add to that, Lauren. We just got this word that northbound 85 is closed in Santa Clara County. And we'll keep bringing you the information as we hear it here on the roads.
Okay, the San Mateo Bridge is going to be closed all night. The pilings there have been weakened. They want to be able to take a look at that in daylight before they open that up again, and obviously the Bay Bridge is closed. The Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, importantly, the Golden Gate Bridge and the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge are open. So that's about the only way out of town tonight, other than South Bay. But you'll have trouble getting to the approach of the Golden Gate Bridge. A lot of trouble because, of course, there is that huge fire that's burning in the Marina district right now, and along with all the other trouble over there, traffic is a nightmare.
Great problems getting water to that fire in the Marina. I might add one other thing that we saw when we were coming back from Candlestick as we got into the financial district is there are all kinds of people walking around the streets. There are obviously commuters who are stranded because BART is not running and because the Bay Bridge is closed down. So if you're waiting for someone to come home from San Francisco, you should be patient and don't necessarily jump to conclusions that they're hurt or anything, because there are just a lot of people out there who are waiting. Right now you can see on the screen that the school where they have set up a Red Cross shelter, and the address of that, this is in San Francisco, this is at Fillmore and Bay Street in San Francisco at the Marina Middle School, and I've got to assume that this has something to do with a big fire that has been going on down in the Marina that has been burning out of control. And of course the big problem down there in the Marina right now is the inability to bring water in, which is something, a problem that we had in 1906, and we're apparently still having problems with that. A lot of people, by the way, waiting by the ferry docks as well when we were coming in along the Embarcadero.
That's one thing I haven't heard about. Do you know if the ferries are running?
I could see two boats in docked, and I could see a lot of people that were waiting there, and I've got to assume that the boats were running, but I'm assuming right now.
We're getting word now from East Bay Mud and Marin Water companies. They're reporting no water problems in either the East Bay or in Marin County. Also, no serious damage or injuries reported at UC Berkeley.
Is that where that fire, did I hear that they were having a fire at the library at UC Berkeley?
There was a fire reported at Berkeley High School building, but we have no update yet as to its status.
Larry Kroner telling us that there was a fire at Berkeley High School.
A building near Berkeley High School, part of the campus.
Part of the campus at Berkeley High School.
No update on that yet. It was one of several fires they were working.
No update is what they're saying. And you have no reports of any injuries there. Okay.
Among all the various modes of transportation that aren't working in the Bay Area tonight, there is no Amtrak service. The Amtrak Zephyr was stopped in Sacramento. It will not be coming into San Francisco tonight.
Kate Kelly's standing by in the weather office right now, and I think she's got an interview lined up for us. Kate?
Yes, Wendy, I'm with Thomas Kelly, who is visiting from Oklahoma, a tourist here in San Francisco, who was on the Bay Bridge this afternoon at 5:05 when the earthquake hit, and you were on the lower deck heading towards Oakland, I understand?
Yes, that's correct. We were right at the base of the bridge when the earthquake occurred, and it seemed like a small shock there. It was a loud, thunderous noise, and fairly short, and then we drove up the bridge along with a lot of other people.
So after the earthquake, did the traffic slow down?
Yes.
At that point, did you stop the car when it was happening, or did
when
you
the earthquake occurred, really, at the time of the quake, there was nothing out of the ordinary, really. It was just a large boom, like a giant jackhammer, one big drop, and everybody just recognized the fact and went on.
Now, here's some pictures that you took or your wife took.
My wife, she was, I think I'm actually in the frames, a lot of them.
Now, explain what happened. You were diverted, you said, by Caltrans. They took you at Treasure Island and put you and circled you around onto the upper deck?
Right. There was one Caltrans vehicle, and he seemed to have very sketchy information. They knew that a section of the bridge was out. They didn't know much more than that. They thought 100 foot at the time. They were diverting vehicles. They were headed to Oakland, back to an exit, going the wrong direction to the upper deck. And when about 100 cars, I would say, were told to turn right when they got to the bridge, which meant go to Oakland. And some of the people that got up there went right to Oakland, and others went left. I guess they wanted to get back to the city. We were trying to get out of town, so we did turn right. And as you approach, of course, you know, you got up to normal speed, and things looked like it was okay.
So let me just get this straight. You were on the upper deck now, heading towards Oakland.
Correct.
And what did you find out? Just the video that we saw there?
Well, as you approach the crack, there were people turning around. It was just kind of mass confusion. There were people driving the correct way into San Francisco. There were a lot of people going outbound to Oakland, a lot of hand waving and such. And pretty much most of the cars that went to the failed section were in a group and, you know, got wind that something was wrong up ahead. We turned around. My wife was in the back. She was taking the video. And there were two cars quite a bit behind us. We were like the third to the last of this group. And the first car was the one that tried to scale the span. Probably didn't recognize, and it was very difficult to see. It really looked sort of like a mirage, or like looking at the side of a stop sign. You really couldn't, you know, see that there was any real difference there until you walked right up on it. And the fellow that tried to jump it, it didn't look like it ever hit his brakes. He just, you know, was driving Oakland and going 50 or 60 miles an hour, and recognized it too late and jumped across. And when he hit, the car sank into the hole. You could see it tried to run up, and the front axle was bashed up underneath. And the people were in there for quite a long time. We were probably there an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm. But they appeared to survive?
No, I think the driver died, it appeared, is what we...
That's unconfirmed,
appeared.
right?
The driver was in very bad condition. The steering wheel and such was obviously in him. The passenger was cognizant, and he kept trying to get out. He was pretty panicked, it seemed, trying to get out, and some of the people on the other side were trying to keep him in.
So there was damage on that upper side as well, on the Oakland side of the bridge. And after this one car ran into it, the subsequent cars saw there was a problem, were able to stop.
The second one was the pickup that's in the video, and we turned around with that last vehicle, and, you know, you really couldn't help much because it was on the other side, the Oakland side, is where the car hung.
And people were helping? Were they getting out of their cars and helping at this point, or was there just still confusion?
There were a few people that were on top of the bridge. I don't know where they came from. I think they came from a lower deck and climbed up. I'm not sure. One guy appeared to be from the Coast Guard. He was trying to direct the chopper in, and he actually did, and it landed, but they weren't of any help. Then the three Caltrans trucks, tow trucks, pulled up to the lip, and
they were able to take it from there, I'm sure.
One after the other tried to grab a hold of it.
Thomas Kelly, I hope you'll come back to San Francisco at another time. Thank you very much for helping us, and I will go back to Wendy in the newsroom.
Okay, Kate, thanks a lot. We have some good news to report, and that is the big fire in the Marina is under control right now. And that's very, very good news.
There's just a great lack of water. Apparently, the subsoil under the Marina was not strong enough to withstand the earthquake. And so when the ground shook, the pipes cracked, and a lot of the water in the pipes was let out into the street.
Since 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we are told that that person is still alive, the person who is between these two decks. I was just handed a note saying that, yes, there is a person who is still alive, and of course you can imagine the families waiting to hear. There, you know, dozens of cars. I have no idea how many cars were between these two decks, but you can imagine the families who are waiting to hear from their loved ones at this hour. I have seen double-deck trucks. I don't know the video that you're looking at right now. You're still looking at the live shot, but I've seen big Mack trucks that have just been crushed just as flat as you can imagine in here, and several cars have fallen down from the lower deck. They've fallen down and caught fire. It has just been a very chaotic scene. I did happen to talk to one man who survived this mayhem, and he came out and he said that he heard all kinds of cries. He heard all kinds of screaming. He felt things shaking, and apparently officials got to him in his car. He was still alive because his car was next to a big Mack truck that held up an area of this freeway. So that man was one of the lucky ones. Now, we did walk along here earlier. We were one of the first crews on the scene. We're being told to back up right now, so we'll do that. They're bringing a fire truck in. Hopefully, they'll be able to get this man out of here. We were here, as I was saying, at about 5:45, and one of the first crews out here, and we could see that there were bodies. They had bodies on the side. just on the sidewalk here outside these Oakland neighborhoods, and we're back
to find out when the communication systems of the Bay Area will be open. The airports were closed down temporarily. Major highways in several places are...
Any word on power yet?
No.
That's a real problem.
It's a real problem. This is a city of darkness right now, and I'm sure that the utility companies are trying to get the job done and turn the light back on. But this was quite a shake, so they've got damage in a number of places.
Governor, people all around the Bay Area are sort of getting an education with us as this breaks, how we're assembling the information. How do you do it? What does your office do? Who do you work with to find out what kind of help is needed statewide?
Office of Emergency Services in Sacramento. We stay in touch with Governor Deukmejian's office in Sacramento. Governor Deukmejian is in Europe. I've been in touch with him to let him know what's happening. And we go directly to the local police departments and sheriff's offices. They're doing a good job. They're on top of things, and they give us an up-to-date assessment.
Governor, coming back from Candlestick Park through the city streets, and we had to take a rather circuitous route to get here. It took us about 50 minutes to an hour. We saw a number of things that were encouraging. People at the stick, first of all, remained very calm and remained around their cars, decided not to get on the freeways and so on. We also saw people trying to direct traffic of most of the major thoroughfares, which was an extraordinary thing.
Absolutely tremendous.
Also,
how citizens reacted to this was wonderful.
I wonder if you want to say anything about that, because there is some concern about darkness and what people might do at this point.
I went through, well, I hope everybody will stay in their home, or if they have to drive over bridges or over highways where there are serious cracks or rock slides, just try to hold tight for a while. Let's stay in touch with the police departments here and get the information that you can. Or phone my number at 415-557-2662, and we'll try to inform you about what's happening. But please don't go out if you are at home. The local law enforcement agencies are having a tough enough time with the amount of highway damage that exists around the Bay Area.
Governor, Lieutenant Governor, we want to show you the latest pictures that we have of what was probably the most catastrophic part of this quake so far, the videotape from the Bay Bridge. This was the first sign, really, for a lot of people of how serious a quake this actually was. Earlier, when it first came in, there were reports that perhaps cars had gone off the bridge, and the Coast Guard began searching the water below it. Later, we understand that perhaps 2 injured people were removed from the scene. People who were on the scene said that it was like a garage door, a giant garage door closing down on the lower deck. And people who were on the bridge described just the most extraordinary kind of vibration and shaking, and then being turned around, made a U-turn, head to the other edge of the bridge, and headed into town to try to clear that area. But that was really probably the first time, that and the Cypress extension, that gave people an idea of just how huge a disaster this is.
That's right. This is a very strong quake, and the strongest quake we've had in a long time.
Well, I appreciate you being here and coming by. I know that you were coming to talk with the people from Nightline, and that they're going to be doing extensive coverage from the East Coast of what's happening here in California.
We might say that emergency people are doing an extraordinary job in getting information to us, which so that we can get it to you, and that really this is the only way it's going to get out there tonight, and we thank you.
I think what you're doing to inform the public is very important. Thank you both.
Thanks very much, Leo McCarthy, for being with us. We appreciate it. Let me give you an update now on all the airports again. We know the situation keeps changing, so for those of you who are joining us in progress with our continuous coverage of the earthquake and the aftermath, let me give you some notes here. The San Jose Airport is completely open and operational. There are no reports of damage or injury. San Francisco International Airport, however, is closed, and the control tower there, they say, is a complete disaster area. Apparently, we had a partial collapse of a control tower. There were unconfirmed reports that there was a partial collapse of a terminal. Oakland Airport, by the way, there are 2 runways closed and 2 runways open. That's the situation with the airports.
Let's go back to that map that we briefly showed you there, because it's important to try to understand in your heads how to move if you have to. And we're very concerned about people, for instance, that were in the city or at the stadium and how they're going to get home tonight. So let's go back to the map if we can, Kenny. This will show you some of the problems, the immediate problems. San Mateo Bridge is closed, but we do not know of damage there, only that they are inspecting it. There's considerable concern about rolling on the bridge. 880, that is the collapsed section in Oakland of the Nimitz Freeway. We know that there were at least 40 deaths at that point. That has been confirmed, in fact, by the Lieutenant Governor just moments ago. The Bay Bridge, we just showed you that damage there. There is no movement across the bridge. Obviously, there will not be for a great number of hours into the future. And Funston Tunnel, we also understand there's a partly damaged situation there, and so that's closed. You're going to have to use side streets. You're going to have to take it carefully, and please pay attention to the people who have voluntarily stood in the middle of those streets to direct traffic tonight.
to remind you of an important information resource you've got in your house, no doubt. It's your phone book. Any phone book. Get a copy of it and open it up. And inside you'll see some pretty detailed and helpful instructions on earthquake preparedness before and after. The stuff you wish you would have done before today and the stuff you might need to know about doing tomorrow. It has all of the kinds of information that would be very helpful if, for example, you're not sure how to turn off the gas, but you smell it in your home. So by any means, if you're at all uncertain about what to do, if you smell gas in your immediate area, you're not sure how to turn it off, open up the phone book and look at the instructions. And they're very clear. You don't need a lot of fancy tools. It's a pretty easy thing to do. All of the...
Most people have the same kind of gas situation, the same things to turn, so simply look at that instruction.
All of the people from PG&E have been saying that if you smell gas in your property and you know how to turn it off, please do. And here's the reason why. If you take a look at the videotape we have from the Marina fire and from Berkeley, it's drastic. Now, we're not sure that this was caused by a gas leak, but it's very probable that it fueled it. Take a look at the magnitude of this fire. You can see the cracks in the street, but the scope of the flame is really something that is probably fueled by gas lines.
Anna, we're getting information that we have Steve Bell of the Highway Patrol, I believe, in Oakland. Oakland, are you with us, Steve? Steve, are you there? All right, apparently we have lost Steve, have we? We're still looking at this Marina fire footage, and apparently still burning tonight. Again, as Anna described it, this is a gas fire. This is precisely what can happen if you're not terribly careful with that. And as we said, moving all across the city, that is the south and south central parts of the city tonight, we smell gas. It was everywhere at every intersection.
A lot of you were tuning in time to see our early pre-game newscast. And then for the World Series, well, Pete Wilson, Dan Lovett, Martin White, and Mark Gibson were out at Candlestick, and now we're joined by Mark to bring us the latest information. Mark? Mark, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, we're on Highway 280. Somehow we got lost in all that traffic on 3rd Street. We found our way back to 280. We were able to get on 280 south at Monterey. I understand it's closed from 6th Street all the way to 18th Street, but traffic's moving freely from Monterey south. Now, what we did find on Sneath Lane in San Bruno is panic buying at a gas station there. Owner Ken Kyler says people have been queuing up since about 6:15. I mean, it looks like a gas shortage there, only worse. People buying everything, soda pop, bread, and then lining up for gas. Interestingly enough, Jose Canseco drove his own vehicle from Candlestick. We saw Jose Canseco there still in his uniform because, you know, Pete, at Candlestick they couldn't change their uniforms because there were no lights. Jose's there pumping gas. He almost ran out of gas.
In fact, Mark, I can tell you, I was in the locker room, the Giants locker room, shortly after this occurred to see what was going on inside the structure of the building itself. It was absolutely like a dark room, absolutely pitch black. Can I ask you about this panic buying situation? As we understand it from the governor and everything we've been able to learn tonight, there is no reason for that. If you're concerned about food supplies, there will be food. There are ways to get into the city. They have more than enough ways of supplying the stores and so on. This is not going to be a problem. The immediate problem now is damage, obviously, fires and so on. So the panic buying is, at this point, pointless.
And I understand the same thing's happening in Marin, Pete, but again, Ken Kyler was saying, people coming in saying, you're the only thing that we've seen open, and the lights are on in this area.
Oh, they are.
And the traffic lights are working. And then there's free access down 280. They see the gas station there, people queuing up. And in fact, the police have come to start directing traffic at the intersection because there have been several accidents. So again, we would like to urge people not to panic buy because there's no need for that.
Mark, when you left the stadium, now we left first, then Dan, and then you apparently about 45 minutes to an hour later. What was the situation? People still in their cars, still sitting on the trunks and so on, just milling around?
It was sort of a semi-carnival atmosphere out there. Some people still sort of lost, not knowing where to go.
Those folks don't know how bad this is. That's the problem. They've had no communication.
And in fact, people were asking me all along, Pete, how bad is this thing? I wonder if I have a home to go home to now. But along 3rd Street, people sitting on their stoops, as you say, out in front of businesses. It took us at least an hour to even get back over to 280 from Candlestick back
Mark,
up 3rd Street.
We have some more information now. We also have, Steve Bell.
The Oakland CHP joins us now by phone. Thank you for being with us, and can you tell us what you know?
Well, right now we're on scene at the collapse of the 880 cypress structure. There's about approximately 1 mile of collapsed freeway on the northbound direction now. We're on scene trying to remove the vehicles, injuries, fatalities, and debris.
We have videotape of that collapse. Can you tell us, when we first saw it, it was not apparent how severe it was, because you saw that the road was collapsed. It looked like a sandwich, but we couldn't tell really how many people were involved. An estimate of injuries or numbers of vehicles that were caught?
Well, we don't have an accurate estimate right now, and we're not going to give one as of yet. We do know it was during rush hour. However, majority of people were on their way to the game, and it was light traffic, so we're hoping that the number was minimal.
Officer, we've received reports from the state emergency services people who say now the death toll is 50 at that area alone, at 880 alone. This is the area, about the mile stretch of this road that's simply sandwiched together, the upper part collapsing, and you know where it is if you've traveled, because you travel through that long tunnel-like section of 880, and it's simply sandwiched together. As you can see, we believe at least 50 people dead there. That fire coming from one of the vehicles down, caught in between those two concrete structures.
We're also getting word from surrounding emergency rooms in this area, in Oakland and in the East Bay, that the people who are working in those emergency rooms are absolutely overwhelmed. Victims have all kinds of various degrees of injuries, various severity of their injuries, but they are overwhelmed doing emergency surgeries for people who were caught in that.
Officer, thank you very much. We'll be back to you, of course, during the course of the evening. We want to go now to tape we took earlier, an interview with Mayor Art Agnos, to give you some idea of how the city is dealing with this.
Seems in reasonably good shape. The lights are out in most of the city, although the emergency light seems to be on in those areas like hospitals and those kinds of facilities. The most serious problem we can see from the air is a tremendous traffic jam, mainly in those areas trying to leave the city. And we're urging people to stay home, not get in their cars, or get home through back streets if they're trying to go through to their homes in San Francisco. The chief and I were just discussing we need to try and get some extra help along 19th Avenue, the area out by the Marina. That fire seems to be under control now, and what we need to do is get the traffic that obviously is trying to get out of the city through the few outlets we have, that is the Golden Gate Bridge and down the peninsula, moving smoothly. Right now it seems to be heavy traffic.
Did you get a chance to look at the Bay Bridge, Mayor?
Yeah, we went by the Bay Bridge. It's a little bit dark there, but it clearly is badly damaged with the upper deck sort of dropped down into the lower deck. There's no traffic moving there.
Are you asking for any kind of military help?
Yes, we did. We asked for the Army Presidio to give us their extra military police personnel and any other security kind of personnel they could have that could team up with our police officers. That is, one military person to go with one police officer to spread out our trained police officers to do traffic duty, as well as patrolling the streets to make sure there is no disorder. We have no reports of any disorder at this time. Everybody are being good citizens, which is something we would expect to San Francisco.
What does the city look like?
Actually, I was on the street, walking on the street on Battery when the earthquake erupted, and some people panicked, and I watched Battery Street split. There was a crack right down the middle, a jarring, and I think people very quickly did respond. Some people took it quite lightly. After living in the Bay Area through quite a few shocks, maybe they thought it wasn't going to be as serious as it turned out to be. But for the most part, people rose to the occasion, took charge. As Pete was telling us, they directed traffic, they tried to help each other.
Yeah, and again, there is that initial sense of here, it's just another earthquake, but I think a lot of people, certainly at the stadium, realize this is much different than the quakes we have felt before. As you looked at the hill, and those of you who've been out there know the hill that sits above Candlestick and so governs the weather there. Well, most of us looked up at the edge of the stadium because you worry about the lip of the stadium and the overhang, but you could see the hill above, and suddenly this puff of smoke, as though the hill were on fire. This red dirt simply rose in the air. There's no wind out there tonight, and you can see the Marina fire, for instance, just straight up in the air. Let's go to Jim Vargas, our own Jim Vargas, who is live at the Emergency Center on Turk, and he's at the San Francisco Command Center. Jim?
Well, you've just heard Mayor Art Agnos, most of what he said after he got off the helicopter, the FBI helicopter that gave him an aerial tour to see the damage here. I don't know if you heard him say that his opinion was there wasn't too much damage. However, to correct the mayor, and you can't blame him because he didn't have all the information, there have been some problems. In fact, right out here on Turk Street between Octavia and Laguna, there have been some problems. Some people have been breaking windows, car windows. In fact, I just saw and talked to a man and his little girl. She appeared to be about 3 years old, who had been attacked. Their car window had been broken and shattered, and they were bloody. I can't tell you that they were really badly injured, but not only have we had that problem, there was a mugging right down the street about a half hour to 45 minutes ago. Other car windows have been broken, and our crew that is shooting this just came about an hour ago from the 3rd Street area where they said there was some looting. To continue what Mayor Agnos was saying, one very important point that he tried to get across was that anybody who was at home should stay at home. I know that coming over here from the television station and driving in from Marin to the television station, I saw a lot of people pulling out of their driveways, out of their garages. I don't know where they were going, but the mayor is saying that there are some big traffic jams being created, and that he believed that there were an awful lot of people trying to get out of the city. He wasn't quite sure why, because obviously outlying areas have problems as well. He said in his aerial tour he could see down the peninsula, just like in San Francisco, there were power outages and therefore some problems. A couple of other things the mayor said: there will be no school in San Francisco tomorrow, and he also said, because they don't know quite how much damage has been done in the city, that if he were a regular working person, he would not go to work tomorrow either. He's not saying that he's closing down San Francisco, but he is advising people not to go to work until they can determine how much damage has been done to individual buildings. I came from City Hall here with City Attorney Louise Rennie. We took a brief tour. City Hall has been damaged as well. You can see some either granite or marble parts of the walls, and the ceilings have come down. So what I have seen so far on the way here to the command center is some damage. I should also say, with the electricity, obviously you can see they have emergency electricity here. When I drove up to City Hall, the area did have electricity, did have lights, and then all of a sudden they went out. So service is sporadic even in the part of the city that did have lights. This is Jim Vargas reporting from the San Francisco Command Center. Now back to the studio.
Just to follow up on what you were saying, Jim, and thanks very much, there are some people who need to go to work. First of all, we had a bulletin earlier requesting that all elevator service repair people who work in the Bay Area please report to their answering services. There are people trapped in elevators all around the Bay Area. Another note: San Jose Police Department is asking all off-duty personnel to please report to their stations, except for those who are scheduled to work the midnight shift. In addition to that, San Francisco Fire is asking that all firefighters report to the training center. And unfortunately, we have more information about the injuries we told you about a little bit earlier. We have a confirmation from the hospital that at least 50 people died in that collapse on the Cypress structure. We have a confirmation of 6 dead in Santa Cruz in the City Garden Mall, and at least 200 injuries nearby there. Hospitals around the Bay Area are reporting a wide range of different kinds of injuries. Many have activated emergency plans. San Mateo's Chope Hospital is reporting several injuries from cuts and bruises and also heart attacks, mainly involving senior citizens. The Santa Clara Valley Medical Center in San Jose is probably the hardest hit. They've activated their disaster plan. A fire broke out on their 4th floor, and that forced hospital personnel to transfer patients to another wing. And they've also set up some emergency triage centers for minor injuries. Bascom Avenue and 280 is really their hub, and they're using that triage area because the emergency room at the hospital, of course, is full. Some of the casualties from the collapse of the Bay Bridge, of course, are being airlifted by military choppers to Letterman Hospital, and in Hollister, hospitals are reporting surprisingly little damage, but that's the way it is often with big quakes, the largest amounts of damage in the outlying areas.
Right. And of course, we're concerned very much with aftershocks and the kind of damage that can cause with structures already damaged by this initial shake. We have had 2 or 3 aftershocks confirmed at this point. Let's straighten out some of this other information that we have. A lot of concerns. Of course, the federal government immediately reacted to this tonight. President Bush, he said that the federal government was already sending aid. Samuel Skinner, the transportation secretary, is already en route to try to assess the damage to Bay Area transportation, which is of an immediate concern, so goods can move in and out of the area, emergency vehicles, and so on. In addition to that, Governor George Duke-Majan, who has been in Europe, is now proceeding back to the United States in California, being flown by an Air Force jet, we are told, at this hour. So the state government is reacting. We have already heard from Lieutenant Governor McCarthy on all of this. Let's give you another idea, or a better idea about the freeway situation, something going on.
Yeah, in the infrastructure of transportation, we're putting up a list of all of those areas that have closures to give you an idea at a glance of what's been affected. Bay Bridge is closed. Golden Gate Bridge is open in both directions. 19th Street off-ramp southbound is closed. We have a late update that indicates that the San Mateo Bridge, which had been closed for inspection, is now reopened. Again, the San Mateo Bridge is now reopened. That was an area of terrific congestion, as you might imagine, because so many people were leaving Candlestick.
All right, so these are some of the closures. The 280 extension, the elevated section, that's from 6th to 10th, remains closed at this hour. The Central Freeway, that is 101 at 9th Street, closed in both directions with damage there. 480 closed in both directions. Highway 101 at 3rd, San Mateo, major damage to report tonight. That is also closed. It is very difficult to move on any of the freeways. The police would rather you not do that and use side streets. Highway 101 at University Palo Alto has collapsed. 280 at Mora and San Mateo, major damage to report. Northbound 101 at 3rd in San Francisco, major damage to report. And of course, sections of the Nimitz closed, the Cypress section, that mile disaster situation on 880, and Highway 17 and 9 closed due to fires and to boulders in the roadway, because obviously some of these freeways run through areas where there can be some collapse of the high line, the hills above the freeways.
Let's recap for those people who are joining us right now. The earthquake that hit California at about 5 minutes after 5 was said to be close to a 7. USGS says it was a 6.9. Caltech says 6.7. It was a big one. The scientists will figure it all out later. It was epicentered in the Santa Cruz Mountains and occurred on the San Andreas Fault.
Now you see how far south this is of San Francisco, and yet we seem to have the majority of the damage at this hour. That is the Bay Area itself.
We know that it shook buildings in Sacramento. It was felt in Reno and all the way down to the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles. We have been reporting fatalities as we get news of them. We understand that 6 people were crushed to death in their cars on Bluxom Street in the south of Market area when a 4-story brick building collapsed on them. That's just one of the kinds of things that has been going on now.
We just received this information on, and we should get it out as soon as possible. Folks, conserve your water in the South Bay. It is probably a good idea to conserve as much water as possible all over the Bay Area. Now, this is conflicting. The state says that the major aqueducts have not been damaged by this, but the South Bay is saying at this hour that the Lexington Reservoir is leaking and that there are water leaks all through the South Bay. Some of them are major water main breaks, so you must conserve the water you have. We could suggest filling tubs, doing anything else that might get you some water, but again, they would rather you not use too much water at this point simply because of all of these leaks. And there's no telling when this will be clear.
And we mentioned a little bit earlier, if you need to find out what to do, how to purify your own water, pick up any copy of any Pac-Bell phone book, open it up to the white pages, and inside you will see what you should do after an earthquake to turn off the gas in your home, to make sure that your house is safe, and to purify water if need be. If you're affected by that water situation, that's going to give you a little bit of help.
Just to ease your mind, the federal government has said, and FEMA is already in action tonight. They have set up their emergency services. There will be disaster aid. The president's office, the White House, simply said that is a given. All the aid will be available, so people need not worry about that part of it. It is simply getting through this early part of the disaster that we have to deal with.
Also, if you're waiting for commuters to come home, please, you're going to have to allow a lot of time before you begin to worry about them, because everyone is going to be slow in the go getting home. Let me tell you what we know about BART. Hundreds of commuters were in the BART stations, and as soon as the quake hit, a lot of them were evacuated. A lot of them came out very quickly. The trains were halted instantly. The BART engineers went down and inspected the system. No injuries were reported so far. The train in the tube that was stuck in the tube was moved to the Embarcadero station, and everybody got off safely, so that was good news, too.
In fact, Cy Mober from BART told us earlier right here that there is no damage in the tube. The tube withstood this just fine, so we don't have that concern, at least. We now are being told that the Carquinez Bridge is open, so another of the major bridges. So we have opened San Mateo Bridge and the Carquinez Bridge now just within the last 15 or 20 minutes. That is good news. We still have the Bay Bridge to deal with.
We know Dumbarton and Richmond Bridge were always open, so a lot of the traffic is being diverted the long way. Yeah, and the Golden Gate. Another thing about commuters, Amtrak has also halted service while they check all of their tracks. The Amtrak stations in Oakland and San Jose apparently were damaged and closed, and the South Starlight train headed for Oakland from Los Angeles is stalled just south of Salinas. The California Zephyr was due to arrive this evening in Oakland from Chicago, and of course they're being held out of the Bay Area. They're being held in Sacramento. Airports again. SFO, there were reports of damage. The control tower was said to be a disaster area, and we heard that there was falling plaster in at least one of the terminals, so SFO was closed. Oakland Airport had 2 runways open and 2 closed. San Francisco, or rather, excuse me, check that. San Jose Airport was fully operational, but said to be very slow going because the other Bay Area flights were being rerouted through San Jose.
Exactly. We ought to point out here, we're already getting some information on the earthquake itself. Now, these are curiosity factors at this point because we've got so many problems, 6.9 to 7.0 on the Richter scale. But this is the area where the earthquake experts had predicted the largest possibility of a fault. That is the greatest probability of an earthquake by the year 2018. In fact, they had said in precisely the area where this occurred tonight. And I might just mention that area, and these things keep running through your head as we're talking here. Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, which is in the rough area of the epicenter, went to a stage 4 alert, which is the lowest level of alert. It has continued to operate. It is operating fine, and no damage has been reported from Diablo Canyon tonight.
Actually, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission very quickly assessed that there was no damage to any of California's 6 nuclear power plant. The unusual event, as they call it, at Diablo Canyon was declared. Then later they said that there was no structural damage. Right. So it may have been something that we'll find out about a little bit later on.
We are in a situation where we are all obviously very concerned about loved ones, about our homes and so on. There are so many people who at 5 o'clock at night were caught out on freeways and are now just beginning to trickle home, beginning to find their way home. So we really can only give you the general information on this earthquake and on the fires and everything connected with it as we get it. And much of this information will change. We tell you that because, as we say, these situations are always minute by minute.
Here's a little good news, actually. We understand that we have been reporting scattered power outages throughout the region, and we have news now that their lights are back on in San Bruno, in South San Francisco, in Daly City, and in South San Francisco. So you've got at least some good news, the power coming on sporadically. PG&E earlier was absolutely swamped. We tried to get through to get public information about who had power and who didn't, and they have been absolutely swamped.
I was amazed, however, by the ability we had to communicate by telephone. Apparently people smart enough to realize that it would be bad to use the phones too often and not have any people calling in from the outside, and so at this point anyway, the phones are working fairly well. I want to quickly tell you here that we are likely to go to Carol Ivey, one of our reporters, live here at any minute, and we're going to suddenly break into it because our network in Washington wants to join us as we do that, so suddenly we might interrupt one or the other to go directly to Carol. So just be ready for that.
I was just telling Smokey, our stage manager, we should probably go back to how this all started today. When the earthquake hit at 5 after 5, all eyes in the Bay Area were... Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to take you back to Candlestick to see what happened when the quake hit, but that was the major evacuation on the peninsula. But right now we're going to go to Willie Monroe, who joins us by phone back at the earthquake emergency office.
Willie?
I'm at the UC Berkeley Seismology Laboratory, and just wanted to give you an update on some of the aftershocks that we've been feeling there. They've measured several aftershocks here. There have been many of them, but the major ones that we would certainly be reporting on, even if there weren't a major earthquake, are one that happened at 5:26, which was measured 4.3 on the Richter scale, one at 5:42, which measured 4.7. That's been the strongest aftershock so far. And then one just not long ago at 8:24, measuring 4 on the Richter scale.
We felt that as we sat here, Willie.
So that was it. That's what a 4 felt like, Pete.
All right, well, you're going to keep us up to date on this. They explained this earlier as being something of an unusual quake. That is that the two pieces of the fault itself slid back and forth, and that's what caused the great damage. Is that correct?
Well, they slid horizontally, that's correct, and they suspect that that they may have separated by as much as 30 kilometers along that stretch of the San Andreas Fault. So that's underground. Above ground, you might see a separation of as much as 3 to 5 feet. A team is headed down there right now, about 4 to 6 seismologists, the crew, to look and see what they can find down there at the epicenter.
All right, Willie, thank you. We have to go to Carol Ivey now, and she is live. That was Willie Monroe. We'll go to Carol live at Golden Gate Bridge. Carol.
Pete, I am at Vista Point at the north end of the bridge, and believe me, this is the most unusual sight. What you're going to be looking at just behind me is an absolutely black city. Vista Point, of course, is where the tourists come to take a look at San Francisco, and what you're seeing is a few lights glittering. Earlier we saw fires burning, and you're seeing no power at all. The other thing I want you to take a look at is over here, the Golden Gate Bridge is operating on minimal power. They have told me that they cannot turn on the tower lights. Again, this is a most unusual sight. Marin County, thankfully, had very little damage. But again, the Golden Gate Bridge is dark, the city is dark, and earlier we did see fires burning all along the waterfront in the Marina district. Thankfully, Marin has fared very well in all of this. The bridge has said that they have found no structural damage so far, but they are going to continue operating on minimal power. They don't feel they can expend the power. Let's take another look at that blackness off beyond, which should be a glittering city of San Francisco. Normally, you see the pyramid, you see the buildings lighted, and it's really a very frightening scene behind me. It's as if nothing existed. And we're getting word over here, of course. You're giving us word about the deaths on the Bay Bridge. Again, Marin fared fairly well. But it is rather strange to be standing here looking at a city literally bathed in darkness.
All right, thank you. And Cheryl Jennings, Don Sanchez back in the Channel 7 newsroom and giving Anna and Pete a break here. The earthquake, probably a 7.0 on the Richter scale.
Well, we're getting a variety of readings from various services. The earthquake centers in Golden, Colorado and Alaska both measured the quake at 6.9 on the Richter scale, and they placed the epicenter about 60 miles southeast of San Francisco. The seismology lab at the University of California, Berkeley puts the shaker at 6.5 and 7 on the Richter scale.
Yeah. Willie Monroe reported from Berkeley that it was a 7. Hospitals around the Bay Area reporting injuries. Many, of course, have activated emergency plans. In San Mateo, Chope Hospital is reporting several injuries from cuts and bruises. And, of course, people coming in reporting heart attacks as well. Santa Clara Valley Medical Center in San Jose has activated their disaster plan. A fire broke out on the 4th floor there, and that forced hospital personnel to evacuate patients to another wing. And also, they have set up emergency center for minor injuries at Bascom Avenue and 280 because the emergency room at the hospital was full. Some of the casualties from the collapse of the Bay Bridge have been airlifted by military choppers to Letterman Army Hospital. In Hollister, and that's near the epicenter of this massive quake, hospitals are reporting surprisingly little damage, although I think we had a report earlier of a department store that had collapsed there. Watsonville Community Hospital has begun evacuating patients to local hospitals because of the damage.
We also have late information about the airports. If you've been with us all afternoon since that quake struck at 5:04, San Francisco International Airport was closed. We've been told there's heavy damage to the tower there. Air traffic has been diverted to San Jose and Oakland, where some runways are still open there. We have reporters posted at various areas around the Bay Area. We've been moving them from location to location to give you the very latest. Right now, Leslie Brinkley is standing by in the Marina, which is the hardest hit in San Francisco.
Yes,
go ahead, Leslie.
Devastating fire there. Leslie?
This is so much worse than we at first thought. We are down in Oakland. We are at the Cypress Street overpass, the ramps that lead from Oakland onto the Bay Bridge, the Nimitz Freeway. It's unbelievable. There are 14 city block sections of this ramp. The upper ramp collapsed onto the lower ramp, as you can see up there. It's something that is beyond belief. There are rush hour cars, rush hour traffic that was trapped on this lower level. You can see the upper level sitting on top of the lower level right now. Those cars, those people still trapped underneath there. Right behind us, where you see the fire truck and ladder, a rescue is ongoing right now for a little girl and a little boy who are trapped in a car up there. Very few people have been rescued from here. Police have found some folks alive, some people dead here, and they're doing the best they can. Again, this 12 to 14 block section, the little girl, we understand, is 9 years old. Her brother is 6 years old. And we understand right now that the parents were in the front seat. The bridge collapsed onto the bottom of the car, the middle of the car. The kids were spared, and the 2 people in the front seat did die. They are still trying to get those kids out right now. We might also add that they're bringing in heavy equipment. They're bringing in jackhammers. They're trying to do what they can to begin to lift up sections of this, but as you can see, it's an almost impossible task. It's going to be months, we're told, before this section of the freeway is even close to opening again, and we just don't know how long it's going to take to get these other people out. It's surrounded by police, it's surrounded by fire officials, surrounded by paramedics. The ambulances are going in and out. As many as 40 people may be dead.
There are some people here that think that figure may even go higher due to the high number of people trapped still in cars. Rush hour traffic on the Nimitz freeway here. Back to you.
That was 880, and we gave some erroneous information at the beginning. That's 880, and it's where the freeway comes off of the Bay Bridge, and that heads on south towards the Coliseum in that area. And that's where this terrible collapse has taken place.
Right now we have Tony Russamano standing by live by phone. Tony, where are you located?
Right now I'm trying to get into Santa Cruz, although I've just been shuttled off the freeway at Highway 1 at Watsonville. Looks like Santa Cruz is completely isolated because Highway 17 is closed, Highway 9 is closed, and now Highway 1 northbound at Watsonville is closed. The last report we've heard is that there are 12 dead on the Pacific Garden Mall in Santa Cruz. That's an area that has some historic old buildings. An eyewitness who came through the area said he was through Coalinga a few days after the Coalinga earthquake, and the Pacific Garden Mall in Santa Cruz now looks worse than Coalinga did. He said every building on the mall has suffered some damage. He said the only building that he could see that was not damaged was a bookshop at the head of the mall. Most of the other buildings are all brick, unreinforced buildings. The second stories have collapsed into the first stories, and official sources say there are 12 dead on the Pacific Garden Mall. Earlier, Capitola police began evacuating Capitola Village because the Capitola police feared there was going to be a tidal wave. They began evacuating Capitola Village as a precaution. Just a few minutes ago, though, the Capitola police called off that evacuation and said there was no threat of a tidal wave, and that is something that was also echoed by OES.
All right, Tony Russamano, thank you for that latest from the South Bay. We'll go now to San Francisco City Hall. Mayor Art Agnos is live. Jim Vargas is with the mayor.
We are at the command center on Turk Street, Don, not City Hall. I'm standing here with Mayor Art Agnos. The mayor took, as you know, an aerial tour of the city to assess damage. And Mr. Mayor, how much damage did you see?
Well, the city from the helicopter looked in good shape. The power is obviously out. What I could see from the air was a lot of traffic trying to get out of the city to the south and to the north. Obviously, bridge traffic going to the east over the Bay Bridge is completely shut down, and that's causing the tremendous congestion we have.
Are you asking people not to leave the city?
Well, we're asking people to leave the city from to the south as well as to the north as quickly as they can. Obviously, there's a lot of traffic congestion. We're asking people in the city to go home, but using side streets, and stay home. Their home should be relatively safe. After checking for any gas problems, they should be in good shape. The water is running and 100% pure. The sewage systems are operational. We're trying to get power up. That's not up yet, at least in most parts of the city, even though it is throughout the Bay Area. From my helicopter tour, I saw that Daly City to the south and all around the Bay Area seems to have power, at least from my helicopter view. The police stations are fully manned. We've got extra personnel coming back from off-duty, and they're on the streets now trying to help with the traffic as well as keep order. We've got 150 more firefighters who have come from off-duty in addition to our regular shift. The city is in good hands. The people are responding nobly, and we're in charge.
How many people are you getting from the Presidio, the military?
Well, we've talked with General Harrison out there. He's doing a survey and is talking with the police chief right now to see how many people we need. What we're hoping to do is team them up with regular personnel so that we can spread out the regular police personnel even more in the city. But we've got extra police officers on duty, and they are in all of 9 stations. None of them were damaged. All of the hospitals are up and running, and including Letterman, which is opening up. We've got 2 Red Cross shelters you may have known about. One is at Moscone Center for people who need it, as well as at the Marina Middle School at Chestnut.
Jim, we might explain to the mayor that we have been looking at pictures of the devastation in the Marina, where a 4-story building collapsed and blocks around the area of Divisadero and Jefferson collapsed. Now we're looking at downtown, Union Square area in the financial district, where there was also some damage. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, do you have an accurate count on the number of people injured or death?
Well, we know we've got differing reports of the Marina fire where some 12 buildings were on fire there. Either 4 or 5 fatalities there that we know of today, right now. We're not sure if there were any more because the fire chief thinks that was some kind of an explosion as a result of the earthquake, and we don't know if someone else got caught in it. We know that we've gotten 4 or 5 people out of that. There were I'm sorry, 3 people out of that, and there were 5 fatalities in the South of Market area where a building fell down on some cars and people there. So we have either 7 or 8 fatalities that we know of. We've had a high number of ambulance runs, one of the highest we've ever had since the earthquake. Over 100 ambulance runs. We're getting mutual aid from San Mateo County as well as Marin to help us with those ambulance runs. About 25 of those were reported to be very serious or critically ill people, hurt people. Other than that, we know no more fatalities or injuries.
Does that mean that the hospitals in San Francisco are overloaded?
No. Our hospitals are operating, they're in control, in charge, and in fact we have extra capacity because of the of Letterman Hospital being brought online.
What about the transportation systems, and if they're down, which are down, and when will they be running again?
Well, BART, which is the major Bay Area kind of transportation, is shut down. They're using shuttle buses in the East Bay. There is no service to the East Bay from San Francisco. Our Muni is still running sporadically throughout the city. It has not been shut down.
All the electrical buses, though, are down.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor Art Agnos. Don?
Jim, we want to ask you one quick question. The mayor mentioned that there are places for people to go. Could he please review that for us?
Yeah.
People who are homeless tonight.
We have 2 emergency Red Cross spots that have been set up in the city for people who need them. One is at the Convention Center, at Moscone Convention Center, which is in the South of Market area on 3rd and Howard. The other is at the Marina Middle School in the Marina for those who were trapped by the fire or in that part of the city, over which is on Chestnut.
Chestnut and Fillmore.
Chestnut and Fillmore.
All right, Mayor Art Agnos, thank you for that, as the city still reels, I guess, from today's 7 earthquake that hit at 5:04 today. This just in, I'm sorry.
Mayor McHenry wants Agnos.
Mayor McHenry would like Jim, if you're still there, Mayor McHenry would like Mayor Agnos to call him. Mayor McHenry in San Jose.
They're having trouble getting their phone service out.
If you could pass that along to Mayor Agnos, if you could call the mayor of San Jose. Okay. Also, from the Air National Guard, all members of the 129th Air Rescue Group at Moffett Field Naval Air Station are to stand by for emergency recall, condition Bravo, and possible indefinite deployment. From the time of actual notification, you have 4 hours to report to your unit. Await further orders via Channel 7 and also your telephone. And that is from Commander Lieutenant Colonel Don Ifland. So that for the Air National Guard.
Also, if you are waiting for people to come home tonight, if we could have the camera over here. There we go. All right, fine. If you're waiting for people to come home via the Golden Gate Bridge tonight or coming into San Francisco, Lombard Street is completely stopped. It is completely back. There's a major traffic jam toward the Golden Gate Bridge. If you know somebody who's in that traffic jam who has a car phone, you might want to warn them they could be sitting there for a while or get off the highway or Lombard Street for the moment. Right now, let's go to Willie Monroe, who's standing by live in Berkeley. Willie?
Well, we're here at the UC Berkeley Seismology Center, and as you can imagine, things are changing rather rapidly. They're refining their figures here, their measurements. They're looking at getting measurements from different locations and studying their charts and their readings. There have been hundreds of aftershocks since 5:04 when that earthquake they're measuring here at 7.0 struck, and I just wanted to update you on their latest figures that they have. The first one, these are the ones that measured over 4.0 on the Richter scale. The first one at 5:25 measured 4.8. A second one, 4.5, that occurred at 5:30. Another one at 5:41, and this one has been the strongest aftershock to date. That's 5.2 on the Richter scale, and of course the one that you may have felt just a short while ago at 8:24, I guess it's been a while longer since then, it's 4.0 on the Richter scale. So I just wanted to give you an update of the measurements here. They continue to refine these figures, and so that's why they are a little different than they were early on. But the work continues. The seismology crews are busy tonight.
Okay, Willie, thank you very much for that report.
Aftershocks will continue, and usually there can be a very strong one that can come anytime as well.
Lisa Stark is standing by live on the San Mateo Bridge, where apparently it has just been reopened. Lisa?
Cheryl, we're at the west end of the San Mateo Bridge, and as you can see, traffic is now moving in both directions. The bridge was reopened about 8:35 this evening. It was closed just after the earthquake. Apparently there was no structural damage, but they did close the bridge as a precaution. They must have checked the bridge by now, and at 8:35 the word went out to reopen the bridge, and traffic was instant. The bridge filled up as soon as it was reopened. Traffic on Highway 101 southbound in this area has been very, very heavy. as people were trying to head down to the Dumbarton Bridge and down to the South Bay. This may relieve that somewhat. We're not sure yet. Apparently, some of the people driving by right now are actually people who were at the Giants game because they're yelling, "Go Giants," as they drive by. So you can see people are taking a long time to get anywhere tonight. The roads are very clogged. Here in the Foster City area, power is still completely out. It is pitch black. No lights anywhere. We can also tell you that we checked the Fashion Island shopping center. We had heard reports of extensive damage there. We did not see any. There apparently has been some water damage, but we can tell you we looked in some of the stores and things still appear to be on the shelves, so it appears that at least part of that shopping mall escaped unscathed. Although the Amphak Hotel in this area in Burlingame suffered major structural damage. A water tank fell off the roof, taking with it an elevator shaft. The whole front of the hotel is basically in shreds. That hotel has been evacuated. Miraculously, there were no major injuries at that hotel. The California Baptist Convention was meeting there, 500 people. They all got out okay. But here on the San Mateo Bridge, traffic moving again. Very good news because, of course, the Bay Bridge is completely shut down, and until this was reopened, the only way to get across the bay was the Dumbarton Bridge. Now you can head again toward the San Mateo Bridge, and also I can tell you that the ramps from Highway 101 to 92, which were shut down, are also now reopened. They were worried about damage there. Apparently that concern has also been taken care of. So again, the San Mateo Bridge open, another way to get across the bay on this night of the earthquake.
Yes, and also, of course, the Golden Gate Bridge is open, too. Lisa Stark, thank you. Why don't we take a look right now so you can get some idea of exactly what roads are open and what are closed, which ones are closed. If we could take a look, we do have a map that will show you which roads are open.
We're hoping to get those maps.
All right, if we have a couple of other things, then we'll get to that in just a moment. Vice President Dan Quayle says that he will tour the Bay Area tomorrow along with his wife. You know, he was here visiting, and he will take a look at the damage from today's earthquake.
And certainly getting around the Bay Area is a major issue tonight. What do you do about your kids going to school? What do you do about getting to work, crossing the various bridges that you have to? Lisa explained to you that the San Mateo Bridge is open tonight. The Dumbarton Bridge is open. The Golden Gate Bridge is open. Bay Bridge shut down. Pac Bell is telling us tonight about phone lines. You've probably been having trouble getting through to your loved ones to find out if they're okay or to get information. They're asking you to please be patient. They're operating on battery power, as are we. As is most of the city of San Francisco and portions of the Bay Area. They're just not sure how long that is going to last. They've never come up against this before. They're going to have a big meeting very soon to develop some kind of contingency plan. They do have structural damage to their buildings. It is not interrupting service, but the circuits are so overloaded, you're just going to have to be patient. Now, concerning schools, we have word that schools will be closed in many areas tomorrow. So what you'll have to do is, if you can get a phone line out, then you should call your school before you take your children there and drop them off.
That's one right there, Berkeley.
Okay, Berkeley School District telling us tonight that it is closed tomorrow, that there are definitely no classes there.
Yes. Governor Deukmejian has requested the help of 3 rescue helicopters and 8 rescue C-130s out of Moffett Airfield to help in this effort, so he's requested that. Do we have a look at those roads at this point? Can we see which ones are open? Because obviously, no matter where you go, traffic is going to be stopped, and it is a difficult situation to try to get from any point to another. I guess I can't tell you that both directions of 880 are closed. You saw Leslie a little bit earlier with that report. Here we go. Southbound, South Bay, Highway 101 at 3rd in San Mateo is closed, as is Highway 101 at University in Palo Alto. And there are more. 280 at Mora, that's in San Mateo. 280 at Highway 85. Highway 280 at Magdalena. These are roads which are closed. Also, southbound 17 at Highway 9. Southbound Highway 9 also closed at this hour. Highway 17 in the Saratoga-Scotts Valley area. Northbound 17 at Granite Creek is closed in the South Bay. Highway 17, the Park Street overcrossing. There has been some damage there to the support structure, so that is closed as well.
And there we go.
Okay, those are the ones that are closed at this point. And right now, we're going to hear from Marty Gonzalez. Marty is...
Marty, where are you located?
Jack London Square in Oakland. Jack London Square in Oakland. This was the site of a A's rally earlier today. There's a big screen TV set up here. Now it's a site where people are coming off ferry boats from San Francisco. It's really the only way that they are getting from San Francisco to their homes here in the East Bay.
They have been arriving for about the past half hour, 45 minutes. A boat just dropped off about 50 or so people, and they've been coming in steadily every 10 minutes or so. And really, it is the only way that people are getting home tonight from San Francisco if they live in the East Bay. What happens here is now they get off the boats. AC Transit is setting up some buses at the other end of the street. They're hopping on the buses and trying to get home tonight. Over here, we have some people waiting in line to use the telephone to be able to tell their loved ones that everything is okay and that they're going to be home safe, that they're going to be home very late, but they'll be home safe tonight. Let's show you some pictures of what it looked like earlier today in Oakland. We have quite a bit of damage in the downtown area, mostly some rubble from older buildings and also from some new buildings as well. So some of the damage that you see throughout the city, downtown Oakland. For the most part, we have not heard of any widespread cases of injuries nor of any fatalities, but that is all very unofficial at this point. The Emporium Capwell building, which is one of the older buildings in downtown Oakland, had all of its windows on the ground floor shaken out. There's extensive damage there. You're looking at the I think it's the AT&T building, also in downtown. It is one of the newer buildings, so this earthquake did not show any favorites. Old buildings and new buildings alike were damaged throughout the downtown area. As driving through the East Bay, we were in Berkeley and in Oakland for the most part, and it was a strange sight. Whole entire blocks would be out. They would be completely dark. The signal lights were not working. There would be police officers out there, citizens out there trying to direct traffic using flares. Yet one block over, there would be lights on, and you couldn't tell that there was ever any problem. So it's a very eerie situation. And as we look down the street here on Broadway, if we can take our live picture back, we look down the street here on Broadway. You see the AC Transit bus is waiting to pick people up, but down the street further on is completely black. There are about 5 or 6 blocks, the stretch of Broadway, which is the main drag here in Oakland, where the lights are completely out, and then you can see the lights farther down where power has been restored. As far as transportation goes, you've heard before that BART is out. We have stopped at some BART stations where people were stranded, and they were waiting for a bus to take them home. We talked to some people at a BART station. They did not know when the trains would be running again, other than to say it was going to be several hours before they checked that out. For the most part, again, we can tell you, please stay off the street. Downtown here, there are a lot of people, a lot of sightseers, and basically they're just getting in the way. So if there's any words of wisdom that we can tell you, it's please stay off the street. Let us bring you the pictures, and just stay out of the way, because downtown is a mess, and it's mainly because of people who are just out sightseeing. Back to you.
We don't need that. Okay, Marty Gonzalez, thank you in the East Bay. Paul Jeske joins us now. Paul, you've been out on the streets of San Francisco tonight, south of the Market. Difficult to get around because traffic lights are out, street lights are out.
Again, a final report from the Bay Bridge was that there were no injuries from the Bay Bridge collapse in that section.
Can't overemphasize how bad this situation is along this mile and a half stretch of freeway. Anthony Moore was virtually astounded. He is relatively new to the Bay Area. He says that he has not seen anything quite like this before. The support pillars literally cracking in two like pretzels.
I don't think any of us, unless we visited the earthquake damage elsewhere, have seen anything like this. The damage has not been this great since the 1906 quake in San Francisco. Again, it's a 7.0 on the Richter scale. That's the latest information from Berkeley. It was centered near Santa Cruz, 50 miles southeast of San Francisco, around 10 miles from Santa Cruz. We have crews going to the top of the Santa Cruz Mountains, the Lexington Reservoir area. That is apparently, although not confirmed, that is apparently near the epicenter of this quake, which struck at 5:05 late this afternoon. And again, no power through much of the Bay Area. The East Bay, San Francisco is without power. As we were driving here to come to Sutro so that we could transmit this video to you, we noticed that people were being very helpful, some completely oblivious of the extent of damage. We saw young men on skateboards on our way here.
Most of the people were in the street, standing or sitting on the stoops of their houses. They appeared to be very calm. They were listening to radios. They were talking to one another, obviously trying to reassure one another. But they were staying very calm, staying in the street, of course, fearing that another major aftershock was going to hit. We haven't felt a major aftershock, certainly not to the extent of the first one that, of course, Suzanne indicated measured 7.0.
There were two that were reported, but I did not feel them. The first at 5:05 was so strong. There was another at 5:15, currently another at 5:41. These figures may be changed later as we get more information, but we do know that there were a couple of aftershocks. That was the time when we were outside of the building, so maybe it was not as apparent to us. Inside the building, of course, things were rocking. There was no damage inside the newsroom that we could see immediately, other than the fact that we were swept off the air and lost all our power.
Right. As you look at this video of some of the rescue effort, this particular lady, perhaps in one of the cars that either plunged or was crushed by some of the debris, we will remind you that as many as 400 people were injured in this particular stretch of freeway that gave way.
You're seeing the neck collar there, a brace, perhaps just something that is precautionary at this point. We don't know on that particular individual. Here we're guessing, but it looks like they are at the nearest hospital.
We are, of course, looking at this video as you are seeing it. Obviously, some very concerned people, possibly relatives, waiting to hear word on some of the injured.
Now, I'm going to presume that this is a hospital in the East Bay and perhaps Highland Hospital until we're notified otherwise. We'll let you understand that it's on the same tape, so we know that that vehicle could not cross back over to San Francisco. It has to be a hospital in Oakland. It's presumably...
Well, we should point out at this point that Highland Hospital was one of the very first hospitals that indicated that they needed a lot of help from doctors and nurses. They asked many of their support people to come in immediately.
And that was about the same time that San Francisco Fire and all of Alameda County fire crews were asked to come in, report to work because they were needed. Now, there is a fire that we haven't mentioned and I have not seen video of yet, and you'll forgive us, but we're having trouble getting video to you. But initially, just as the earthquake occurred, in the first 15 minutes afterwards, we heard that there was a tremendous fire in Berkeley in the area of Shattuck and Bancroft. We have not heard whether that fire is out or still going. We do know that the fire in the Marina district has been knocked down somewhat. We do not have a confirmation that it is out. Earlier footage we saw, it had burned several homes, and we know that there are at least 3 fatalities in the Marina district of San Francisco.
I think we're looking at tape from Oakland at this point. Some of the injured that apparently were hit either by flying glass or falling debris. Oakland, as well as San Francisco, has many antiquated buildings with some of this architectural overhang that apparently fell down.
Again, we're looking at the pavement just below the 880 overpass in Oakland. Again, this is the section, the double section of roadway that goes south from the Bay Bridge toll plaza.
The double-tiered area, that's a section of freeway. And we'll show it to you on a map to give you some relationship to where it exists for those of you watching outside the Bay Area. And let me pull the map in now to give you an idea of what we're talking about. Suzanne, excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm going to tilt this forward a little bit. This is the Bay Area proper, San Francisco, the North Bay, East Bay. Let me first point out, if you can zoom in, Chuck, to this portion of the cantilever, this 30 to 40 foot section of the bridge that gave way. It is approximately right here.
This is the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge.
The portion of the freeway that gave way, the elevated freeway 880, is approximately right here between 7th and, 32nd Street, about a mile and a mile and a half. This is elevated freeway. Many people, of course, coming up from the south in the Alameda area use this to get into San Francisco. So we have a major artery feeding San Francisco that is virtually, incapacitated. We have the bridge that certainly will be closed for weeks, maybe months, and this portion of the freeway that certainly will be no use to anybody.
Major rescues still going on right now in this section of the 880 stretch south from that Bay Bridge toll plaza. And we heard as recently as half an hour ago that people were still trapped in their cars screaming for help.
Okay, over here, let me point out, over here is the Marina area. This is the area where we had that large fire. Last report from our reporters out there was that as much of a third of a block was burning intensely, but they apparently have the situation under control.
A big problem was gas eruptions in the area, also the lack of water, because a main water reservoir under this part of the city in the Beach Street district or the Marina district was punctured. The water lines were not able to carry the water. It was punctured in the earthquake, and therefore they could not get the water pressure or the water needed to put out that fire, and it burned a good 4 hours so far, assuming that it's still burning at this point.
Right. This is the landfill area that Evan White alluded to earlier. Landfill along the Marina, landfill along the financial district of San Francisco. This is the area that worried the experts the most, because the prediction was that if an earthquake struck with a magnitude of 7 or stronger, this portion would virtually sink. But we saw only some streets a bit buckled and some cracks, but no real indication.
Some of the older buildings, Bob, in that downtown section of San Francisco, we have reports of serious damage and, in fact, injuries down there as well. The I-Magnin department store in the Union Square area.
In here.
All right, that's right around the downtown shopping district of San Francisco. I-Magnin is one of the oldest buildings, and the windows up on the top floors had broken, and people down below, and that is usually a very crowded sidewalk down below, and I'm sure today was no different with the 80-degree temperatures we had here. People down below were hurt by that falling glass, more so than any other debris falling from that building.
Up to the north, of course, is the San Rafael Bridge. This is the bridge that people coming in from the east may use to come in down south into the this portion of the city. Of course, over here is the Golden Gate Bridge, another suspension bridge.
These are still intact.
These are still intact, and both these bridges, by the way, are open. The critical part right here, of course, is the main artery coming in from east to west to the city, which many people use coming from the east, the Bay Bridge. I alluded earlier that this was the cantilever portion. This is the portion that is virtually built on bedrock under the bay. This is the suspension portion, which extends another mile or so. And these are the towers, the suspension towers that, as I told you earlier, literally can sway up to 15 feet if we have what we saw here today, and they virtually held up well. But this portion here, which offered the least resistance, of course, apparently gave way.
And Bob, while we have the map up, we might want to show that one area in Oakland, the Jack London Square area, where we know that there are ferries
right in here.
There are ferries leaving that area to and from San Francisco. Forgive me, I'm not sure of the San Francisco departure point. It probably is the ferry building area where it normally is. And those rides are being offered free for anybody, and there are certainly thousands and thousands of people stranded on the wrong side of the bay this evening. The only way for them to get across now, aside from driving all the way around, no, BART is not working at this time. BART has the tunnel that goes under the bay.
The BART tunnel extends approximately in this area. Right now, our last indication was, as Suzanne was right in saying, is that BART is closed right now.
Although they're working feverishly to get it back on track. They have no visible damage on BART at this time.
Down here was Candlestick Park. This is where about 30 or 40,000 people waiting for the start of Game 3 of the World Series, which of course did not take place, were stranded. We understand from initial reports just received a few minutes ago that our reporter says she did not see very many people left in the parking lot. So these people, of course, are going out in this direction. Highway 101, of course, the main artery that leads into San Francisco, probably becoming unclogged as more people find their way home, and of course down south.
And what happened at Candlestick earlier today, of course, is that they lost power. That was their first indication that the earthquake was going to delay the continuation of the World Series. And not only did they lose power, but we've heard since that, I'm just looking at the side and I see that we have new video coming in. But at Candlestick, just to finish this point, they learned since that there was damage in the skybox, and they don't want anybody else going into that Candlestick Park area until they've had time to really go over it structurally and make sure that it is safe for people to be in there. And the same goes for the Oakland Coliseum, so presumably the Major League Baseball games will be played elsewhere to continue out this World Series.
We're going to change our monitor right now so that we can see pictures as you're seeing them. I'm assuming that you're looking at pictures right now of Oakland and some of the damage that was sustained there. But since I can't see these pictures, and I don't know what you're actually seeing. We're seeing a warehouse, I'm being told. That's about all I can say because we can't see a picture right now. The prediction was that Southern California was going to get the big quake before the century ended. certainly I think those experts were wrong if they qualify a 7.0 on the Richter scale as a pretty big one.
Okay.
Let me
We are seeing channel 2 on our monitor right now. We're just trying again with battery power to try to be able to see the footage that we are feeding to you. All we know is that it is downtown Oakland until we see, there we have it. Yes. Okay. That's 5. Go down one.
There it is.
There we are.
This is again the Cypress area of Highway 880, about a mile and a half
Motorcycle
of it.
policeman looking at the top end of the cantilevered section here of 880.
This by far may be where we will see the most death, unfortunately. I'm judging from what we've been hearing and seeing the extent of the damage. So far, 53 confirmed dead, 400 injured. We are certain that that fatality figure is going to change, looking at the extent of damage that you are seeing as well. Highway patrolmen and other officers trying to coordinate activities there are, of course, having to keep curious people from coming by, perhaps interfering with the rescue effort there. That's, of course, going to be part of their job.
I think people, for the most part, have been helpful. In all the reports I've heard from our reporters, people have been very, very helpful in pulling their cars to the side of the road and running and doing whatever they could to help the injured. Again, this area of Oakland, the 880 section of freeway that is a double-decker section and a stretch of 1.5 miles, which has fallen between 7th Street and 32nd Street.
While there's so much bad news coming from this particular part, Suzanne, there are, of course, as you mentioned earlier, some encouraging news. Right now, fire crews are working feverishly to remove a man who they believe is still alive, trapped in a car at 24th and Campbell. He was in an area where the cars were not packed or bunched up at the time, and was probably able to, through some miracle or maybe some driving skill, able to escape death.
This is an area that we're looking at on 880 that Bob was referring to, where at least one feverish rescue is going on right now. Presumably there are many such rescues taking place. That is one that our reporter called in specifically. But with 400 injured in this area, the injury and the death toll is most likely bound to rise. But if you compare it to the other areas in the Bay Area where we do have fatality reports, this is by far the worst. What we understand from the Marina district in San Francisco is that there are 3 deaths. Also from the
5th and Brannan, we have 5
Brannan
confirmed
in San Francisco.
fatalities when a brick wall fell on several cars, and we assume some bystanders, but we assume that many of those killed at the time were in cars, either moving along or parked along the street.
Again, it was heavy commute hour. We might add a bit of warning right now that people who are trying to call out, if you must use a phone, if you do get a line, the best advice is to make one call, if you can, to somebody outside of this area. In other words, to Los Angeles, out of state, somewhere way beyond the Bay Area, so that that person can then make the calls that you would like to make, instead of staying on the phone and trying to make 5, 10 calls. All it does is jam the system, and emergency people who are dealing and trying to help others are not able to use the phone. So if you can do your part and try to unjam the system, that'd be very helpful.
In the meantime, use the buddy system. Some of you out there, obviously, who can't see this report have no power. You're not hearing us at the time, but those of you who are watching, this will be a critical time for you and your family to keep, of course, everybody calm, particularly children. We will be passing along information as the night passes on various things you can do to keep the mood at your house stable. We will be passing on information, suggestions on how to use food and water.
We might as well say right now that you should go ahead and eat your perishable food first. We don't know, we don't have a word from PG&E how soon the power will come back on. So as long as we're in this situation, the best thing to do is to use your perishable food first. In San Francisco, a warning has gone out not to flush your toilets, and that is because the sewage treatment plant has reached capacity. It is obviously operated by power. We have other footage that we'd like to show you now.
This apparently is the moment of truth. Do we have footage of the actual quake as it was happening? Approximately at 5:04 this date, San Francisco and much of the Bay Area hit by a 7.0 earthquake on the Richter scale. There's a lamppost that gives you some idea. And here is some of the damage that immediately befell many buildings, particularly the older ones, in all parts of the Bay Area.
And oftentimes you're going to see bricks, unreinforced masonry, the first to fall, as we have seen so many times before in Central America, in South America.
And in Los Angeles some years back, and now San Francisco, California. It is a love-hate situation, I should say, being here for those who come to visit, for those who really don't understand the beauty of this area, that this is the possibility of what could happen, and it has happened.
Now, we have passed broken water mains like that on our way up here to Sutro so that we could transmit what we are transmitting to you. That is not uncommon. It's also a problem, though, for those trying to fight fires in the city, that the whole water table is a little bit upset, to say the least.
We should point out, as we're passing along information to keep you and your loved ones safe, that check your water lines, check your natural gas lines. If you smell any indication of a gas leak, certainly get that crescent wrench, go to the source, and turn it off. The same goes for water. There will always be a neighbor, I'm sure, or a friend that you can stay with, or they can assist you in this. But that is the important thing, because at this point, with the lack of water and the lack of water pressure in many parts of the city right now, there is no guarantee that the fire department is going to come if a fire breaks out. And that, of course, was the situation back in 1906. Of course, much different situation now, but still the same danger exists.
We may be talking ahead of ourselves now, but in your homes, use only one toilet. Do not flush it. The water in your other toilets is usable. Also, the water in your water heater is usable. So remember that if we get to a point where there is a lack of water in San Francisco.
All right, just a brief recap, if we can, before we throw it back to our main studio in San Francisco, where Evan and Emerald, again, are going to stand by. We had a major earthquake. For those of you watching outside the area, just being tuned in if you just got your electricity, at 5:04 this night, measuring 7.0 on the Richter scale. Virtually every county in the Bay Area was affected in some way. In fact, this quake was felt from as far north as Eureka and as far south as Los Angeles. It was a big one.
The epicenter is placed in Santa Cruz, again, a 7.0 on the Richter scale. That comes from Berkeley. We have heard reports of people feeling this quake as far north as Ukiah. Certainly Sacramento felt quite a jolt there. In Hollister, very rough jolting pattern there. And in Santa Cruz, we're still waiting for tape to come from our reporters in Santa Cruz. We know that they're in communication with us. The difficulty is getting the tape to you, and we are working feverishly to do that.
We should point out at this point that there have been a number of fires reported in the reservoir area. I think it's the Lexington Reservoir area,
right.
And some fires. And we understand off and on. Maybe I'm speaking prematurely, and you can correct me on this. But parts of, I think, Highway 17 were closed for a time, either lanes or the entire highway. So if you're expecting people from the Bay Area homeward south in that direction, they may not get home right away.
Page Mill Road in Palo Alto, we also heard of a major fire there, and Shattuck and Bancroft in Berkeley. I'm sorry, we don't have the status of those fires. These were reported earlier. We just know that there were at one time major fires burning in both those areas. We would hope that they are out or nearly out at this time, but I can't confirm that for you.
All right, Suzanne and I will be standing by. We'll be here all night until we can fully assess the situation, perhaps days if need be. But we're here for information if you need it. Tune in to Channel 4 all night if you wish to. Now back to our Channel 4 studios on Van Ness Avenue, and Evan and Emerald.
Thank you, Bob Ametta, Suzanne Shaw, Emerald Gay, Evan White back here at the station. As Emerald mentioned earlier, there has been sporadic looting. It has not been widespread, but there has been some indeed, some in San Francisco. News Center for us, Austin Longscott is just back from the field. You ran into some out there, Austin.
Well, as you know, in neighborhoods all over the city, there are people on these darkened streets. But along 3rd Street in the Bayview and in some areas of the Mission, there have been windows broken. There have been car windows smashed out. It seems to be occasional. It wasn't going on very much when we were there.
There's some video just in from with you when you brought back with you.
But we did get a couple of bottles thrown at us when we turned on our television lights.
What's the police presence out there?
The police presence was very light. There was a police sweep through the Mission.
We have been told, in fact, that the National Guard has asked all their active duty personnel to report for duty for Bay Area coverage as well. Other areas, actually, we haven't heard anything widespread about looting. There has been sporadic looting, but I don't think it's been anything terribly serious.
some notes to catch up on Mountain View is asking everybody to conserve water. And that's because Mountain View has a particular problem, a major break in the Almaden water main that supplies a lot of the water down there, so they have a real serious problem, a water shortage, and they want folks to conserve. In Oakland, there's no power at Highland Hospital. However, they are receiving quake victims. There's triage set up at Highland Hospital in Oakland, and they've had to set up the triage in the parking lot. But they are there working, all medical personnel, as we've told you before.
They have backup power, too, yes.
Yeah, like we have.
And at this point, we've got some video now of a police sweep going on in the Mission District. This is sort of like the third wave of what happens after an earthquake. There's the immediate quake, then there's the damage after. Now there's a police sweep of neighborhoods to keep looters under control. And we just heard from Austin Long Scott where there were some problems in the Bayview District. Actually, it looks pretty calm right now. From what we're seeing in the Mission District, some people standing out, milling about, police cars making their rounds through to try to keep things under control. And we're getting some more from Palo Alto.
Yeah, they got some, no major problems or damage in Palo Alto. The worst injuries down there, we're told, are some cuts. Someone fell from a 15-foot tower. A chemical leak is reported at Stanford. It's been taken care of. A gas line rupture at the Veterans Hospital is being repaired. Power restored to a third of Palo Alto, and the south side, they say, was hit the worst in Palo Alto. Stanford Hospital is open. Palo Alto Medical Center is open for minor injuries. Those schools, by the way, down there are closed as well, so they can assess damage. That probably pretty well holds throughout the Bay Area. I wouldn't worry about sending youngsters to school tomorrow until you get some more.
In fact, Mayor Art Agnos of San Francisco had toured the city, and he came back, and this was his report, which is, he says the city is standing in good shape. He says the water is working 100%, and also the sewage is working, but we're getting conflicting word on that. Some people say the advice is not to flush the toilets because the sewage is to capacity. So perhaps in a case like this, being conservative would be the better route. Mayor Agnos is saying, don't go to work, don't go to school, unless, of course, you're a building inspector. They need you right away. Hospital personnel, they need you. People with the National Guard, police, fire, anyone related in emergency services. All right. Now we have, this is Art Agnos after he surveyed the city, and here's what he had to say.
I think the city is in reasonably good shape. I think we've survived this so far. God willing, there'll be no more aftershocks, and we'll be in pretty good shape tomorrow sometime. However, there is some damage, and we've made some decisions. We're urging people not to go to work unless they're in a vital kind of capacity, so that our building inspectors, which we're asking to come to work right now, all city building inspectors and engineers to report to work immediately at the Army Street office, so that we can begin to evaluate all buildings downtown to see what kind of shape they're in before people try to go to work to them tomorrow.
The city and state officials have been around looking at the bridges. As you may already know, the Bay Bridge, of course, closed and going to be for some time. San Mateo Bridge is supposed to open this evening when they inspect it. They have inspected the Benicia Bridge, the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, and the Dumbarton Bridge. They say they're inspected, open, and okay. The Golden Bridge and Carquinez Bridge is also okay.
Though, all Presidio entrances from Golden Gate Bridge are closed, so you should know that.
Yeah, this sort of clears up part of it. All Oakland, San Francisco Public Schools, San Francisco State, and the University, Santa Clara, is going to be closed tomorrow. Probably every institution of learning will be closed tomorrow while everybody assesses.
I think basically common sense will prevail. Yeah. I mean, we know what state the city is in, and these are not normal circumstances, and use your judgment.
From Santa Clara, there's some information. There's some major power outages throughout the city, and a lot of people already know that. Kaiser Hospital is operating with a generator there. The Ganji Brothers warehouse on Matthews and Lafayette collapsed. That's near the University of Santa Clara. No injuries reported so far. The people who want to go somewhere safe where there's a generator can go to the baseball field at Kiley and Homestead in Santa Clara. Once again, the baseball field at Kiley and Homestead in Santa Clara if you need to get someplace where you can feel safe and there at least is some light. In San Jose, the Valley Fair Mall reported an explosion and fire at the Emporium. Injured people there have been taken to the area hospitals. The stairway collapsed at California Commerce Bank downtown. No injuries there in San Jose. And Highway 17 still closed at the Summit. The San Jose police down there have doubled their officers on duty. And in fact, they have as many police as they can garner out on the streets of San Jose trying to keep things intact. Let me just mention, I was looking for this earlier because I misplaced it. In Contra Costa County, Highway 680 and 24, that interchange is closed because of structural damage. And 280 at 85 in Santa Clara County, the roadway is buckled. No cars can pass in either direction. Again, in Santa Clara, that's 280 and 85. And in Contra Costa, 680 and Highway 24.
And right now we're joined by one of our reporters, Lynn Joyner, and she's back from the Marina District.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, a lot of people have been talking about that fire. It's a major problem in the Marina District, but that's not all. They're having collapsed buildings, gas mains are broken, and if we can go to the videotape, I can show you a little bit about what's going on and look at the monitor myself. This building was 3 stories high, it's now 2 stories high. And a lot of the people are just flabbergasted. They cannot believe what has happened to their homes. There are people out in the street just trying to take it in and figure out where they're going to be tonight. Unfortunately, the shelter can't open at the Marina Junior High.
My big problem right now is a water problem because there is a pipe leak. And they try to reach to the water department for that problem. And the second problem is generators and light bulb because this whole system off and I can't open any shelter because they don't have any power. I have a lot of elderlies and people that have this diseases and everything, and I can't open anything because don't have any power at all.
I don't bother about food if they give me something to lie down on. Pretty soon I was inundated with plaster. I had no clothes on because I was just getting ready to step into the shower. These are my pajama tops, and this is a pair of slacks I managed to grab.
Yeah.
And her friend gave me the jacket to wear.
They are lucky to be alive. They know it. They're happy to be alive. They're waiting. About 100, 150 are waiting outside the junior high school so that they can get inside if they can fix the water, get the lights on. They got bedding. They got food to give them at this point, and they can't get inside yet. Everyone's in a good mood. I went by a couple of hospitals. Letterman is getting victims from the bridge. They have 1 dead on arrival. They have at least 4 who have arrived who are in various stages of injury. General Hospital, when I was over there, hadn't received anyone, and partly it's because the traffic trying to get across the city is very difficult, but the citizens of the city are really pushing and pulling together. There are people out directing traffic just by themselves because they know the police are too busy. They're trying to get the gas mains
fixed. And in fact, didn't the citizens play a big part in putting out that fire in the Marina, because we were told people were hauled off the street and they were asked to help to grab a hose, and they were pumping water from the bay to help put out that fire in the Marina?
That's what I hear. Vic Lee's been covering that. He'll be back with fresh tape on that very soon, I think. But the thing is, it makes you wonder why we all can't pull together when it's peaceful. It's great that we can do it in a disaster, though. We got to get back out on the street and get some more tape for you.
Okay, good. Thanks a lot for that report.
I've just been handed a remarkable piece of information. Earlier, we were told that the Bay Bridge, obviously from the damage, was probably weeks away from reopening. Then we got word from Sacramento that they said that the Bay Bridge could be opened by Thursday. And I'll be honest with you, we pretty much disregarded that information coming from Sacramento. They obviously didn't know how bad it was. Well, listen to this. We'll show you the video of the Bay Bridge right now that is partially collapsed. The upper deck on the east of Treasure Island collapsing onto the deck below, that in turn damaging the roadway and putting debris from the lower deck into the bay below. Well, now we're told that the military is being called in to help repair the Bay Bridge. And in fact, they are saying and have confirmed that 3 lanes, both west and eastbound, should be reopened in 2 days. That indeed is by Thursday. Caltrans says there is a superstructure support beam process they use in the military, and they hope to in fact use it to temporarily fix the Bay Bridge and get it operating by Thursday, and I think that is absolutely incredible.
San Francisco has been legendary in its recovery from the earthquake, and if that's true in 2 days, then the legacy continues of our undaunted recovery, quick recovery from an earthquake. Belva Davis is back now, and were you at City Hall, Belva?
Just a note, extensive damage inside of City Hall, cracked walls all over the place. The old State Building, the same thing. Employees there say that every floor of the old part of the State Building had walls that were cracked, and that building had not been earthquake-proofed, and they knew that and were going to have to move people out of it, and now I guess that will really have to happen sooner than the state had planned
Was anything said about city employees? Because the mayor was basically saying only essential people should even think about going to work tomorrow. What about city government?
The reason I mention this is because I'm sure that would have to apply to people working in City Hall because of the amount of damage inside the building. It's an old building, cracked walls all over the place, really not in very good shape. So they will have to certainly check that, I'm sure, before they will allow people back inside of it.
Thank you, Belva. We were waiting on word on the San Mateo Bridge. It has reopened. All the bridges in the bay now are open and operating except for the Bay Bridge, of course. Highway 101, the 92 interchange is reopened, but there's a huge but connected to this paragraph. 101's jammed southbound. It's a parking lot, and travel south out of San Francisco to San Jose on 101 is very difficult at best.
Actually, I'd be curious to see if any of those people have started to be able to get out of Candlestick. At last word, they were all stuck in Candlestick, the parking lot. People left in a very orderly fashion, but didn't get beyond the parking lot, although Bob Costas from NBC made it up. But they're probably stuck down there if that's the case.
A couple of local updates from the surrounding area from San Leandro. They're saying they're very lucky, no major damage or fires, no fatalities either in San Leandro. In Colma, no structural damage, a lot of broken glass. They had a small grass fire from some down electric wires. The fire department says it is out, and also they sustained no injuries either. That's remarkable.
And again, it is a 7.0 earthquake, and this earthquake occurred along the San Andreas Fault, and we're told by the Berkeley Seismographic Center that this earthquake occurred in the same general region as that last earthquake you remember we had. This was on August 8th, and that was a 5.4 earthquake. And in fact, in the days following that quake, we were on this alert. We were told that there was a great chance or a greater likelihood of an even stronger earthquake occurring. Of course, that window came and went, and we didn't have that quake. But
they don't have their window down, but they got their basics down pretty well.
They got
That's
the location
amazing.
well. So it's in the same general region as that 5.4 earthquake that we endured August 8th, and that one occurred in the middle of the night. This one at the height of the evening commute.
Let's ask Belva to come back, because we have video now, Belva, of what you saw when you went down to the heart of San Francisco shopping area, the Union Square area.
That's correct. And the oldest building down there, the oldest department store, the Eyewitness store, as you can see, looked like snow on the ground. There were many injuries, 5 serious injuries. This young man has cerebral palsy. He was cut pretty badly. His sister, who threw her body over his to protect him, was cut even more. She's the young woman that lost several of her fingers down there. This young person was cut very, very badly. The young woman was 23 years old from Texas. This is her. That's his older sister. They were just visiting here, were just about to walk into Eyewitness when the windows above the doorway just showered down on them, and they were all hurt.
Presumably Union Square was packed, too, at 5:04.
It was. In fact, the park itself was crowded with people from the hotels in and around the square, from the St. Francis and the Hyatt hotels. But this is what Eyewitness looked like. And amazingly, Neiman Marcus right across the street, or Macy's, none of those stores were really damaged. All of that glass remained intact. But just this one store right at the corner, in fact, one of the guys at the flower stand said that he felt the earth started to move. Immediately when he felt the earth started to move, he ran out into the middle of the street, and this is the flower stand right at the corner of the park there. He wasn't injured because he is a San Franciscan, is used to this kind of thing, and knew exactly what to do.
All right, Bella.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Another report from News Center 4's Wayne Friedman. You've been on the streets as well.
Yes, what I have to show you now is not nearly as spectacular as some of the footage you've seen earlier, but this is a good reflection of what's going on in San Francisco right now. You have a little bit of ordered chaos. Here we have the corner of Van Ness and Gary. This is an ordinary citizen directing traffic.
I saw a guy here, he looked like he could use a break, I took over.
You've never had any experience directing traffic before?
Oh, in college I studied. No, I haven't. Transportation engineering in college, that's about it.
There's a lot of this going on out here.
Why you? I live around here. It's just the way we feel about the city, it's ours. We live here because we want it.
You stand on the streets, sirens and fire engines and ambulances go by regularly. We don't know where or when or why. If you go to a public telephone booth, you'll see people trying to make phone calls. Phones are out. Here's one woman.
Phones? No, not at all.
Who are you trying to call?
Berkeley.
That's just across the bay.
That's just across the bay, yeah.
Phones are out in your house?
I don't know. I can't get through.
This is the San Francisco Symphony Hall. Again, emergency power, the only lights. That building well lit. Here is Opera, the Opera House, which has been cautioned off. And if you look carefully, you'll see broken glass on the sidewalk, and then up above, you'll see some broken windows as well. People not really sure what's going on. Not a lot of electrical power. These people watching television outside a camper on Franklin Street, these people don't know where they're going to go.
Not sure. We don't know what their apartment buildings are like yet either. We're just going to go check them out.
Are you anywhere near home?
We're from Lake Tahoe. I mean, we live here, but I'm from Lake Tahoe, so no.
It's a long ways off.
Yeah.
So you don't have a place to stay tonight?
Probably not.
We don't know yet. I live on Nob Hill, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my fiance is or anything. It's hard to get through. It's really scary right now. The whole city is paralyzed. I mean, I'm frightened to death. You know, I don't.
Again, these are ordinary people, not what you would call your traditional quake victims. These are not people who necessarily are living in buildings that have been damaged or that have been burned or anything of that nature. These are simply people who don't have electrical power, don't have food, don't have anywhere to go, and this is what it looks like on the streets right now. It's quiet and it's a little bit scary.
Is the panic or sense of fear dissipating?
I wouldn't say it's dissipating. It began shortly after the earthquake. People were wandering around and there was a sense of, oh, gee, what's going on? This is amazing. This is not a movie. This is the real thing. Later on, as the lights went down and the city streetlights didn't come up, there was more of a sense of bewilderment. A lot of people are just taking it in right now. They don't know what to do. They're just taking it in. They don't want to go inside because they fear buildings may collapse.
What about the people trying to get home? Are they not even trying at this point downtown?
I haven't found anybody trying to get home. The streets are fairly orderly. You saw the one man directing traffic. There are other intersections where, amazingly, people are behaving as if there were a stop sign there. One car will stop, one car will go through, and if someone seems to be in an emergency, as when we came back to the station the first time with the tape, people will pull over. There's a great sense of cooperation so far, at least in this part of the city. Now, there are other parts, I hear, where it's not nearly as calm.
Actually, yes, you're showing us the beautiful side of how people can react in a disaster like this, but there is the other side as well. And at 31st and Martin Luther King Way in Oakland, there is a major riot that's being reported. Police are moving in, but that riot is not under control. Also from Berkeley, I should report there is a 2-alarm major fire at Shattuck and Durant. That is now under control. No injuries there, but they have been swamped with reports of falling chimneys. Wires are down. There are natural gas leaks. That's a danger. Only minor injuries reported. No fatalities. And earlier they had said no reports of mugging or looting, but of course now we're told that there is a major riot going on 31st and Martin Luther King Way in Oakland, and police are trying to get that under control, not having much luck at this time.
An update on schools we've mentioned. You can assume your schools will be closed, but San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, and Palo Alto are also chiming in. They'll be closed. You probably should assume all schools are closed unless you hear that they're open, in fact. 17, by the way, that highway from San Jose to Santa Cruz near the epicenter of the quake is still closed from the summit. They are allowing only a few residents to go through at a time. There are still some fires up there, apparently, but they are contained and apparently don't pose any threat at this hour.
We're joined now by another one of our reporters, Mark Jones, and you were at 101 and 280, the junction?
That's right. As you know, 280 northbound has been closed for hours. There's been quite a traffic problem, and we went in to try to find out why the highway is closed. I think we have video here of buses which are blockading 280 at 101. The buses have been there for hours. They're blocking the highway because of structural damage, and we talked to Highway Patrol Officer Ken Maher just a short time ago, and he told us that it was because there is structural damage at least 2 different locations on 280 northbound.
Tell me, what is this now? 280 extension right now is closed. Supposed to be major structural damage. Also at the 4th Street off-ramp, supposed to be caved in. It's supposed to be flooded also.
Is it closed permanently?
It's going to be closed for a while, sure.
So what do you do with traffic in the morning? Do you have any idea?
We'll probably be doing exactly what we're doing here.
So as he says the highway is closed tonight, they think it will also be closed tomorrow. We were driving throughout San Francisco. As a matter of fact, we drove west to the ocean to check on damage in that part of town. There's some structural damage, but the Cliff House, for instance, appears to be undamaged at this point.
I couldn't hear the officer. How far south is 280 closed? Do we know?
It's closed at 101, at the intersection of 101 and 280 north into the city, because there is damage apparently below 280 at Army Street and also at 4th Street. Also in this area, I think we have some more video of damage that happened at 6th in Townsend. They brought out the 5th body just a short time ago. The body's still unidentified. This is at a lock and store building at 6th and Townsend. Apparently the top 2 floors of the building collapsed this afternoon at 5:04. And there were 12 cars parked below the building on the street. 3 of the cars were occupied by 5 people, and they all were apparently killed instantly.
Mark Jones, thank you. Also, the AmFac Hotel, you may have seen the video earlier. It's on the peninsula. It's near San Francisco International. The video we showed you had a central tower that collapsed and caused injuries. We had no idea the extent. It turns out, in fact, 3 floors of the AmFac Hotel have collapsed, and the injuries down there at this hour number 108. This note indicates they're injuries only. There seems to be no deaths reported. The Hall of Justice in Redwood City has sustained major damage, we're told. The entire wall is loose inside, so employees are said stay away, except for inspectors, dispatchers, and emergency crews, of course. That's in the Redwood City Hall of Justice.
So we can tally up the fatalities in a crude fashion because we're still getting information. We have known for a while that there were 5 that were killed south of Market. Also 3 people in that Marina District fire and 53 people in the Cypress section of east of the Bay Bridge.
We have no numbers to add, but we're told that in Santa Cruz there's a major collapse on the top of the Pacific Golden Mall, and they think there are fatalities. They do not know. They have not been confirmed, but that's in Santa Cruz, very close to the epicenter.
Also, as far as transportation, Southern Pacific trains are now running from South San Francisco to San Jose, but in San Francisco, the 4th and Townsend station is still closed. So transportation getting up to speed gradually.
Did we have the BART? We have not had BART return to service yet, right? When they do, they'll operate all night, but otherwise they're not running as yet either.
Okay, in downtown Santa Cruz, at least 6 people have been killed in the Pacific Garden Mall when the building collapsed. So 6 more to add to the list of fatalities. This is downtown Santa Cruz because of the collapse of a mall. It is hard to read some of this writing. I apologize. They said the quake took 3 minutes to get from the epicenter to San Francisco. I guess
from Santa Cruz here, it's a 3-minute delay. So it rumbled all the way up. KCBS is reporting, in fact, 200 people died in the Bay Bridge Cypress section. That's not the Bay Bridge collapse, but the section of the freeway east of the Bay Bridge leading onto Highway 17. KCBS now puts the death toll there at 200 and about a dozen deaths in San Francisco as that toll adds. So far more people apparently died, and the worst, of course, is that Cypress section in Oakland. Wilson Van Alt is back with us. Wilson?
Well, we've seen a lot of those pictures of bodies being taken out with shrouds over them, people who have died in this, but we have some other pictures, some pictures of heroic rescues that took place in all of this. This happened in the Marina late this evening. It was about 2.5 hours after the earthquake itself had struck, and this was in an apartment building that had collapsed at the northeast corner of Broderick and Beach, at Divisadero and Beach Streets in the Marina. This was a 3-story apartment building. They had taken about 4 people out of there earlier, and then they went back inside and found a woman who had been pinned by a door. She was in an area where there, in fact, was a gas leak, and they could not take in power tools to try to effect the rescue on her. They were afraid that the power tools, the so-called jaws of life, might set off a spark and indeed create an explosion there. So they went in and by hand removed the door on her, and you are seeing this woman as she is being brought out. She is an elderly woman. We do not have an identity on her yet or know her exact age, but she was brought out very much alive, very much in savable condition. In fact, she was joking with her rescuers as she was being brought out, saying, well, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do because I don't have medical insurance. So we have at least that much of a good story to tell about the heroics that were going on tonight, as well as the disasters that we've seen.
Especially when the last word we have, that situation is contained down there. Now it's a matter of trying to seal off the area, make sure there's no other problems, but still a lot of gas leaks going on?
Our understanding is there have been gas leaks. There were, of course, in trying to fight the fires that were going on down there was word that the water mains had been broken, and along with those water mains, gas mains were broken. So there were collected pockets of gas in the building where this woman was taken out from, and in other places, and there were inspectors going through trying to find out where those pockets of gas were before they would let people back into the apartment buildings they occupied. As of about half an hour ago, most of the people were being allowed back inside their homes, although power was still out, and if they went back inside, they were using candles, if anything, for light.
We can assume power outages will go on for some time. It's coming back in fits and starts around many Bay Area communities, but of course a lot of them are still incredibly dark, and that'll go on for a
Still
while.
a very dramatic situation going on at the Cypress, that's east of the Bay Bridge. Again, we're now told that 200 people or more have been killed. Alameda County says at least 40 people have been rescued. This is a rescue effort that's expected to go on all night. No one knows at this point how many more cars are still trapped, but they say there are still many. So that rescue effort going on at this hour. Many dead, though,
And
200.
still interrupted phone service throughout the Bay Area. As we've said before, patience is going to have to be what you rely on, and cool head, because it's going to be a long time before you're going to know the whereabouts and the status of your loved ones. People getting home and making contact in any way is so difficult. The transportation system just beginning to groan back into some semblance, but still most of it is out. And traveling is hard.
Yeah, it's rather spotty, as Mark Jones says. Highway 280 near 101 at that point is closed because there's some structural damage. There are some vehicles, some official vehicles that are being used to block the highway so that people won't drive into that structural damage. And of course, the lights are out, so it's even more of a hazard. So that's an additional reason that the vehicles are there to keep people from stumbling onto some of those dangerous spots.
Most hospitals, remarkably, are operating even if they're operating under incredible handicaps, as Highlands has their triage set up in the parking lot because of power problems. Mount Zion in San Francisco not operating, but the rest of them are as best they can. We have some videotape, in fact, from the Letterman Army Hospital at San Francisco's Presidio. They called all their staff in, as all hospitals have done. They've got 5 of the victims from the Bay Bridge. One, unfortunately, was dead on arrival. Many are being airlifted by helicopter from the Alameda Naval Air Station, then to Crissy Field, and from Crissy Field they're put in ambulances and taken to Letterman General Hospital. In fact, San Francisco General says they've only received a few people, and they may think it's because of the heavy traffic, simply forces people to go elsewhere. One makes decisions on what you do with the injured based on how soon you can get some help to them. And that's the problem. You can't get any place very easily tonight in the city or outside the city.
And a couple of miscellaneous things to report. The power is out at Moss Landing. They expect it to take 3 days for power to be restored there. And Pacific Bell, we're telling you about how the phone lines are down and how people are working to get that going again. Well, at the same time, employees who are not involved in providing or maintaining vital communication service, they're being told, do not report to work. And again, I guess common sense has to prevail. I mean, every situation is different as to who reports to work and who doesn't. For the most part, people are being told to stay put, don't go to work, but if you know your services are needed, then obviously go where you're needed.
And as we've said many times before, if you are home, the best place for you to be is where you are. Try to make the best of, obviously, a bad situation, and check your house, and you might check it a little later. We get aftershocks. We had one about 9:25. We didn't feel it here, but it was registered, and aftershocks can possibly loosen things already loose. So make periodic checks of where you live for your appliances and gas and the like. But as we've also said, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Don't turn things off unless you feel there's a real need to, because it's going to be a while before anybody can get out to help you.
And to help alleviate the congestion on the phone lines, we do know that many of you do want to get word out to your loved ones who are probably panicking, wondering if you're okay. The best way to do this is to call one contact outside of the area, let that person know you're okay, and actually this is something that should have been set up before the earthquake, and then your loved ones, friends should call that person to find out how you're doing. But for them to all call in here, it would just create even more of a problem, and many of them won't be able to even get in here.
We have been told by Caltrans that the Bay Bridge, in fact, through the miracle of military strategy and bridge building techniques, they hope to have the Bay Bridge opened in some partial manner in a couple of days. There are other things to reckon with. The roadway between the end of the bridge on the east side and the toll plaza is badly damaged, and some of the bay water, we're told earlier, has come up into that area, so there's going to be a lot of repair to be going on there.
And of course, a lot of people are out of homes. We've shown you some areas where homes have gone up in flames or have collapsed. Well, cots are being sent up from Los Angeles and Sacramento for Red Cross shelters. And the Red Cross shelters are set up in the following areas. There are 3 of them in San Francisco: Marina Middle School, Moscone Center, and St. Ignatius. Also, there's a shelter at the Berkeley Senior Center, and that's at Hearst and Martin Luther King Way.
All right. The information is sporadic. It is difficult to come by, but it's coming in slowly, and things seem to be somehow getting back to nothing close to normal, but in control. some more items. What do we got? Power now coming on in Noe Valley in San Francisco. Chief Jordan, who's the police chief of the city, has asked that all taverns and restaurants stop serving alcoholic beverages. Not a bad suggestion, in fact. The taverns and restaurants in San Francisco being told to shut down, or at least being asked to shut down and cut it off with the early closing tonight. Good idea.
And we're going to hear from Mayor Art Agnos now. He's going to tell you how the water and the sewer situation stand at this point.
It's in good shape. Our water lines and the water is 100% pure. Our sewage system is working. All hospitals are up. There's a minor problem at Mount Zion with their emergency room, but the rest of the hospital is in good shape. Their boiler broke down. Letterman is up and running and can take any number of people who might be in need of help. So all of our vital institutions are in good shape. Our police departments, all 9 district stations are up, fully manned. We've recalled people, and a number have returned from their off-duty hours to supplement those who are on duty for their regular shift.
That was Mayor Art Agnos after he took an aerial tour to survey the damage in the city. He did say that he felt the city was standing in good shape with, earlier he said minimal damage. We know there are at least 8 fatalities, though, and quite a bit of damage in the Marina district and certain sections of the south of Market area, too.
I didn't hear everything he just said, but one thing he has said here, and this applies to any place where there's serious damage, is don't flush the toilet. It may not be terribly pleasant, but it makes good sense. The sewer system can't handle it in the city, at least, right now. And, all right, here we go. Thank you.
This is our paper brigade continues.
I'll tell you, this is from Kaiser in Oakland. They have 1 DOA, 16 admitted, 29 treated and released. That's from the Cypress Interstate 80 collapse of the freeway there, where we feel now that there are at least some 200 dead.
Kaiser in Santa Clara is reporting that they've treated 8 serious injuries, and they've transferred 27 patients from one floor where there is possible damage, so they've transferred those patients to another part of the hospital.
All right, now this is interesting. We've suggested that if you're in the medical field, you report to work or to another hospital where they could possibly use you. Not necessarily true. Kaiser Hospital says they don't need people to report who aren't regularly scheduled to do so. In fact, they're fully staffed tonight, and they want people to come to work tomorrow.
Does that refer to all Kaiser hospitals in the area?
Well, unfortunately,
it's not too clear.
Kaiser Santa Clara is where this is from, and Kaiser Oakland.
It could be for all Kaiser hospitals in the area. We'll try to find out more.
If you work
and
for
give you
Kaiser and
idea.
Danzig means anything to you, that's the hospital of Kaiser we're talking about. He's the man that issued this request that people not come unless they're scheduled to do so. It doesn't apply, however, to building inspectors and people in lots of other lines of work who can be instrumental in assessing damage when the sun comes up tomorrow.
And in fact, along with the regular emergency service personnel, what's been really heartening is to hear the stories about how the ordinary citizens have just stopped and pitched in, even directing traffic and helping with rescue efforts. Lynn Joyner joins us once more, and she has an update on the hospital situations.
It's almost a miracle from talking to the people at the hospitals. Everybody was geared up for triage and terrible situation, and the word, at least in San Francisco, is very good. Very few injuries. The worst, I suppose, at Pacific Presbyterian, they had a burn victim, 14 people with fractures and chest pains, 1 fatality of an infant dead on arrival. Letterman had 1 victim from the Bay Bridge dead on arrival, but they're taking care of 5 patients there. I checked with UC San Francisco. They've treated 18 people for minor burns, 1 hip fracture, but they're feeling very good. As a matter of fact, at UCSF, they have basically gone off their triage alert because they feel that the worst is over. Unfortunately, they're concerned that in the morning, as we start to dig out some of these buildings, there'll be some fatalities.
Now, at those hospitals, are they okay as far as personnel? They don't need emergency?
No, as a matter of fact, at UCSF, they're starting to slow down and take people off to give them rest, so if they need them tomorrow, they can have them. Letterman had everybody out. We showed some videotape from Letterman that we shot earlier, I think, and they're all there ready and waiting, but they aren't receiving the patients, but it looks like the emergency system is working at all the hospitals. I was at San Francisco General earlier tonight, and they had their regular power. They weren't on emergency power like we are, and they were geared up to receive victims, but part of the problem for them was traffic. They're way over at the south end of the city, and the victims from the Marina were not getting there. But the two closest hospitals to the Marina district were reporting to me that they're doing okay, and they're surprised at the low number of victims who are being brought in. So hopefully that's good news.
The only problem being that most of the injuries may be out of the Cypress collapse in Oakland, and except for those people that can be airlifted to San Francisco, they're having to be treated presumably, and this is not a statement of fact, in Oakland hospitals, and that's got to be tough over there.
I'm going to get back on the phones now and check the East Bay. All I was checking right now was San Francisco, and they were airlifting these patients from the Bay Bridge disaster from Alameda Naval Air Station to Crissy Field and then by ambulance to Letterman. So we'll have an update for you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Lynn Joyner.
Thank you.
We should correct something. This is terribly important because our first report from Oakland was that there was indeed a riot over there, and we are told that is not a riot. In fact, sporadic window smashing is the worst to call it. They say it is not a riot. Not even a dozen incidents is reported from various downtown locations. BART has just opened the Oakland West Station out of Concord. They're not yet going through the tunnel, but BART is getting its system back up over there, and as a matter of fact, that relates to traffic across the bay, which is so difficult. There is a mass of people, apparently, at the San Francisco waterfront.
That's right. Thousands of people are lining up at the ferry building. They're waiting for their rides. It's being provided by the Red and White Fleet, and the loading area is packed, but the ferries are moving quickly. They're taking people across the bay to Jack London Square and across Golden Gate over into Marin. So some people are making it home. And we're also told that the traffic jam around Candlestick Park is now thinning out. That's where people were kind of stuck for a while. And maybe now we'll be getting word of more people getting into San Francisco General Hospital because that traffic jam had kept them from getting some of the patients that they thought they might get. We'll wait and see.
We also have some good news southbound out of San Francisco to the peninsula. Caltrans says their tracks are okay. They've done the check. Trains are about to begin operating out of San Francisco southbound from San Francisco to San Jose. So the crush of people stuck trying to get home southbound without transportation will have Southern Pacific and Caltrans pretty soon to do that. All right, Helicopter 4 apparently is live for us. We're going to go.
No.
Do we know what it is?
Is that over the Bay Bridge? Cypress. That's
all
over
right, that
Cypress.
is the Cypress accident where they are working with generated power and all the emergency people they can. That's a live picture from Helicopter 4 looking down on the Cypress overpass just east of the Oakland Bay Bridge where it meets land and peels off in the three directions. The Cypress freeway is that begins 17 southbound, just beyond eastbound from the toll plaza, where it collapsed onto the freeway deck below it, trapping people in their cars during the height of commute. And this is where we're now hearing at least 200 people are believed to have died, untold number of injuries. And because it is cement that has fallen to the freeway deck below it, it'll be some time before we know the extent of the death, the damage, and the fatalities coming out of there. Transportation. BART operating in the East Bay, not under the bay. Trains southbound from San Francisco about to get underway, and while there are thousands of people, as you said, at the dock, the ferries are getting them home.
Also, Highway 580 from Oakland down into Castro Valley is clear, so traffic is moving there. And now some employees are being told to report to work, and that includes all Lockheed employees. They're being asked to show up at work tomorrow. As far as power in all of San Jose, it will be at least noon tomorrow before PG&E can get its power. Among the schools that are open tomorrow are the schools in the Mount Diablo Unified School District, and that's in central Contra Costa.
But add Oakland to the school district that will be closed tomorrow. I just got that one handed to me as well.
All right.
Usually a day after an earthquake, if you don't make it to school or to work, people will understand. There are lots of things to take care of.
And for tonight, the top concern for some people will be getting a place to sleep or to rest or just to seek refuge from all this that's going on. Red Cross shelters are set up in 3 locations in San Francisco. Marina Middle School, I would imagine those would be filled with the people that were burned out of their homes on Beach and Divisadero streets. Also, there is a Red Cross shelter at the Moscone Center and one at St. Ignatius. And cots are being sent up from Los Angeles and Sacramento for the Red Cross shelters.
Now let's go back to Helicopter 4, again flying over the Cypress interchange in Oakland. They're a little lower to the ground to see the operation, an incredible intensive rescue operation going on there. They brought in rescue teams from all over, including, I believe, the military, trying to get the cement lifted off and trying to get the people who may still be trapped underneath. This is an operation, obviously, that will go on through tonight. The darkened spot runs from top to bottom of your screen is that part of the freeway that collapsed onto itself. And down below, the upper deck is southbound. When you come off the Bay Bridge on Highway 17 heading south, you'd be in the upper deck. If you were coming northbound to the bridge or up 80, you would then be on the bottom deck. And of course, 5:04 is the heaviest commute time. I can give you a traffic update while we look at Helicopter 4. The Presidio entrances to the Golden Gate Bridge still closed, other access routes. This is the daylight before the sun went down tonight of what you were just seeing live from Helicopter 4. This is what you couldn't see in the dark. This is what happened to the overpass, the upper freeway deck of the Cypress Interchange. It broke off in sections, falling to the lower deck below it, full of cars at the time. This is earlier shots. These are taken again from Helicopter 4. 200 at least believed dead, and scores more obviously injured. The pictures pretty much speak for themselves.